Chapter 1079. Ling Xiao didn't know many people in the Heaven Territory. He didn't know which force could make Fan Guanzhong respect him so much. However, he could feel that the other came to recruit him. In the past few days of fighting outside the city, he had already displayed all of his strength. There would definitely be people who would be able to recognize his divine soul. Little brother Ling Xiao, to be honest, I'm here to invite you to join our blazing flame merchants. Lai Zan said straightforwardly. Then, he said affirmatively, our merchant union can provide you with all the divine items that can help you advance. With your competence, within 100 years, no, within 50 years, you will become a king god. Lai Zan gazed at Ling Xiao, his old eyes filled with hope as if he couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to agree immediately. Fan Guanzhong, who was standing to the side, revealed an extremely shocked expression. His eyes were filled with incomparable envy. What kind of force was the blazing flame merchants? It was a super force of the Sky Dragon region. Besides the Dragon Gate, it was as famous as the Sword Washing Manor, the Divine Axe Gang, and the Sun and Moon Sect. In the Heaven Territory, it was also a famous existence. They had the supreme incipient God Realm experts, many King God Realm experts, and many holy emperors working for them. Their businesses could be found in every big city of the Sky Dragon region. They were the richest merchant union in the entire Sky Dragon region. Not only Fan Guanzhong knew this, but Ling Xiao also knew how powerful the blazing flame merchants were. He didn't waste his time in the Zhang family. He had read many books and records about the history of the Heaven Territory. The blazing flame merchants were a super force that had been passed down from the antiquity time. For millions of years, no one could challenge their position. All of this happened too suddenly. Ling Xiao wasn't prepared at all. If he could refuse the invitation of the Green Moon Palace, it was because they couldn't give Ling Xiao what he needed. However, facing the richest merchant union in the Sky Dragon region, how could he refuse? As long as he joined the merchant union, he would have countless resources to cultivate, and he would be able to become a god king faster. After all, there were many resources that couldn't be easily found, especially those divine materials. With his current strength, it was even more difficult to obtain them. Xianxia also knew of the existence of the blazing flame merchants, and immediately urged Ling Xiao, "Boss, don't hesitate. Quickly agree to him." "That's right, little brother. As long as you join a merchant union, I will immediately recommend you a God King Realm tutor to help you become a God King faster. Although you have God Soul now, if you don't have a tutor, you won't understand the mysteries of God Soul and God Body. You won't be able to become a God King in the shortest time possible." Lai Zan continued to tempt him. "Brother Ling, hurry up and say yes. As long as you join the blazing flame merchants, it will be easier for you to earn glazed crystals." Fan Guanzhong added. While Fan Guanzhong was vexed at his senior brother's lack of foresight, he was glad that he had made the right friend. If Ling Xiao joined the blazing flame merchant union and he could get in touch with him, then he could also get some benefits. Although Ling Xiao was ambitious, at this moment, he still held his breath and didn't know how to respond. He had thought of building his own force, but his strength was still far from enough. He didn't know how many years it would take before he could establish the Smiling Palace in the Heaven region. One must know that there were many experts in the Heaven region. It wasn't like a backward city like Stone Heaven City, where there was only the Holy Emperor. After a long time, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Lord Lai Zan, can I think about it for a few days? This is too sudden for me, not to mention that I was just abandoned by the Zhang family." Before he finished speaking, Fan Guanzhong immediately said anxiously, "Brother Ling, what are you thinking about? This is a good thing that others can't even beg for." Indeed, in the Heavenly Dragon domain, there were many young talents who wanted to join the blazing flame merchants, but they were all rejected. And Ling Xiao had been personally invited by someone else, yet he was still thinking about it. If anyone else was here, they would think that his head was clamped. Lai Zan smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It's only right for little brother to think about it. However, I hope that no matter what, you can think about it carefully. This old man hopes to get the best answer." "Thank you, my lord," Ling Xiao replied gratefully. Although Lai Zan was a member of the Blazing Flame Merchants, he didn't have that kind of arrogant feeling, which made Ling Xiao have a good impression of him. He was already thinking about how to reply to him. Lai Zan said again, "How about this? Within 3 days, this old man will wait for little brother's answer in my Blazing Flame Merchants trading shop." "All right, in 3 days, Ling Xiao will personally pay his respects to you." Ling Xiao replied, "Haha, good, good. To be able to meet such a young talent like little brother, this old man is very fearful." "I'll send someone to pick you up in 3 days," Lai Zan praised. "There's no need to trouble my lord. I can go myself." Ling Xiao tactfully declined. No, you must," Lai Zan said. Then his gaze fell on Xin Yi, little brother from the barbarian tribe. "Your potential is not bad. Unfortunately, you are from the barbarian tribe, and we, the Blazing Flame Merchants, do not dare to accept you. If little brother Ling joins our merchant union, I can let you return to your clan's land. With your ability, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the Divine King realm in the future." Xin Yi replied straightforwardly, "I'm boss's man. Wherever boss goes, I'll go. I believe that even if I don't return to my clan, boss can still help me break through to the Divine King realm." "Haha, that's good. Then this old man won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back and wait for the good news." Lai Zan laughed and left. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. After sending him off, Guanzhong couldn't help but exclaim a few times in excitement, "Little brother Ling, you're so lucky to be chosen by this lord. In the future, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the region," Guanzhong said to Ling Xiao enviously. "Brother Fan, you must be joking. Lord Lai Zan is only representing himself. The power behind him hasn't even nodded yet. This matter still needs to be carefully considered," Ling Xiao said calmly. "No, you're wrong. Although this lord's position in the merchant union isn't high, don't underestimate his ability. Since he's chosen you and has personally come to invite you to join, he definitely has the confidence to let you join the merchant union," Guanzhong said confidently. "Haha, then let me think about it in 3 days." Ling Xiao smiled. The next day, Ling Xiao and Xin Yi arrived at the courtyard outside the city. Before he had even arrived, a silhouette swept out from the courtyard. A burst of fragrance instantly filled Ling Xiao's heart, and a soft, delicate body had already burrowed into his arms. Hugging the plump person in his arms, Ling Xiao's heart only felt a burst of warmth. Xin Yi was quite tactful and avoided it. After a long time, Yuro Fei, who was in Ling Xiao's arms, began to sob softly. Ling Xiao cupped her seductive face and gently kissed away all her tears. "Good girl, don't cry. I'm fine now," Ling Xiao comforted. "You're really a person. No matter where you go, you always cause trouble. Can't you let people live in peace?" Yuro Fei lightly punched Ling Xiao's body and cried. These days, watching Ling Xiao's bloody battles outside the city, her heart was almost broken. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao was winning every battle, she would definitely rush out and fight alongside Ling Xiao. In these few days, watching her man shake the world like a god of war, she was also very happy in her heart. Ling Xiao pinched Yuro Fei's round butt and said, "There's nothing I can do. Who told your husband?" To be a person who is naturally feared by others. As the saying goes, those who are not feared by others are mediocre. Your husband? I am a genius, so it's normal for there to be people who don't like me. Yuro Fei's face flushed red from being caressed by her lover, making her look extremely beautiful. "Let's go in. Mistress and military advisor are still waiting for you." Yuro Fei broke free from Ling Xiao's demonic palm and said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded and pulled Yuro Fei's hand as they walked towards the courtyard. At the same time, he called out to Xin Yi, asking him to come in together. Immediately after, Ling Xiao introduced a few of them to Xin Yi. Xian Yao and Feng Qingyuan both knew about Ling Xiao's ability to trick people. It seemed that this big guy was the helper that Ling Xiao had found, and those who could make Ling Xiao call him brother were all people who were most worthy of their sincere treatment. "Mistress, during this period of time, we have continuously traded the things you left behind and sold them for more than 2 million top-grade profound crystals, which is enough for us to spend for a period of time. In addition, we spent more than 1 million to buy some materials. I never thought that the heaven realm would be filled with precious holy materials, which would be of great help to our cultivation. Xianxia said excitedly. Although the materials that Ling Xiao had obtained from the 9 layers of spatial barrier were all holy materials, there should be no shortage of them in the heaven realm. It was already quite good to be able to sell them for more than 2 million top-grade profound crystals. Feng Qingyan also laughed from the side. That's right, the heaven and earth spirit chi here is incomparably dense. I am confident that I will reach the peak of the saint realm in a year and break through to the holy emperor realm within 5 years. 5 years is still a little too long. When Mistress reaches the peak of the saint realm, I will refine some pills for you so that you can quickly level up. Ling Xiao said. That's even better. Feng Qingyan smiled in satisfaction, and then she said, now that you've left the Zhang family, should we start looking for your master? Ling Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, it's time to go. The first thing he needed to do when he came to the heaven realm was to find his master, the evil emperor, and his woman, Yun Mingqi. However, they weren't familiar with the heaven realm yet. Moreover, with their current strength, if they were to move around, it would be hard to solve the trouble they caused. Xiao'er, what's wrong? Could it be that you want to stay here? Feng Qingyuan saw that Ling Xiao was a little hesitant and immediately asked. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, of course not. But as you can see, Xiao is a genius who is feared by everyone. I'm afraid that no matter where he goes, he will cause trouble. With our strength, it won't be easy for us to travel freely in the heaven realm. Plus, we only have 1 million top-grade Xian crystals. I'm afraid it won't be enough to cover the expenses. Xianxia sighed at the side. Mistress is right. Before coming to the heaven realm, I did not know how big the heaven realm is, and I did not know that there are so many experts in the heaven realm and that there will always be disputes. Even the Holy Emperor is just a beginner here. Feng Qingyuan's expression was a little sad. She knew that what Ling Xiao and Xianxia said was the truth. With their current strength and wealth, it would be extremely difficult for them to find someone in the heaven realm. But she still wanted to find the evil emperor as soon as possible. Chapter 1080. Should I look for master? Or should I temporarily join the blazing flame merchants? Ling Xiao held the naked beauty in one hand and stared at the ceiling as he thought to himself in annoyance. In the past, he could leave and stay whenever he wanted without any worries. However, he couldn't help but think for others. If something happened and the God King came, then even the gods wouldn't be able to save his life. A jade-like finger circled around Ling Xiao's heart a few times, and a gentle voice sounded. What are you thinking about? Tell me, I'll help you. Eurofei raised her beautiful eyes to look at Ling Xiao, her face filled with happiness. She was glad that Ling Xiao had forcefully brought her back from the sand region. Otherwise, how could she be with him and enjoy the happiness of being a woman? Ling Xiao sighed. Rofei, do you want to find your foster father? Eurofei nodded. Of course I want to, but the heaven region is vast and I don't know where to look. Yes, the heaven region is vast, and it's divided into 5 large regions. Each region is incomparably vast, and even the God King would have to spend many years to find all of them, Ling Xiao replied. Didn't your foster father leave you any way to find him? Ling Xiao asked again. Eurofei shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with helplessness and longing. Fortunately, Master gave me the jade tube of life. As long as I take it out, I'll be able to find him, Ling Xiao said. That's good, but I've thought of a way to find my foster father. As long as I post a mission in the Mercenary Association and draw his appearance, I'm sure I'll be able to find him, Eurofei said. She paused for a moment, then continued. But this might require a lot of crystals to get people to pay attention to this mission. That's a good idea, but if it's published by an ordinary person, I'm afraid that no one will pay attention to it. If it's published in the name of a major force, the effect will definitely be different. Ling Xiao suddenly lamented. Suddenly, something seemed to flash through his mind, and he immediately exclaimed excitedly, Yes, in the name of a great force, if I join the blazing flame merchants and use their connections to find people, I'm afraid I don't know how many times faster it will be for me to find people by myself. Husband, what are you talking about? Euro Fei asked in confusion. Then, Ling Xiao told Euro Fei about Lai Zan inviting him to join the Blazing Flame Merchants. Do you think I should join the Blazing Flame Merchants? I'm just afraid that I'll lose a lot of freedom after joining. Ling Xiao asked Euro Fei. Euro Fei pondered for a moment and said, Husband, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Right now, we're not familiar with the people and places in the Heaven region, so it's really difficult for us to find people directly. If you can join the Blazing Flame Merchants, that would be the best. With husband's outstanding Tenbin, even in the Heaven region, there will be a time for you to shine. We still have to stay in the Heaven region for a long time, so we could take our time to find people. Moreover, as you said, as long as you do well in the Blazing Flame Merchants, it'll be twice the result with half the effort when looking for people. If you're not happy with them, then husband can also set up another force. So you agree with my opinion? Ling Xiao asked. Euro Fei gently caressed Ling Xiao's chest and said, As long as you want to do it, I will support you unconditionally. Ling Xiao was so touched that he held her delicate hand. His other hand gently caressed her smooth jade back and said, Ro Fei, you're so nice. If husband thinks that I'm good, you should take good care of me again. Euro Fei said affectionately, her delicate face rippling with endless love. Ling Xiao's hand moved to her full chest and gently pinched the soft place. He turned around and rode on her body that was like a snake, and his lower body tyrannically entered the wet place. A satisfied voice sounded the bugle horn of battle. The second time, Ling Xiao told Xianxia and Feng Qingyuan about him joining the Blazing Flame Merchants. Xianxia unconditionally supported Ling Xiao's decision, but Feng Qingyuan couldn't help but reveal an unhappy expression. The reason she came to the Heaven Realm was to find the evil emperor and live together with him. But Ling Xiao wanted to join the Blazing Flame Merchants. How was she supposed to find him? At this time, Ling Xiao explained to her, Mistress, don't worry. I'll be able to find Master faster if I join the Blazing Flame Merchants. Don't try to coax me. It's not that Mistress doesn't know the big picture. I know that Xiao Er's talent is outstanding, and only this kind of big power can help you increase your cultivation quickly. But, Feng Qingyuan sighed. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, Mistress, I'm serious. Don't you understand Xiao Er's character? If I want to find Master, I also want to find Ro Fei's foster father, but with just a few of us, who knows how long it will take for us to find him. If I were to join the Blazing Flame Merchants, with their connections throughout the cities of the Sky Dragon region, wouldn't it be easy for them to find two people? Mistress, what do you think? Feng Qingyuan wasn't the kind of woman with long hair and short knowledge. She was once the person in charge of the Feng clan, and she understood many things even better than Ling Xiao. It was just that she wanted to see the evil emperor too much, so she felt that Ling Xiao wanted to join the Blazing Flame Merchants only for herself. Now that Ling Xiao reminded her, she suddenly realized that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. It seems that Mistress really misunderstood you, but once you join this kind of power, it won't be easy to get rid of it. You have to think carefully about this matter. Feng Qingyuan reminded him. And I know this. If I'm happy, then I'll think about it after I gain a foothold in the Heaven Realm. If I'm not happy, then I'll make plans when the time comes, Ling Xiao replied. With this decision, Ling Xiao began to think about how to deal with Lai Zan. Although he had temporarily joined the Blazing Flame Merchants, he definitely couldn't take someone else as his master. He seemed to have quite a few masters already, so why not find a small job there first? Very soon, it was time for Ling Xiao to reply to Lai Zan. Ling Xiao originally wanted to go to the City Lord's mansion to wait for someone, but unexpectedly, before he could go out, a luxurious carriage pulled by a few rank 7 flame tigers arrived in front of his courtyard. Only a rich and powerful clan, like the Blazing Flame Merchants, would use spirit beasts of this rank to pull a carriage. A high-rank holy emperor came down from the carriage and respectfully said to Ling Xiao, Please get in the carriage, young Master Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that his remote courtyard couldn't be hidden from Lai Zan. He thought to himself, if it's an enemy, then it'll be dangerous. The Blazing Flame merchants are actually well-informed. Ling Xiao nodded towards the high-rank Holy Emperor and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Then he got in the carriage alone. The luxurious carriage was as spacious as a house, with a soft couch, tea, and wine set inside. It was extremely luxurious. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. They really know how to enjoy themselves. In the future, this prince will also get a more advanced, luxurious carriage. Wouldn't it be great to have fun with the madams everywhere? While Ling Xiao was thinking about his grand plan, the luxurious carriage had already stopped in front of a Blazing Flame merchant's trading shop. When the carriage stopped, the warriors who were trading or lingering at the entrance all bowed towards the luxurious carriage with incomparable respect on their faces. They all knew that the person sitting in this luxurious carriage was only Lord Lizan, one of the most powerful people in Shutian City and also the most distinguished person in Shutian City. However, when they saw a young man coming down from the carriage, they couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. This wasn't Lord Lizan at all, but Ling Xiao, the influential figure who had set up an arena outside the city to challenge the Gao family a few days ago. Watching Ling Xiao enter the tall building of the shop under the guidance of a holy emperor, the crowd came back to their senses. Isn't that Ling Xiao who can fight against 100 people alone? He was actually received by Lord Lizan and was even sent to pick him up in his private carriage. What's going on? It seems that Lord Lizan has already seen Ling Xiao's potential and is preparing to lead him to the Blazing Flame merchants. What a great opportunity. That's right. How many young talents want to join the Merchant Alliance? However, the Merchant Alliance's selection criteria are very strict. Not only must the Tenbin be outstanding, but he must also have enough loyalty. There's no doubt about Ling Xiao's combat strength. In Shutian City, he's the #1 among the Holy Emperors. Let's see if he can successfully join the Merchant Alliance and soar to the sky. It's really enviable. My lord, I brought young Master Ling Xiao. The Holy Emperor came to the door and bowed. Well, you can leave. Let him come in by himself. Lizan's voice came from inside. As soon as Ling Xiao entered the room, Lizan immediately greeted him with a smile. Little brother Ling is really trustworthy. Ling Xiao despised him in his heart. You've already found a place for me to stay. I cannot keep the appointment. Greetings, Lord Lizan. Ling Xiao still lowered his posture and greeted. It seems that you already have the answer in your heart, but I don't know if it's the answer I want. Lizan looked straight at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. Ling Xiao did not beat around the bush and immediately nodded. It's not a problem for me to join your Merchant Alliance, but I want to tell you that I'm used to being restrained by others. If your Merchant Alliance's requirements are too high, I'm afraid it will cause you trouble. As the saying goes, if you don't declare it in advance, when the time comes, it'll be hard to say what happens. Are you worried that joining our Merchant Alliance will be too restrictive? Lizan still had a faint smile on his face as he asked. Ling Xiao nodded, acknowledging Lizan's words. Lizan smiled and said, "You can rest assured about this. For an outstanding genius like you in Tenbin, our Merchant Alliance only wants to train you as a spokesperson to increase the strength of our Merchant Alliance. We don't need you to participate in various management matters. You will have a lot of free space to cultivate, but if the Merchant Alliance needs anything, you must unconditionally work for the Merchant Alliance." Can you be more specific? Ling Xiao asked again. Thus, Lizan explained in detail again. That was, if Ling Xiao joined the Blazing Flame merchants, he would not need to participate in any management, and the Blazing Flame merchants would provide all kinds of cultivation resources to Ling Xiao free of charge. They would not place too many restrictions on Ling Xiao, but if the Merchant Alliance needed it, Ling Xiao would have to work for the Merchant Alliance. Moreover, Ling Xiao could not do anything detrimental to the Merchant Alliance. Of course, if he did anything big, his reputation would be carried out in the Merchant Alliance's name, which was equivalent to announcing that he was a member of the Merchant Alliance and helping the Merchant Alliance build momentum. Chapter 1081. Of course, when the Merchant Union said that they would provide cultivation resources for free, it only referred to when they had a major breakthrough. Normally, if they wanted cultivation resources, they would still need to complete some missions for the Blaze Union. Doing these missions could bring benefits to the Merchant Union, and in turn, they could exchange for the cultivation resources they needed. Other than that, for people like Ling Xiao who had already refined his soul, the Merchant Union could send a God King to personally guide him in his cultivation, allowing him to truly reach the God King realm. Because the Merchant Union was an organization that prioritized benefits, every God King had a great amount of freedom, so even if they wanted to guide a disciple, they would rarely take the disciple in. It could only be said that it was a mutual benefit. For example, if Ling Xiao joined the Merchant Union would send someone to guide him, but that person might not necessarily take Ling Xiao as a disciple and would only teach him as a senior. This kind of person was called a mentor. A disciple might have many mentors, and at the same time, a mentor might also have taught the disciple before. This was a unique characteristic of the Blazing Flame merchants. Hearing this system, Ling Xiao was extremely happy. He didn't want to take someone else as his master, but he didn't mind if someone taught him. It was just that he cultivated multiple attributes, so it would probably be difficult to find someone to guide him. How about it? Although our Merchant Union can't be compared to the Dragon Gate, we are definitely a more open organization. Who knows how many people want to join us, but not everyone can join us. You have an innate advantage that others can't compare to, which is that you've condensed your soul, flesh, and blood. Since ancient times, there's never been more than 100 people who have condensed their soul, and among these 100 people, half of them used to be powerful existences like the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Lizan said to Ling Xiao, without holding back. He had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's potential, which was why he had lowered himself to recruit Ling Xiao into the Merchant Union. If the Merchant Union had another Sinjin of Goguryeo, it would be the most profitable investment for the Merchant Union. In the Sky Dragon domain, there were countless God Kings. However, those who could reach the Sinjin of Goguryeo realm were all invincible in the same realm. There were less than 30 people in the Blazing Flame merchants who had reached the Sinjin of Goguryeo realm. This number was already a lot in the eyes of others, but compared to the nearly 300 Sinjin of Goguryeo occupied by Dragon Gate, there was a difference of 10 times. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, Ling Xiao will not disappoint Lord Lizan's appreciation." Ling Xiao had undoubtedly accepted Lizan's invitation to join the Blazing Flame merchants. Lizan laughed heartily and said, "Good, good. Ling Xiao, you will not regret your decision." Lizan changed from little brother Ling to Ling Xiao directly. There was already a sense of closeness in it. As long as Ling Xiao became a God King in the future, Lizan would naturally benefit from it. This was also why he wanted to rope in Ling Xiao. Afterwards, Lizan told Ling Xiao many things. He wanted Ling Xiao to stay by his side temporarily and familiarize himself with the internal and external business structure of the Blazing Flame merchants. After half a month, he brought Ling Xiao to the headquarters of the Blazing Flame merchants, Blazing Flame City. Blazing Flame City was the most prosperous city in the Sky Dragon territory. All the industries there were completely monopolized by the Blazing Flame merchants. The city was managed like an iron bucket, and no one could do business there privately. The space base where the Blazing Flame merchants were located was also in the Blazing Flame mountain range near Blazing Flame City. It was a famous mountain range, and it was completely controlled by the Blazing Flame merchants. No one outside of the Merchant Union would dare to enter it to look for spirit herbs and spirit beasts. These were the privileges and tyranny of the big forces. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this for the time being. He was currently looking at the Blazing Flame merchant's business distribution ledger that Lizan had given him. Any member of the Blazing Flame merchants must know which city had their own business. Once any business had a problem, a member of the Merchant Union had the right to help. Looking at the distribution of these businesses, Ling Xiao knew that the terror of the Blazing Flame merchants was far beyond his expectations. Within the Sky Dragon territory, other than a few places that were controlled by other forces of the same level, there were more or less businesses owned by the Blazing Flame merchants in other cities. Whether it was trading shops, restaurants, or inns, there were countless of them. However, their main business was still mainly selling pills and weapons. After all, these two things were the most popular items. Whether it was the commoners or the god kings, they were essential items that everyone needed. After half a month, Ling Xiao had basically understood the distribution of the Blazing Flame merchants' businesses. Lai Zan walked in and said with a smile, "Ling Xiao, the business distribution you see now is something that everyone in our merchant union must know. This must not be leaked. If the merchant union finds out that there's a mole, it will definitely be a matter of 9 generations." Ling Xiao understands. "Since I promised you, Lord, Ling Xiao won't embarrass you," Ling Xiao replied. "That's good. Today, I'll bring you back to Raging Flame City to confirm your identity. Only with an identity can you be considered a member of our merchant union," Lai Zan replied with a satisfied expression. He then took out an item and gave it to Ling Xiao, saying, "This is a body-tempering pill. It has a great effect on tempering the body. Consider it my personal sponsorship for you." The body-tempering pill was a type of great sage pill. To the Holy Emperor, it was a high-quality pill that could temper any part of the body. Ling Xiao had heard Lai Zan mention a few things about the God King realm. The body-tempering pill was undoubtedly the best pill for tempering the body, and the side effects were also relatively small. As someone who was familiar with pills, Ling Xiao naturally knew the effects of the body-tempering pill. Now, that Lai Zan had given him a bottle of body-tempering pills. There were 10 of them. To any high-level Holy Emperor, this was a huge gift. Although Ling Xiao knew how to refine the body-tempering pill, he didn't have enough materials to do so. He accepted the body-tempering pill with a grateful expression. "Thank you, Lord Lai Zan." Although he couldn't use the body-tempering pill, it was a necessary pill for Euro Fei and Sha Tian. He couldn't refine it for the time being, so it was just right for them. On this trip to Raging Flame City, Ling Xiao had already stored Xianxia, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Sha Tian, and Xin Yuyi into the cauldron. After all, Raging Flame City was the territory of the Blazing Flame merchants. If Ling Xiao could join them, then their development there would be excellent. As for Old Man Tian and Tian Jiai, he would let them stay in the Tian clan and let them spend some time together. Just as Ling Xiao followed Lai Zan downstairs, a Holy Emperor came up and said to Lai Zan, "Lord, the Zhang clan wants to see young Master Ling Xiao. You can ignore this kind of small clan. They won't dare to do anything to you, even if the Palace Lord of the Green Moon Palace is here." Lai Zan revealed a proud expression. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. "Let's see them. After all, I worked for them for a few days." "Up to you. Don't take too long," Lai Zan said. Ling Xiao and Lai Zan were about to leave, so they directly received the Zhang clan outside the door. It was the Zhang clan's Zhang Jinhua and Zhang Lianhua. However, the two of them weren't the leaders. There were 2 peak holy emperors who were the leaders. "Greetings, Lord Lai Zan." When the Zhang clan saw Lai Zan, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Lai Zan just nodded to them indifferently, then said to Ling Xiao, "Hurry up and finish your business. I'll wait for you in the car." Ling Xiao nodded, and his gaze fell on the Zhang clan. He said indifferently, "What business do you have with me?" To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't have any bad feelings towards the Zhang clan. Even if Zhang Lianhua was a flirtatious woman, he didn't dislike her at all. After all, everyone's personality was different. There was nothing wrong with people liking men, just like how he liked more than 10 women at the same time. He just felt a little disappointed that the Zhang clan had abandoned him for the sake of their own interests. This must be Brother Ling Xiao. He is indeed a talented man. No wonder he was recognized by Lord Lai Zan. One of the Zhang clan's elders praised him. He then turned around and glared at Zhang Jinhua. "Jinhua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Ling Xiao." Zhang Jinhua's face revealed a fawning smile as he bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Young Master Ling Xiao, what happened last time was Jinhua's fault. Please forgive me." Ever since he learned from Fan Guanzhong that Ling Xiao had been personally received by Lai Zan and confirmed that Ling Xiao had joined the Blazing Flame merchants, Zhang Jinhua immediately became terrified. If the Zhang clan was the #1 clan in Stone Heaven City, they could only be regarded as a good subsidiary force in the Qinghua Palace. However, in the eyes of the Blazing Flame merchants, the Qinghua Palace was an unremarkable force, and the Zhang clan was not even a grain of sand in their eyes. Ling Xiao had joined the Blazing Flame merchants, but the Zhang clan had abandoned him for the sake of their interests. This was equivalent to offending Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao took revenge in the future, the Zhang clan would not be able to escape the disaster of extinction. Zhang Jinhua regretted not listening to his daughter. He thought that the elders of the Qinghua Palace had looked down on Ling Xiao and felt that Ling Xiao was not of much use. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would become a member of the Blazing Flame merchants. It was really a case of a scholar being separated for 3 days. What wrong did the Zhang clan master do? Ling Xiao was originally an unrelated person. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He had originally wanted to leave the Zhang clan. Zhang Jinhua had only done that to make him leave in advance. However, in the ears of the 2 elders of the Zhang clan, they felt that Ling Xiao had a grudge against them. The elder immediately shouted at Zhang Jinhua, "Jinhua, kneel down. If Brother Ling Xiao does not forgive you today, don't even think about returning to the Zhang clan." Zhang Jinhua's body trembled, and he immediately knelt before Ling Xiao and said, "Please forgive me, young Master Ling Xiao. I know I was wrong. Here is a small gift. I hope young Master Ling Xiao can accept it. My daughter, Lianhua, will also be given to young Master Ling Xiao as a servant. In the future, if young Master Ling Xiao needs our Zhang clan's help, we will definitely not refuse." One of the 2 elders of the Zhang clan was the clan master, and the other was the clan guardian elder. They had high positions in the Zhang clan, and even Zhang Jinhua had to act according to their wishes. Moreover, the power that Ling Xiao had climbed up to this time was too great, so great that they could only look up to it. Chapter 1082. When Zhang Lianhua found out that Ling Xiao was going to join the Blazing Flame merchants, her heart was already beating nonstop. She had never thought that the lowly commoner she had set her eyes on would one day leap over the Dragon Gate. She couldn't help but praise herself for having a unique vision, but unfortunately, everything was destroyed by her short-sighted father. So much so that he was now apologizing to Ling Xiao in front of everyone in the hall. However, none of the people who saw it dared to laugh, and even hurriedly avoided it as if they didn't see it. After all, the Zhang family was the local tyrant here. If they were to offend them, it would be an extremely unlucky thing. If young master doesn't mind, Lianhua is willing to follow young master and serve by her side. Zhang Lianhua bowed towards Ling Xiao and said, her beautiful eyes rippled with affection, not concealing the slightest bit of it. She had wanted to be with Ling Xiao for a long time, but unfortunately, she had never succeeded. Now that Ling Xiao's identity was different, it naturally increased her interest even more. Ling Xiao had no interest in Zhang Lianhua. Let bygones be bygones. In any case, I'm just a person of your gu. However, I want to ask for a person from you. Let Chaiguan do this for me. Ling Xiao said as he took the spatial ring from Zhang Jinhua's hand without any trace of politeness. Chaiguan was a trusted aide he had taken in from the Zhang family. If not for his reminder when he was about to enter the city, he would have been caught off guard by the Gao family. If others treated Ling Xiao well, Ling Xiao would treat him 10 times better. This had always been his principle. Now that he had joined the Blazing Flame merchants, he also wanted to help Chaiguan break away from the Zhang family. He definitely wasn't happy there, and Ling Xiao had just arrived in the Heaven Realm, so he couldn't do it without a few loyal helpers. Although Chaiguan's strength wasn't good, there were some things that couldn't be done just by relying on strength. As long as he was loyal enough, he could rest assured and leave everything to this kind of person. Who is Chaiguan? An old man from the Zhang family asked in surprise. Zhang Lianhua immediately said from the side, he is a guard of our clan. His strength is average, but he once worked under young Master Ling Xiao. There was an indescribable bitterness in her eyes and an extremely aggrieved look on her face. It seemed that she was unhappy that Ling Xiao had avoided her question. No matter what, she was a famous beauty in Stone Heaven City. How could she lose to a subordinate? Okay, okay, I will definitely have Chaiguan come see young master. Does young master have any other instructions? Zhang Jinhua quickly responded. Of course, I also have an order. The next time I return to Shirtian City, I don't want to hear anyone from the Gao family here. Ling Xiao said with a cold look in his eyes. Then, he ignored the Zhang family and walked toward the luxury car not far away. At this time, Zhang Lianhua took a few steps forward and stopped Ling Xiao. A burst of fragrance wafted into Ling Xiao's nostrils. However, this fragrance made Ling Xiao want to sneeze. Is there anything else? Ling Xiao asked. Do you think I'm not beautiful enough? Zhang Lianhua licked her lips and looked at Ling Xiao charmingly. She was dressed in gorgeous satin and wore silver needles and golden branches on her beautiful hair. Her delicate face was charming and her figure was graceful. She was definitely a beautiful woman. You're beautiful enough, but you're not my cup of tea. Ling Xiao didn't want to hit Zhang Lianhua too directly and said very tactfully. Then, he walked around Zhang Lianhua and walked toward the luxury car. Zhang Lianhua's face was flushed as if she had been electrocuted. She actually felt uncomfortable and suffocated in her heart. In the past, as long as she curled her finger, countless men would come and lick her toes. She treated those men like clothes, throwing them away after wearing them and never caring about them. However, she suddenly felt that she had some feelings for the man in front of her, but she was ruthlessly attacked. This was the first time she felt heartache. She couldn't help but cry. Chaiguan was quickly found by the Zhang family. At first, he was worried that Ling Xiao would be punished for what happened last time. But when he found out that Ling Xiao had joined the Blazing Flame merchants and was prepared to take him with him, he almost cried tears of joy. An old man from the Zhang family heavily patted Chaiguan's body and said, "Follow young Master Ling Xiao well." Zhang Jinhua also smiled and said, "Chaiguan, you are an outstanding representative of our Zhang family. You must work hard and remember to come back to the family when you have time. This will always be your home." Chaiguan never thought that his former patriarch and patriarch would speak to him so politely. He felt like he was in a dream, and his whole body was floating. He thought to himself, I must follow Elder Ling Xiao well. I, Chaiguan, might also have a day when I, Chaiguan, will soar. The luxury car headed towards the spatial formation outside the city. Only Lai Zan and Ling Xiao were in the car. Everyone else had to follow them on foot. Lai Zan told Ling Xiao about the things he needed to pay attention to after arriving at Blazing Flame City. Ling Xiao listened carefully in case something went wrong. Listening to Lai Zan, Ling Xiao had already cultivated his flesh and soul, so he could become a disciple that the Merchant Union would focus on cultivating. However, to become a disciple of the Merchant Union, one had to go through layers of selection before being selected. Ling Xiao was once the master of a palace, so he naturally understood why the Merchant Union did this. They not only wanted to see Tenbin, but also their loyalty. Who didn't want to cultivate an outstanding talent that would stay forever, not after cultivating him, and then not get any benefits? That was definitely not worth it. Now, there is no doubt about your potential. As long as you pass the test of loyalty, then there will be no problem. Lai Zan said. He paused for a moment, then stared at Ling Xiao and asked seriously, Ling Xiao, do you sincerely want to join our merchant union? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, to be honest, I am someone who has just come from a place of exile, which is what everyone calls a pariah. Although I've gotten rid of my status, it is still a fact. I only recently learned that the merchant union is very powerful, and many warriors want to rely on it. However, this is only a little bit of my understanding of the merchant union. However, the system that Lord Lai Zan mentioned really attracted me. As long as there are not too many restrictions and there is good treatment, of course, I will sincerely join the merchant union. Lai Zan nodded his head and said, that's right. You're very honest. If you can still say that in front of the Divine King Elder, then there's absolutely no problem. After all, the merchant union only cares about profit. If there's no profit to be had, then we won't do anything. He paused for a moment and then said, You are not like other young people. Those who know that they can join our merchant union will all be very happy, and they will try their best to curry favor and say some words of loyalty. Those are all bullshit. Who would choose to join a force not to improve their strength and make people respect them? If the force is not strong and can't give you these benefits, then who would choose to join? Haha, I didn't expect Lord Lizon to be so open-minded. If all the elders in the merchant union are like this, then Ling Xiao will be at ease. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Well, it is difficult for me to have too many achievements. If I can be a manager in Stone Heaven City until I die, then I will be at ease. I just hope that Ling Xiao can live up to expectations and become a divine king as soon as possible, so that I can also get some luck. Lizon sighed. As the two of them spoke, they had already arrived at the spatial formation outside the city. This spatial formation teleported even the luxurious carriage pulled by the flame tiger. The power of the teleportation was very extraordinary. Although the distance of the spatial formation was extremely far, it was not enough to directly travel from Stone Heaven City to Raging Flame City in one go. It had to be known that the distance between Stone Heaven City and Raging Flame City was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Ling Xiao and Lizon had to travel through the spatial formation more than 10 times before they arrived at Raging Flame City. Ling Xiao looked through the window of the luxurious carriage at the city that they were about to enter. His face was full of shock. From a distance, the city was towering and majestic, and its atmosphere reached the sky. It was like a prehistoric beast, giving people a great sense of oppression. The city wall was like an iron fortress, thick and solid and difficult to break. The rippling formation patterns were obvious, and it was likely that even a divine king would find it difficult to break through. Each and every one of the awe-inspiring guards in armor patrolled back and forth with weapons in their hands. They seemed abnormally serious and cautious. In front of the city gate were some high-ranking officials and nobles. They all used various kinds of high-rank spirit beasts as mounts, pulling gorgeous carriages in and out. These people all had happy and satisfied smiles on their faces, as if they were living very comfortably. When Ling Xiao and Lizon's carriage arrived at the city gate, Lizon poked his head out and greeted the guards, saying that they didn't need to pay any fees to enter. After entering the city gate, the bustling scene inside was even more breathtaking. Jade palaces, flying eaves, red walls, yellow tiles, crisscrossing official roads, and endless martial artists. This was Ling Xiao's first impression of Raging Flame City. He felt as if he had entered the inner courtyard of the imperial palace. It was a luxurious courtyard, but it was also an extraordinarily bustling city. All the shops had the logo of the Blazing Flame merchants hanging on them. The uniform decoration gave people a refreshing feeling. Let's go to my residence first. Every member of the merchant union has a place to live. I'm just an outer sect steward, so my residence can only be in the city and not in the inner sect, said Lizon. That's right. Ling Xiao naturally listened to Lizon unconditionally. The carriage stopped in front of a mansion in the city, and Ling Xiao followed Lizon out of the car. This is the residence of the outer stewards, but most people are out on missions. Normally, there won't be many people here. Only when there's a major event within the merchant union or when there's an annual gathering will everyone stay here, Lizon explained. Lizon led Ling Xiao into the courtyard. Immediately, several holy emperor came forward and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Steward Lizon. Lizon looked at the Peak Saint King and asked, Commander Bu, has there been any steward who has returned recently? The Peak Holy Emperor replied, Steward Lizon, 3 stewards, Lilon, and Li Hai, have returned recently. However, Steward Li returned to Highshore City yesterday. Has anything major happened in the city recently? Lizon asked again. Nothing major recently, but I heard that a batch of goods sent to Qingha City was robbed, and Divine King Dongqing was seriously injured. I don't know if it's true or not, the Peak Holy Emperor replied. Chapter 1083. What? King Dongqing is also injured? Who is so bold as to rob our goods? Could it be those roving bandits? Lizon exclaimed in shock. It's like this. I only know this much. Lord Lizon, you should go back first. Commander Bu said, Don't worry. Let me introduce you to this little brother. He's Ling Xiao from Stone Heaven City. This is the genius I'm going to recommend to our merchant union. Lizon pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced him. Ling Xiao immediately greeted the man. Ling Xiao greets Commander Bu. Commander Bu looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and immediately returned the greeting. Brother Ling is too polite. Just call me Bu. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Commander Bu knew that a young man like this who could be recommended to the merchant union was definitely a potential stock. It would be of great use to him in the future if he could establish a good relationship with him. I'll need Commander Bu to take care of me in the future, Ling Xiao said, and let Lizon lead him into the house. Along the way, other than some attendants and maids, they rarely saw other people. However, Ling Xiao sensed that there were several terrifying auras in this courtyard. They were all existences no weaker than Lizon. Some of them were even existences that he couldn't judge. It really is a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I just don't know what the situation in the Merchant Union headquarters is like. Ling Xiao was secretly shocked. Ling Xiao was temporarily placed in an attic. Lizon told him not to wander around for the time being, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Afterward, Lizon left the loft and went to the Merchant Union Hall. The Merchant Union Hall was similar to the City Lord's mansion. However, there was no City Lord's mansion in Blazing Flame City. The Merchant Union Hall was an organization that carried out all the orders issued by the upper echelons. It could be said that all the biggest business transactions of the Blazing Flame merchants were issued from the Merchant Union Hall. This was where the headquarters of the Blazing Flame merchants was located. The Blazing Flame merchants prioritized profit first. Those who excelled in business would basically be in the Merchant Union. The space in the Blazing Flame mountain range was the guarantee of the Merchant Union's safety. Ling Xiao had to pass through the Merchant Union Hall before he could have the opportunity to enter the Merchant Union's training ground. Lizon had been gone for quite some time. Ling Xiao sat quietly in his room. Every time it was time to eat, someone would deliver food to him on time. A day later, Lizon finally came back in high spirits. Ling Xiao, come with me. Today, the deputy director will see you. Whether you can join our Chamber of Commerce depends on whether you could be appreciated by the deputy director. Lizon took Ling Xiao's hand and walked out. Ling Xiao, come with me. The deputy manager will see you today. Whether you can enter our merchant union depends on whether you can get the deputy manager's appreciation. Lizon pulled Ling Xiao's hand and walked out. The merchant union hall covered a vast area. There were a few towering pavilions that reached more than 30 stories high. They were the tallest and most majestic of all the buildings in the city. The surroundings were emitting dense formation patterns that gave people a great sense of oppression. Even with Ling Xiao's strength, he felt that he was too weak when he walked to the most famous place in the Sky Dragon territory. Even if he used his soul power and the Golden Dragon Spear, he might not be able to destroy the defense of the Merchant Union Hall. However, Ling Xiao's shock did not stop there. At the entrance of the Merchant Union Hall, there were more than 10 demigod king martial artists guarding the entrance. This made him speechless. What kind of strength was a demigod king? He couldn't believe that he could only serve as a gatekeeper in this place. Ling Xiao's demeanor suddenly became much more respectful and shaky. In the past, he thought that his Tenbin was outstanding. With his Tenbin and fortuitous encounters, his speed of advancement was peerless. This made him develop an arrogant personality that looked down on everyone in the world. He thought that he could become a divine king one day and reach the peak of martial arts. However, he now understood that although his Tenbin was outstanding, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was not the time for him to be arrogant. Just the demigod kings that he met here could easily pinch him to death with one hand. He realized that Lizon, who was respected in Stone Sky City, had become extremely cautious here. He no longer looked indifferent and arrogant. Lizon asked someone to go in and report. He and Ling Xiao could only wait outside obediently. After a while, the person who reported came out and allowed Lizon and Ling Xiao to enter. As soon as he entered the door, Ling Xiao immediately felt countless divine thoughts descend on him. He felt as if his naked body was seen by others and there were no secrets to speak of. Ling Xiao followed Lai Zan to the front of the pavilion. Lai Zan bowed to the pavilion and said softly, "Deputy Master Ling Xiao is here." After a long time, a soft voice came from inside. "Okay, I got it. Let him come in himself." As soon as this was said, the door of the pavilion opened automatically. Lai Zan glanced at Ling Xiao as if saying, "It's all up to you now." Ling Xiao nodded at Lai Zan, then raised his head and walked in calmly. As soon as he walked into the pavilion, the door closed again. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched. He sensed something and quickly dodged to the side. A ray of light, like a meteor, streaked past Ling Xiao. Its speed was extremely fast. If Ling Xiao hadn't dodged in time, he would have been dismembered. However, the other party did not seem to be willing to give up. He actually changed his direction and slashed at Ling Xiao. 8 slashes in one breath. It was extremely fast, and the power was overbearing and fierce. It seemed that he did not care about destroying the pavilion at all. Ling Xiao did not know what was going on, but the other party's attack was too sudden. Moreover, the sword technique was extremely sharp, so he had no choice but to dodge. He could be sure that the other party's strength was definitely not as simple as a high-level Holy Emperor, but an existence at the peak of a Holy Emperor. The space inside the pavilion was narrow, so it was impossible to dodge far away. The sword light had already swept towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body arrived in front of the wall. He turned around and stomped on the wall. He roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar soared into the sky, shocking the sneak attacker into a momentary daze. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and unceremoniously attacked the attacker, sending him flying with a kick. Ling Xiao's attack was very measured. He did not kill the attacker, but only seriously injured him and made him lose the ability to fight. He looked coldly at the man on the ground, not understanding what was going on. The first level has been passed. You can go to the second floor. After passing 3 levels, you can see the Deputy Master. A voice echoed in the pavilion. Ling Xiao now knew that this sneak attack was a test for him. Even Lai Zan did not know about it. Otherwise, he would have definitely warned him in advance. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. When he was the master of a palace, he was high and mighty. Now, it was like he had returned to the time when he first came out into the world. He was a newcomer in the election, allowing others to test him. However, he was new to the Qingyan realm. He was not familiar with the people and the place, and his strength was only average. It was not a big deal for him to be under someone for the time being. If he could not bear this little grievance, how could he establish the smiling palace in the Qingyan realm? Ling Xiao raised his head and walked up to the second floor. He was always on guard, in case he was attacked again. However, the other party did not do that. They were waiting for him openly. The 3 women were dressed in the same clothes. Whether it was their appearance or figure, they were all very good, pleasing to the eye. They looked very young, but they were already more than 1,000 years old. Their strength had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor's realm, which was very good. The 3 women stood in 3 different positions. The woman in the middle said to Ling Xiao, "Young master, please make your move. As long as you defeat the 3 of us, you will pass the test." As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 women unleashed all their power at the same time. Streaks of sharp wind blades locked onto Ling Xiao. "They all cultivate the wind attribute," Ling Xiao exclaimed. His own strength also increased. The 3 women turned into ghostly figures, constantly intertwining and changing, leaving a series of afterimages. It was difficult to see which one was their real body. The 3 women naturally did not want to confuse Ling Xiao's vision. In the next moment, they attacked at the same time. Countless sword blades from all directions swept towards Ling Xiao. These attacks were filled with sharp killing intent, and they didn't seem like they were sparring at all. If Ling Xiao could not handle it, he would be strangled to death. All the sword lights had sealed off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes, leaving him nowhere to escape. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be injured by these sword lights, a strange long sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He brandished the long sword and blocked many of the dense sword lights. Clang! Clang! Many sparks flew in all directions. Ling Xiao's perlicue was numb from the impact. Although he had blocked most of the sword lights, there were still many that penetrated and attacked his body. That prickling sensation made his blood boil. The momentum of the sword in his hand soared, and waves of sword light that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas flew toward the three women. Although the three women were fast, they still could not escape the grasp of Ling Xiao's spiritual sense. Moreover, Ling Xiao had increased his combat strength, so his speed was not inferior to the three women. In a short time, he exchanged hundreds of blows with the three women, and Ling Xiao recovered from his disadvantage. However, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat the three of them in a short time. This was because the three women had formed a three-great sword formation. The three of them cooperated with each other and relied on the power of the wind attribute to increase the sword formation's power. An ordinary holy emperor at the peak of his strength would have died long ago under the attack of this three-great sword formation. Only a combat genius like Ling Xiao, who had both speed and defense, could stop the momentum of defeat. Of course, Ling Xiao could not be trapped here by this sword formation. Since the other party had the intention to test his strength, then he would let them see his potential clearly. His silhouette changed, and a total of 48 silhouettes appeared. In this narrow pavilion, there seemed to be a Ling Xiao everywhere. His aura changed again, and it was actually several times stronger than before. The long sword in his hand actually slashed out two different types of attack power. It was sometimes hot and sometimes cold, sometimes fire and sometimes ice. It was really overwhelming, and there was no way to defend against it. Chapter 1084. Ling Xiao couldn't suppress them with his strength at all. After all, he was only a mid-level holy emperor. Even if he increased his strength, he could only be on par with them in terms of battle prowess. However, he used the infinite doppelganger technique to create many doppelgangers to attack at the same time. Moreover, the two completely different powers of the ice and fire swords were the most difficult to defend against. After all, they were the strongest holy emperors in the Merchant Union. The three of them kept changing their positions and used all their strength to deal with Ling Xiao's moves. They attacked to defend. Ling Xiao's doppelganger technique didn't cause much damage to them, but it was a little difficult for them to deal with it. However, this move of Ling Xiao's was just a feint. It was just to slow down their attacks. The real move was still to come. He retracted his sword force and raised a finger with his other free hand. All the power instantly gathered on this finger, and with a shout, the finger light blasted out from his hand. Three divine finger, three worlds. A finger light gathered all of Ling Xiao's strength and burst out. In the end, it divided into three and shot out in three different directions. The three forces were all so powerful. The speed of the attack was also so fast that it was shocking. In such a narrow space, it was even more difficult to dodge. Rumble. The three women hadn't finished defending against the attack of Ling Xiao's doppelgangers. Unexpectedly, another powerful finger light shot out. Even with their unparalleled speed, it was difficult for them to dodge. They could only use all their strength to block the finger light. The three women were all smashed against the wall of the pavilion. They spat out blood and looked withered. If it weren't for the protection of the pavilion's walls, they would have been sent flying out of the building. Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the heavenly fire. Otherwise, if he killed them, he would definitely be eliminated and wouldn't need to take the test. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at the three women and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Now, Ling Xiao had a deeper understanding of the blazing flame merchants. The strength of these three-peak holy emperors was by no means comparable to the holy emperors of the Gao family in Stonehaven City. Moreover, the power of the formation far exceeded the strength of a peak holy emperor. If it weren't for his powerful battle prowess, rich experience, and astonishing defense, he would have probably died here. Young Master's strength is outstanding. You passed the second test. A woman stood up with difficulty and said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and went up to the third floor. He thought to himself, if all the people on the third floor are peak holy emperor, I'm afraid I'll really lose. A brave man can't stand against so many people. He cannot fight freely in the pavilion. It was normal for Ling Xiao to be worried, but it was not because he was not confident. However, when he arrived at the third floor, it was not as he had imagined. There was only one person waiting for him. This person was already very old, as if he could die at any time. His skin and flesh were wrinkled like tree bark, and his aura was extremely weak. He did not give off the slightest feeling of a strong expert. Cough, cough. Little brother is very young. The old man raised his old eyes and looked at Ling Xiao with a surprised expression. He couldn't help but cough as he spoke. It was obvious that his body was already extremely weak. Ling Xiao bowed to the old man as a junior and said, "Thank you for your praise, senior." The old man had a good impression of Ling Xiao when he saw how humble he was. He immediately said, "Cough, cough, this old man doesn't have much time left to live, but to be able to, cough, cough, to be able to meet a good young man to join the merchant union before I die. It's worth it. Make your move. As long as you defeat this old man, you'll pass." "Senior, is your body all right?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly, who knew that the old man would be furious and say, "Even if this old man is going to die, it'll be easy to take care of you." As his voice fell, his aura instantly burst forth. The powerful force actually caused the air in the area to shake incessantly. Demigod King. Ling Xiao's body was knocked back and smashed into the wall. He couldn't help but exclaim. Just now, he felt that the old man's vitality was already at the end of his life, and he had half a foot in the coffin. However, he didn't expect that the old man was a demigod king. Even if it was a demigod king who was about to die, it would be very easy for the old man to take his life. He secretly scolded himself for being careless. Since the old man was arranged to be in the third stage, his strength was naturally extraordinary. Cough, cough. Make your move, or else you won't have a chance. The old man said as he looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Ling Xiao knew that he could no longer hide anything, or else the old man would really kill him. All of his battle prowess soared. Dragon Qi revolved around his body, and the dragon scales added layers of thick defense to his body. The domineering aura of an emperor was fully displayed. The old man's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Kim People's ancient god technique." Ling Xiao ignored the old man's surprise and shouted, "Senior, be careful." The Nine Suns' sky-burning fist smashed towards the old man. The surging fist intent contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, causing the room to shake nonstop. "Good boy, you actually comprehended fist intent too," the old man exclaimed softly. Then the space in front of him distorted, forming a defense to block Ling Xiao's surging fist intent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao's terrifying fist intent couldn't even touch the old man at all. Ling Xiao felt that the old man's defense was simply many times stronger than Xianxua's defense. Because looking at the old man's carefree appearance, he knew that he hadn't used his full strength yet. Ling Xiao didn't want to admit defeat like this. He raised his power to the extreme, and the Nine Suns' sky-burning fist bombarded the old man like raindrops. But all of this was in vain, as if there was an incomparably strong wall, isolating all of his power. No matter how many attacks he launched, it was useless. Cough, cough, you really have a lot of secrets. You actually know the Sun Sect Holy Sun Fist, but your power is still a bit lacking. The old man's eyes were already showing incomparable admiration, and he praised. Then, he finally attacked Ling Xiao. His sitting body didn't move, and he just waved his hand casually, as if he was shooing away mosquitoes. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on, but he felt a tightness in his chest, and a feeling of pain hit his whole body, and his body hit the wall again. Puff! Ling Xiao finally couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood, looking very dispirited. Ling Xiao knelt on the ground on one knee, one hand covering his chest, extremely shocked. This was only a demigod king who was about to die, and a sickly one at that, but a casual attack actually injured him so badly. His strength was really too terrifying. Do you still want to continue? I know you have Kim People's ancient Emperor Divine technique to protect you. I think you won't die. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, Senior, your strength is extraordinary. Although Ling Xiao isn't very talented, I still want to see how much strength I have. Ling Xiao replied, while recovering his body. The old man looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, but he was not in a hurry to attack again. Ling Xiao recovered from his injuries, and his aura once again reached its peak, but this time, there was a golden dragon spear in his hand. The golden dragon spear was a demigod weapon, and it was an attack-type weapon. Every attack had a great amplification effect. Ling Xiao attacked with all his strength, and a tyrannical dragon roared nonstop in the pavilion. The dragon's body kept churning as if it wanted to destroy everything, and the pavilion kept shaking. The place was filled with the dragon's body, and its power was extraordinary. This was Ling Xiao's attack with all his strength. If he still couldn't break through the opponent's defense, he would have to use other methods. This attack was enough to blast any peak Holy Emperor into dust. When everything calmed down, the old man was still sitting there unscathed. Not even his clothes were wrinkled in the slightest. Ahem, if your strength increased by another level, you might be able to break through my defense. Unfortunately, you're still a mid-level Holy Emperor. Even if you have the ancient Emperor's divine technique to amplify your attack, it's useless against me. Use your flesh and soul. Let me see if he's really that strong. The old man said faintly. All right, since Senior wants to see, I'll do as you wish. Ling Xiao nodded and responded. His divine soul doppelganger immediately appeared beside him. The two Ling Xiaos were exactly the same, as if they were twins. It was difficult to tell them apart. It really is flesh and soul. Good. Very good. The old man exclaimed excitedly. Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to listen to his praise. His divine soul doppelganger took the golden dragon spear from his real body and attacked the old man. The strength of the divine soul doppelganger was many times stronger than the real body. At the same time, it was not something a peak Holy Emperor could compare with. A serious expression finally appeared on the old man's face. Facing Ling Xiao's divine soul attack, he had no choice but to stand up and use his fingers as a sword. Every blow from his divine soul was like a heavy weight. However, the old man's fingers and swords blocked them all, causing the skin between his thumb and index finger to go numb. However, Ling Xiao noticed that the old man seemed to be struggling. He immediately used all his divine strength to brandish the golden dragon spear. Its power was so great that it shook the entire pavilion. The old man's fingers moved faster and faster, but the redness on his face deepened. He exclaimed, "What a powerful divine soul! It's worthy of this old man's full strength." Then, his arm seemed to have turned into a long sword. Waves of sword wind wrapped around the golden dragon spear and suppressed it, preventing it from unleashing its destructive power. At the same time, many sword winds slashed at his divine soul, causing it to feel extreme pain. Ling Xiao's real body also felt extremely uncomfortable. If this continued, his divine soul might not be able to withstand it. Fight! Ling Xiao could only brace himself and charge forward. With a cry, he used his divine soul to unleash unprecedented power. The golden dragon broke free from the sword wind and roared at the old man. The old man gritted his teeth and attacked with all his strength. Countless sword winds surged around him like a tidal wave. It was as if thousands of swords were attacking, and the golden dragon was covered in cuts and bruises. Finally, the golden dragon's power broke through the layers of sword winds and arrived in front of the old man. However, it was much weaker than before. The old man wanted to use Capture the Dragon again, but he couldn't help but cough a few times, and his movements became sluggish. He knew that the situation was far from good, but it was already too late for him to dodge. The golden dragon was already rushing toward him. Rumble, rumble. Chapter 1085. Ling Xiao did not think that he would be able to hurt the old man after the power of his divine soul broke through the old man's sword wind. However, the old man suddenly showed an opening. He coughed and attacked with his power. Ling Xiao's heart was beating so fast that it was impossible for him to stop the attack. He did not have any evil intentions towards the old man. Moreover, the old man was about to die. If he really killed him, it would be a sin. However, when the power of his attack dissipated, he realized that the old man was still safe and sound. He clearly saw that his power was about to hit the old man. Even if the old man was a demigod king, he would die on the spot. Judging from the situation just now, Ling Xiao's divine soul clone was no weaker than a demigod king. The old man stood up and bowed to the top of the pavilion. "Thank you, Deputy Dojo Master, for saving me." Another voice echoed in the pavilion. "Let him come up." The old man nodded and said to Ling Xiao, "Congratulations, little brother. You passed the 3 tests. As long as you get the Deputy Dojo Master's approval, you'll be a member of the Commerce Alliance." Ling Xiao bowed to the old man. "Thank you, senior." Then he turned around and went up the stairs. The old man's aura instantly dissipated, and he returned to his sickly appearance. He thought to himself, "This kid is not bad. He actually managed to condense a rare flesh and divine soul. It's a pity that he's involved with a few major forces. If I recruit him, I'm afraid there'll be a lot of trouble. I wonder what the Deputy Dojo Master will think about this." The Deputy Dojo Master was not on the 4th floor, but above the 30th floor. Ling Xiao was also brought here by a servant of the Holy Emperor. The Saint King didn't dare to enter. When he reached the top of the staircase, he gestured for Ling Xiao to enter and then retreated. When Ling Xiao reached the 30th floor, he saw a figure with his back facing him. His expression immediately froze. The visual impact of this figure was too great. That bear-like waist and tiger-like back body was actually wearing a woman's silk satin. It was unimaginable. Ling Xiao didn't dare to think too much. He bowed to the figure and said, "Greetings, Deputy Dojo Master." The Vice Dojo Master slowly turned around. She was indeed a woman, and an extremely valiant one at that. Her rough appearance and figure were like that of a man, giving off a great sense of oppression. Judging from her appearance, she was still very young. Her hair was adorned with silver needles and jade leaves, which made her look extraordinarily noble. Who said that women are inferior to men? This woman is more manly than men. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Ling Xiao had seen his fair share of women. Beautiful, ugly, tall, short, fat, thin. There were countless of them. However, this was the first time he had seen such a valiant and special Vice Dojo Master. "Ling Xiao, you're pretty good." The Deputy Master looked at Ling Xiao and said lightly. Ling Xiao's expression returned to normal as he replied, "Thank you for your praise, Deputy Master. Don't be modest." "Being too modest is hypocritical," the Deputy Master replied. She then said, "Are you very surprised that I was able to become the Dojo Master like this?" Ling Xiao really didn't expect the Deputy Master to ask this kind of question. However, he was also a quick-witted person. He immediately replied, "Businessmen pursue profits. I think the Deputy Master must have outstanding business acumen. It's reasonable that you were able to become the Deputy Master." He avoided the question and did not mention the Deputy Master's appearance to avoid angering her. Although the Deputy Master was a woman, Ling Xiao realized that he couldn't see through her cultivation at all. He could only vaguely feel that she was probably already in the God King realm. Good. What a good businessman pursue profits. "Ling Xiao, you're indeed not bad," the Deputy Master replied with some praise. After a moment, she then said, "You already have a flesh and soul, and your combat strength is indeed very high. However, you cultivate the ancient Emperor Divine technique of Kim people and the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun sect. Just based on these 2 points, I'm afraid the Merchant Union wouldn't dare to accept a disciple like you." "Why? Why is that?" Ling Xiao didn't expect the Deputy Master to give such an answer. He had finally made up his mind to join the Blazing Flame Merchants, but from the Deputy Master's words, it sounded like the Merchant Union wouldn't dare to accept him. Could it be that the reputation of the Kim people and the Sun sect in the Heaven domain could intimidate the Blazing Flame merchants? The deputy master didn't answer, but instead asked a question. You said you came for a place of exile? I just don't know where you were banished from. Ling Xiao answered honestly, the Empyrean stronghold. The deputy master thought for a moment and said, Fortress, the closest place to it is Xianling continent, one of the ancient continents. Are you from Xianling continent? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, deputy master. No wonder. The deputy master sighed. Ling Xiao looked at the deputy master who was deep in thought and wondered, is there really no hope for this trip? After a long time, the deputy master spoke again. With your Tinbin and age advantage, it shouldn't be a problem for you to join the merchant union. But you cultivate the ancient emperor divine technique of Kim people and the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun sect. These two techniques are their secrets, and the merchant union can't accept you as a disciple. Ling Xiao was already prepared, but he still felt disappointed after hearing her words. He immediately said, if that's the case, Ling Xiao can't force it. He was unwilling to give up, but he thought to himself, even without guidance, I can't break through to the God King realm? Impossible. Aren't you curious why? The Vice Dojo Master didn't expect Ling Xiao to agree so easily. He wasn't like the other disciples who wanted to stay even if they had to die. Ling Xiao smiled and said, didn't Deputy Master say it clearly just now? Perhaps the Merchant Union is worried about the Kim people and the Sun sect. Ling Xiao knew about the Kim people when he was in the Xianling continent. He had inherited the memory of Zhan Wang, so he knew some of the secrets of the Kim people. However, he didn't know that they existed in the Heaven domain. It must be the ancestors of the Kim people who founded the Heaven domain. As for the Sun sect, he guessed that it was one of the subsects of the Sun and Moon sect. He didn't think that the 9 sun-burning fist that he cultivated was related to them. Could it be that the Sun sect was related to the Holy Sun sect in the Sand region? He was worried that some big forces would never allow his divine art to be spread out. If he was found out by these 2 forces, would they send people to kill him? The deputy master said, you can see it clearly, but it's not that our merchant union is afraid of them, but our merchant union is based on business. We don't favor any forces in the Sky Dragon region, and we won't be enemies with any forces. If you cultivate other divine arts, it's fine, but you just have to cultivate these 2 divine arts. If we take you in, they might have an opinion. If there's a misunderstanding between us, it will affect our business in their territory, and that's not worth it. Ling Xiao didn't understand why the deputy master was explaining to him, but he was too lazy to care. If there's nothing else, deputy master, Ling Xiao won't disturb you anymore. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. The deputy master looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so stubborn. She spent a lot of time explaining, but he actually didn't appreciate it. Don't worry. Although we can't take you in as a disciple, you can still temporarily join our merchant union and enjoy good treatment, the deputy master said. There's no need for that. Although Ling Xiao's strength is average, I don't want to be someone else's lackey. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. It was fine if they didn't take him in, but if they arranged an insignificant position for him, there would be no point in him coming to the merchant union. He didn't want to be a guard like those demigod kings. He would rather live alone. How dare you? The deputy master was very angry at Ling Xiao's attitude. She shouted, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. A majestic spatial energy pressed towards Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's body suddenly hit the wall like a cannonball. Puffed. Ling Xiao was in pain from the impact. His organs were in a mess, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He really didn't expect that this woman would turn hostile just like that. Just this aura alone was enough to completely suppress him. However, she didn't kill him. Otherwise, he would still be alive. He could now confirm that this fierce woman really had the strength of a divine king. This aura was completely incomparable to the demigod king he met on the 3rd floor. Ling Xiao's defense was completely defenseless. It was useless against her. However, Ling Xiao wasn't someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He stared at the deputy master and said, "Deputy master, if you want to kill me, feel free to do so. I'm no match for you, but Ling Xiao will fight you to the death." Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground with difficulty and stared at the deputy master. Hee, so what if you've condensed to flesh and soul? As long as you haven't become a divine king, you're not worthy of my attention. The deputy master laughed. Her aura changed again, and Ling Xiao was completely suppressed, so he couldn't move. Ling Xiao wanted to struggle with all his might, but it was useless. He knew that in the face of absolute power, everything he relied on was useless. Damn it, I'm asking for trouble this time. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He thought he could use the blazing flame merchants to further improve his strength. However, not only could he not borrow their power, but he was also going to be killed here. Just when Ling Xiao thought the Vice Dojo Master was going to kill him, the Vice Dojo Master withdrew all of his power, allowing him to catch his breath. Ling Xiao looked at the Deputy Master in confusion. The Deputy Master turned her back to Ling Xiao again. She looked out the window and said, "Although the Merchant Alliance doesn't dare to accept you as a disciple, you can be our guest deacon. In the future, when you become a divine king, you can also be promoted to a guest elder and enjoy the benefits of the Merchant Alliance. You won't be bound by the Merchant Alliance in any way. Our only request is that you must help when the Merchant Alliance needs it. This is the treatment we can give you. If you're not satisfied, you can leave now." Ling Xiao didn't expect the deputy master to make such a request, so he couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he agreed after some hesitation. "All right, I'll be the guest deacon." Chapter 1086. What? The vice headmaster only wants you to be a guest deacon? Lizan couldn't help but exclaim in disappointment after hearing Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Indeed. What's going on? Is she not satisfied with the position of vice headmaster?" Lizan asked Ling Xiao anxiously. He knew Ling Xiao's potential. He thought that it was reasonable for Ling Xiao to become a key disciple of the Merchant Union. However, he was given the position of guest deacon, which made him feel puzzled. "What's wrong with it, master? I think it's a good position." Ling Xiao responded with a faint smile. "Don't change the topic. Tell me what's going on?" Lizan asked again. Ling Xiao could only repeat what the vice headmaster had told him. "What? The Kim people and the Sun sect? I should have thought about it. Lizan's expression kept changing as he muttered to himself. "Master, I'm still in the clouds. Please explain it to me." Ling Xiao said, "This is not a place for communication. Let's go back for now. Maybe Ling Xiao, your future is beyond my imagination," Lizan said with a complicated expression. Ling Xiao and Lizan returned to the house where the outer core steward lived. Ling Xiao couldn't wait to ask, "Master, are there Kim people in the Heaven Realm?" He was sure that the Sun sect was one of the subsects of the Sun Moon sect. As for the Kim people, he didn't know if they existed or where they were. Lizan pondered for a moment and asked, "Ling Xiao, are you from the ancient continent, Xianling continent?" Ling Xiao nodded and said yes. He didn't know how long the Xianling continent had existed, but it must have a very long history if it was called an ancient continent by the people of the Heaven Realm. Lie praised, that's right. The Jin clan and the Sun sect are both from the Xianling continent. So it's not surprising that you can cultivate the divine arts that they've passed down. It's just that our merchant union doesn't dare to accept you as a disciple. Ling Xiao doesn't understand why. Ling Xiao said. Lizan said, "The reason why the merchant union can do business all over the Sky Dragon region is not because of our strength, but because of our principles. We rarely cause trouble and have a good relationship with other sects and families. Every year, we give them a lot of benefits. It can be said that the merchant union benefits from both sides. We don't offend anyone. This is also the foundation of the merchant union." Lizan paused and said, "In the Sky Dragon region, the most powerful force is the Dragon Gate, followed by the Sword Cleansing Manor, the Godly Axe Gang, the Sun Moon Sect, and us, the Blazing Flame Merchants. However, people only know about the current Dragon Gate, but they don't know that the predecessor of Dragon Gate was founded by the Kim people." Ling Zhao's expression froze and immediately exclaimed, You mean the Dragon Gate is actually the current Kim people? The Dragon Gate doesn't belong to the Kim people, but the Dragon Gate belongs to the Kim people. Lizon shook his head and said, The Dragon Gate doesn't belong to the Kim people, but the Dragon Gate belongs to the Kim people. Ling Xiao carefully pondered the meaning of this sentence. All of a sudden, his pupils shrank as he screamed. So that's how it is? The Kim people are the real supporters of the Dragon Gate, and the Dragon Gate is just a faction created by their ancestor. Ling Xiao, you're right. In the antiquity time, during the Great War of Gods, countless king god realm and incipient god realm experts fell. At that time, the Kim people were already one of the big families, and it's not an exaggeration to say that they're the most ancient clan. The Dragon Gate is just a force created by one of the Kim people's ancestors. Without the Kim people, the Dragon Gate's competence wouldn't be much different from our merchant union. How could they sit on the first seat of the Sky Dragon area? Moreover, as I know, the ancient emperor technique of the Kim people can only be cultivated by the Kim people's bloodline. No wonder. The Kim people were one of the ancient clans, and their competence was certainly the most terrifying. Otherwise, the Dragon Gate wouldn't be so intimidating. Moreover, Ling Xiao cultivated the ancient emperor technique of the Kim people, and he came from the Xianling continent. Perhaps he was a descendant of the Kim people, so the Blazing Flame merchants naturally wouldn't dare to take Ling Xiao as their own. If the Kim people's people knew about this, the merchant union would have to face the wrath of the Kim people. As for the Sun sect, there was no need to mention them. They were one of the branches of the Sun-Moon sect, and were of the same branch as the Moon sect. Ling Xiao cultivated their Holy Sun Fist, so he more or less had a connection with the Sun sect. Therefore, if the people of these two sects knew about the existence of Ling Xiao, they would probably try their best to rope him in. After all, Ling Xiao had already condensed flesh and soul, and his potential was limitless. It was also because of this that the Blazing Flame Merchant Union didn't dare to take him in as a disciple, but arranged a position for him as a guest deacon, which was the most suitable. In this way, they could rope in Ling Xiao, this potential stock, and make Ling Xiao feel grateful to the Merchant Union. Secondly, when Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people in the future, Ling Xiao would feel grateful to the Merchant Union, which was also beneficial to them. Although they had lost an expert who had become a divine king, they had an additional chance to form a relationship with the Kim people. It was really a good plan. However, the Sun sect might not let go of Ling Xiao. They just didn't know which sect would take a fancy to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, there is no need to compare between the Kim people and the Sun sect. I know which one is more suitable for you to develop, so when you return to the Kim people in the future, don't forget me, your old friend. Lizon laughed. Although he had not been able to recruit a genius for the Merchant Union, Ling Xiao was a descendant of the Kim people. This friendship was no worse than Ling Xiao joining their Merchant Union. Lord Lizon must be joking. Ling Xiao has only been in the Heaven Domain for less than a year. He doesn't even know where Dragon Gate and Kim people are. How would he dare to think of returning to the Kim people? It's better to stay here peacefully and be a guest elder. Ling Xiao laughed casually. This matter is not urgent. Not urgent. Lizon revealed a vague smile. Over at the Commerce Union Hall, the fierce female deputy owner who had previously met Ling Xiao had returned to the space base at this time. The space base of the Blazing Flame Merchants occupied almost one-third of the area of the Flaming Mountain Range. Don't underestimate this one-third of the area. It was wider than the territory of several cities. It would take at least a month or two to cover it on foot. Of course, the important members of the Merchant Union who lived here would not be too scattered. They were mainly separated into 4 parts. One part was the training ground for the disciples who had been recruited since they were young. Another part was the training ground for the inner court deacons. Another part was where the inner court elders and the Merchant Union's general palace were located. The last part was where the spirit grass and spirit beasts were grown. The buildings here were luxurious and imposing, with towering and majestic pavilions. From a distance, it gave people a feeling of majesty and luck. The deputy head's name was Lai Rui. She was a well-known business genius woman in the Blazing Flame Merchants. Otherwise, she would not have been entrusted with such an important task by the Blazing Flame merchants at such a young age. In fact, she had another identity that only the higher-ups of the Blazing Flame merchants knew. That was, she was the daughter of the leader of the Blazing Flame merchants, Lai Wudi. Moreover, she was the eldest daughter. Because Lai Rui's appearance was valiant compared to a woman's identity, it really made people not dare to be respectful. In other words, she was too ugly. If she was just an ordinary woman, it would not be a big deal. But she was born in such a big force and was the eldest daughter of the leader. This naturally damaged the leader's face. However, Lai Wudi was one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. His strength was extremely terrifying. He would not dislike his daughter's appearance, and naturally did not dare to casually make fun of her. It was just that the heavens gave Lai Rui an ugly appearance, but gave her the wisdom of a demon. Since she was young, she did not let her father announce her identity to the outside world. In order to save her father's face and the Merchant Alliance's face, she was willing to sacrifice her own halo of light. She worked hard to cultivate among the many disciples and also learned business management. She was ridiculed by many people since she was young, but she never took it to heart. In the end, she even began to take over part of the Merchant Alliance's business. Under her management, the business immediately multiplied. In the end, she was arranged to be the deputy head. All of this was because of her hard work. She had reached the Divine King realm and was also the deputy head. Her ugly appearance had been completely ignored, and many people respected and admired her. Ling Xiao naturally did not know that Lai Rui's identity was so frightening. If he had known, he might have used a honey trap and let Xianxia capture her. Then he would have struck gold. Inside the main hall of the Merchant Alliance, Lai Rui handed the recording crystal pearl to the man sitting on the seat of the Merchant Alliance. This man looked to be in his 30s and was quite young. Although his appearance could not be considered handsome, it was worth a second look. His 2 red eyebrows were abnormally bewitching, and his pair of bright and spirited eagle eyes gave people a feeling of power without being angry. His body was strong and sturdy, and he wore a robe embroidered with raging flames, giving people a domineering feeling of power. He was the Merchant Alliance Master of the Blazing Flame Merchants, Lai Wudi. He was ranked in the top 20 in the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo and was a peak Divine King. In the Sky Dragon domain, he was a first-class overlord. Lai Wudi looked at the scene in the recording crystal pearl, and a trace of indescribable expression appeared on his face. My son is letting me see this. Could it be that he wants this kid to join our Merchant Alliance? You can make the decision on this matter. Didn't I say that I won't interfere? Lai Wudi said to Lai Rui. Lai Rui shook her head and said, If it's this matter, I won't disturb Father. She paused for a moment and said, Father, you should be able to see that he cultivates multiple elements at the same time. Not only does he cultivate the ancient Emperor Divine art of Kim people, but he also cultivates the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun sect. Yes, this kid's luck is not bad. Is it possible that he is the reincarnation of a Divine King? Lai Wudi's eyes flashed with doubt. Lai Rui said, No, I have personally tested this point. His flesh and soul should be formed not long ago. I am here to ask Father to send these recording crystal pearls to the hands of Kim people. With their protective nature, this kid will definitely be accepted by Kim people as a member. This will only benefit our Merchant Alliance. Moreover, I've already made him a guest elder in our Merchant Alliance. As long as we give him some benefits, he may be of help to our Merchant Alliance in the future. Chapter 1087. In Ling Zhao's dormitory, he was sitting on a soft couch with his eyes closed, meditating. He had confirmed that he would be the guest elder of the Blazing Flame Merchants, so he was very satisfied. Although he would receive less resources from the Blazing Flame Merchants, he would be free and not be controlled by the Blazing Flame Merchants. Ever since he came to the Heaven region, he rarely had a chance to relax, so he used his free time to meditate and accumulate power. Although he had the help of the 3 strange creatures and his power was constantly increasing. The speed was still not as fast as meditating now. Ever since he achieved godly soul, his power had reached the level of the Holy Emperor, so the power he needed to absorb was even greater. In the past, he could feel his power growing every day, but now it was much slower. It was not because his power absorption was slower, but because the power he needed to accumulate in his dantian was greater, which was why he felt this way. However, in the heaven region, there was no lack of heaven and earth spiritual qi and origin energy, so Ling Xiao was not worried about a lack of supply. It was just that he could not indulge and absorb to his heart's content in a place like this. Ling Xiao did not know how long he meditated, but he only woke up when there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao got off the bed and opened the door, but he found that apart from Lai Zan, there were a few other old men. They all looked at Ling Xiao with a happy face, which made Ling Xiao feel embarrassed. He did not understand what was going on with them. Lai Zan smiled and introduced these people to Ling Xiao. They were the outer sect stewards of the courtyard, and they were at the same level as Lai Zan. They were also demigod kings. Brother Ling Xiao, you're young and promising. You're talented. I wonder if you're married yet? I have a few beautiful granddaughters. How about I give them to you as concubines? Don't mind him. Just look at him, and you can tell that his granddaughter isn't that good. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm serious. You should marry my daughter. She's an inner disciple in the league. Timbin isn't weak. You two are a good match. You guys shouldn't scare Brother Ling Xiao. How about this? We each send a granddaughter to Brother Ling Xiao as a concubine. Wouldn't that be better? Yes, it's decided. Brother Ling Xiao is young and talented, so he won't refuse us old men. Ling Xiao's head was spinning from all these people's words. He didn't know if they had gotten senile dementia. They actually sent women to him. At this time, Lai Zan opened his mouth and said, "You old bastards, don't scare Brother Ling Xiao away. With his talent, do you think he would like your granddaughters?" "Really?" He then said to Ling Xiao, "Ling Xiao, quickly go to the main hall. The vice head will personally reward you." Ling Xiao didn't understand, so he was forcefully dragged to the main hall by Lai Zan. When he saw Lai Rui again, her attitude was very different. She was less cold and more passionate. "Greetings, Vice Headmaster." Ling Xiao saluted the sturdy woman. He didn't look down on her because she looked special. Instead, he admired her for her strength and power. "Ling Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. In the future, you will be a guest of our merchant union. We should take care of each other," said Lai Rui. "Ling Xiao, this is your token. In the future, within our merchant union's territory, you can mobilize less than 100 holy emperors, 5 demigod king stewards, a manor, 20 guards, 10 attendants and maids, a salary of 5 million Xian crystals, 28th grade pills, 3 sets of holy weapons, 3 mystical skills." A woman beside Lai Rui read out the reward in her hand. After listening to these rewards, Ling Xiao felt a little confused. He didn't expect a guest deacon to have such great power and reward. The group of outer court stewards behind him all revealed looks of extreme envy. They all knew beforehand that Ling Xiao, this guest deacon, was different from ordinary people. That was why they were so enthusiastic to flatter Ling Xiao just now. It seemed that the vice head really treated this guest deacon well. Of course, they wouldn't suspect that the vice head would like Ling Xiao. They already knew the reason from Lai Zan. "Thank you, vice head, for the reward." Ling Xiao accepted it without hesitation. He didn't care about the restriction of not receiving a reward if he didn't deserve it. After all, he was a member of the Blazing Flame Merchants. It was only right for him to receive some rewards. "This is what you deserve," Lai Rui replied, then said to the others, "You can leave first. I have something to talk to guest Ling Xiao." The others followed his orders and left the hall. Lai Rui spoke again. "Guest Ling Xiao, are you satisfied with these rewards?" "It's all right," Ling Xiao said reluctantly. He thought to himself, "I'll be satisfied if I get another one." Lai Rui looked surprised. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to accept it so reluctantly. Which deacon didn't have such a generous reward? Even a demigod, king outer sect steward, couldn't compare to Ling Xiao, who had a manor all to himself. This was a privilege that only those who had reached the elder level could enjoy. Then you can stay here with peace of mind. Then you can stay here with peace of mind. If there's anything you need, just tell the servants, and they'll tell me. I'll do my best to satisfy your requests. Once you reach the late stage of Saint Emperor, I'll send a God King tutor to teach you, said Lai Rui. After a pause, she continued, drip a drop of your essence blood into the jade of life, and leave it with us. In the future, the Commerce Alliance will be able to find you as quickly as possible, no matter where you go. If anything happens to the Commerce Alliance's businesses in the future, we'll have to trouble you as a guest elder. If you don't help out, we'll naturally revoke your status and benefits. Ling Xiao understands. Ling Xiao nodded. He thought to himself, the Blazing Flame merchants have businesses all over the world, and they have many experts. Why would they need someone like me to help? Could it be that she really sees my potential? Of course, Lai Rui saw Ling Xiao's potential. He had a flesh and soul and was close to becoming a god. Moreover, he was the descendant of the Kim people. His status would definitely be extremely honorable in the future. She was trying her best to rope in Ling Xiao because she wanted to be the first to enter the Merchant Alliance and build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. This would definitely be very beneficial to the Merchant Alliance. Lai Rui left. Before she left, she didn't forget to remind Ling Xiao not to leave Blazing Flame City if there was nothing important. After that, the woman who announced the rewards brought Ling Xiao to the manor where he was staying. The manor was not inside the city, but outside. The environment was especially beautiful. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and there were many flowers and plants. Spiritual birds flew around occasionally. Although it was not a luxurious manor, the environment was quiet and comfortable. It was very suitable for people to cultivate, and they didn't have to worry about being disturbed. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this. He accepted Lai Rui's arrangement calmly. He believed that in the future, he would definitely repay her more than this. There were many houses in the manor, but Ling Xiao was the only owner. There were also some side houses for the guards and servants to stay in. Ling Xiao moved in and became the temporary owner of this place. He also made Chai Guan the temporary steward of this place. In addition, Ling Xiao summoned Xianxia, Euro Fei, Feng Qin Yuan, Sha Tian, and Xian Yi. At this point, he didn't need to be on guard against the Blazing Flame merchants. From now on, this will be our temporary residence. After a few days, I'll familiarize myself with the situation here, and then I'll start searching for the whereabouts of Master and Ro Fei's foster father, Ling Xiao said to them. Euro Fei and Feng Qin Yuan both revealed looks of joy. They've been waiting for this day for a long time. That's good. As long as I find your master, I won't have to travel thousands of miles from the central region to come here, Feng Qin Yuan said happily. But I'll have to trouble Mistress to draw a portrait of Master. When the time comes, I'll make more copies so that people can find him when we issue missions, Ling Xiao said. He then said to Ro Fei, Ro Fei, you two, draw a portrait of your foster father. This way, it'll be much easier to find him. I know, Ro Fei nodded. Ling Xiao then said to Xianxia, Fraud, you can cultivate here in peace. This is the most prosperous city in the Sky Dragon region. If you need any cultivation materials, feel free to buy them. Increase your strength first. Xianxia naturally wouldn't be polite with Ling Xiao. He had already reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm, which was already very outstanding for his age. However, compared to Ling Xiao, there was naturally a huge difference, but he was already satisfied. He had painstakingly followed Ling Xiao in the central region just for this day. Now that he had come to the heaven region, he didn't have to worry about his strength not being able to increase. In the following days, Ling Xiao originally wanted to take a good look around the city with a few people and buy some necessary holy objects. However, before Ling Xiao could go out, Lai Zan came to visit him with a few outer sect stewards. They really did bring all kinds of daughters and granddaughters, as if they were for Ling Xiao to choose at will. When those young and beautiful women saw Ling Xiao's handsome and promising appearance, they couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to have them. They were even willing to be maidservants. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't want every woman he saw. After sending them away with great difficulty, he asked one of his guards to take him, Xianxia, and the others for a stroll in Raging Flame City. The guard was a peak holy emperor named Tai Run. He had been working for the Blazing Flame merchants for hundreds of years, so he knew the Blazing Flame City like the back of his hand. Under his lead, Ling Xiao and the others quickly experienced the bustling scene of the various prosperous areas of Blazing Flame City. Blazing Flame City was one of the most prosperous cities in the Heaven region. There were countless powerful warriors from all over the world, and they could occasionally meet demigod king or divine king existences. Sir Guest, the division of the city is quite standardized. The shops for various industries are located on different streets. May I know which area Sir is more interested in? Tyron asked respectfully. It's my first time in Blazing Flame City, so I'll just look around, replied Ling Xiao. The shops in the city had everything one could think of. There were all kinds of precious materials peeled from spirit beasts, all kinds of high-grade spirit herbs, and even some rare treasures. Treasures that were rarely seen in normal times were very common in this city. As long as you had enough mysterious crystals, you didn't have to worry about not being able to buy what you needed. Ling Xiao and the others were dazzled, their eyes filled with excitement. Chapter 1088. After strolling for an entire day, Ling Xiao and the others hadn't even walked a tenth of the Blazing Flame City. It could be seen just how big the city was. Other than all kinds of shops, there are also all kinds of carefree golden caves, which made people unable to rest. As expected of a large city, it really isn't something an ordinary city can compare to. When I first came to Stone Sky City, I felt that it was very large. But compared to Stone Sky City, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Xianxia sighed emotionally. Feng Qingyuan said in agreement, That's right, this city should represent the most famous city in the Heaven region. Our trip to the Heaven region was not in vain. Let's find a place to stay tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Mercenary Guild to issue a mission, Ling Xiao replied. He was wondering if he should also publish Yun Mengqi's portrait to see if she was in the Sky Dragon region. However, this thought only flashed in his mind, and he didn't carry it out. The next day, Ling Xiao had Tai Ren bring them to the Mercenary Guild. Ling Xiao told Tai Ren about his intention to find someone, wanting to hear his opinion. However, when he said it, it caused Tai Ren to laugh. So the guest deacon wants to find someone, then there's no need to go to the Mercenary Guild. Why is that? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Actually, this kind of mission can be directly issued within our Merchant Alliance. With our Merchant Alliance's connections, finding a few people within the Heavenly Dragon region is a simple matter, said Tai Ren extremely proudly. Indeed, the Blazing Flame Merchant's business was spread across all the major cities. With their connections and appeal, as long as they were in the Sky Dragon region, it wouldn't be too difficult to find them. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and laughed. Can I do that? Then hurry up and announce it to me. I need to find 2 people. No problem. Guest Deacon, feel free to instruct me. This lowly one will definitely handle this matter properly, Tai Ren said confidently. Ling Xiao handed the 2 paintings to Tai Ren. These 2 people are very important to me. Once there's any news, immediately come to the courtyard and inform me. Yes, sir. After Tai Ren responded, he retreated to handle the matter. Tai Ren went to do his work, and Ling Xiao continued to stroll around Blazing Flame City with the others. Today, Ling Xiao began to make his move. He already had millions of top-grade profound crystals, so it was much easier to buy spirit herbs and beast cores. He had to refine more pills for Xianyao, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Xianyi, and Chaiguan in case of emergencies. At the time, he could also let them temper their bodies in preparation for the future. However, when they arrived at the shop to buy spirit herbs, Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. He was not an ordinary guest deacon. He had the right to go to shops with higher authority to buy and sell spiritual herbs. Moreover, he could also enjoy discounts. However, looking at the rare and extraordinary spiritual herbs here, he did not know how to choose. There were countless level 8 spirit herbs, and many of them were top-notch level 8 spirit herbs. There were even level 9 and above true divine medicines. Those were definitely medicine kings that had already developed low-level intelligence. There were countless rank 8 spirit herbs, and many of them were top-notch rank 8 spirit herbs. There were even real divine herbs that were rank 9 and above. Ling Xiao found that his millions of top-grade Qian crystals were really not much of a fortune. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who was envious of these spiritual herbs. The people around him were also in a hurry. They couldn't wait to take all of these spiritual herbs for themselves. However, there were demigod kings and even godly kings guarding the place. Whoever dared to act recklessly would only be dead. Ling Xiao resisted the urge to look at the rank 9 medicine kings. He used all his profound crystals to buy spirit herbs and beast cores. Then he brought everyone back to the courtyard. After Ling Xiao returned to the courtyard, he immediately found a place nearby to refine pills. The others chose to cultivate diligently. After a month had passed, Ling Xiao's alchemy had caused a heavenly phenomenon, which was naturally noticed by his guards. Lai Rui immediately heard about Ling Xiao's identity as a medicine saint. What? Ling Xiao is a medicine saint. Lai Rui did not even notice that the tea in her hand was splashed all over the ground. Yes, Deputy Master. Tyron knelt in front of Lai Rui and answered respectfully. Lai Rui arranged guards for Ling Xiao to protect and serve Ling Xiao, and on the other hand, it was to monitor Ling Xiao. She did not want Ling Xiao to leave Scorching Flame City now. She was waiting for Kim people to come before she let Ling Xiao go. But now that she suddenly found out that Ling Xiao was actually an alchemy saint, she was even more shocked in her heart. Ling Xiao was only half a century old, but he had already achieved the rare flesh, blood, and spirit. As long as he cultivated diligently, he would soon become a divine king powerhouse that others looked up to. Moreover, he cultivated multiple attributes at the same time. Ordinary people would cultivate at an extremely slow speed, but he seemed to be an exception. How could she not be shocked when she found out that he was a medicine saint? One had to know that there was a limit to one's strength. Even if Ling Xiao cultivated in his mother's womb and learned the art of alchemy, it was difficult to imagine that he could achieve so much at such a young age. Could he have obtained some shocking inheritance? Lai Rui pondered in her heart. However, whether Ling Xiao had obtained any inheritance or not, she had to get to know Ling Xiao again. If Ling Xiao was really a medicine saint, would he become a divine medicine saint when he reached the divine king realm in the future? In that case, his importance would not be the same as before. No, I must discuss this matter with Father. I can't let such a genius hand over to others. Lai Rui's eyes flashed with determination. Then, she immediately rushed back to the Merchant Alliance's space base to discuss this matter with her father. Fortunately, Lai Wudi had recently come out of seclusion. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find him. Daughter, why are you in such a hurry to find me? I'm going to Green River City to see who dares to go against our Merchant Alliance. Even Elder Dongqing was injured, and the others are all in life destruction. The losses this time are not small. Lai Wudi said, Father, did you send someone to deliver the recording crystal bead to Kim people? Lai Rui asked eagerly. I sent it half a month ago. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that kid? Lai Wudi asked. What a pity. Can we catch up with him? Lai Rui said with some regret. How can we catch up with him? Is that kid not one of the Kim people's men? If that's the case, and if the Kim people's men come, there will be a lot of trouble. Lai Wudi said gloomily. The Kim people were not only the most powerful force in the Sky Dragon region, but they were also the top ancient family in the Qian region. Even the Blazing Flame merchants could not afford to offend them. Father, don't worry. He is indeed a descendant of the Kim people, but his Tenbin is not something we can imagine. This is really a big loss. We actually sent such a monstrous genius back to the Kim people. No, we can't let the Kim people go. Lai Rui said. What do you mean? Lai Wudi asked, puzzled. Thus, Lai Rui told Lai Wudi about what Tai Run had discovered. Lai Wudi was also shocked. According to what you said, Isn't this kid nature-defying? That's right. Since ancient times, there have been many people who have reached the level of the Holy Emperor at such a young age. However, to be a Saint Medicine Master at the same time is definitely an unusual existence. There have only been such people in the ancient era, Lai Rui replied. According to what you're saying, sending that Ling Xiao back to the Jin clan not only gave them a new talent, but also gave him a person who could become a godly alchemist. Lai Wudi asked in return. Yes, father. Otherwise, why would I tell you about this? It seems that I made a mistake this time. We should first rope him in and let him be a disciple of our merchant union. We should hide him for 100 years and let him go out when he is loyal to our merchant union. That way, when the Kim people meet him in the future, even if he returns, I'm afraid that he will be more loyal to our merchant union. Lai Wudi sighed. It's fine. It's not like we don't have divine alchemists here. If we lose one, then so be it. When the gene race comes, we'll just have to build a good relationship with them. That'll be a great benefit to our merchant union. If you really think this brat is someone special, then it'll be better to give him some money or women. I don't think there's any youngster who can refuse either, said Lai Wudi. Suddenly, Lai Rui exclaimed, Yes, why didn't I think of this? We can keep his people in check first. Then, we might really be able to build a relationship with the Kim people. Lai Wudi thought that his daughter agreed with his point of view, and he was very happy in his heart. Lai Rui changed the topic. Father, where has little sister been recently? Why are you asking her? She's just a wild girl who only knows how to wander around outside all day. Your grandfather dotes on her, so how would I know where she is? Lai Wudi said with some pain. Little sister is naturally restless, but her cultivation is much more outstanding than mine. No wonder grandfather is so protective of her. Lai Rui's eyes flashed with envy. She paused for a moment before continuing. If she's willing to make a move, with her beauty, I think it won't be a problem for her to capture Ling Xiao's heart. If Ling Xiao is truly outstanding enough and can become a god king as soon as possible, then he'll be a good match for little sister. When Lai Wudi heard his daughter's words, his expression changed slightly, and he said, You can't be thinking of letting your little sister go after that kid, right? That's impossible. That wild girl's eyes are at the top of her head. How many handsome men have fought for her, but none of them have caught her eye. Besides, your grandfather wants her to inherit his legacy, so I advise you to give up on that idea. Lai Rui also knew that his father was speaking the truth, and suddenly felt a little unwilling. How about this? There are many outstanding female disciples in the league. Choose a beautiful female disciple who is also passable and intended to marry with that kid. In this way, the effect should be the same, Lai Wudi said. Lai Rui shook his head. That's impossible. The people of the Jin clan aren't fools. If they knew that he wasn't an important disciple of our alliance, how could they possibly be on good terms with us forever? That's true, Lai Wudi replied, and then he said, Then think about it carefully. Other than your little sister, you can choose whoever you want. Father will support you. Lai Rui nodded and fell into deep thought. She was thinking about how to make the best of both worlds. Chapter 1089. Boss, why do you have to sell these pills? You're always thinking about Xian crystals. You're so vulgar. Why don't you just give them all to me? I'll help you sort them out. What are you going to do with them? Without Xian crystals, where will we get cultivation resources? Hurry up and move to the side. Don't, boss. Give them to me. I really want them all. All right. Based on our friendship, I'll give you a discount. I'll give you all 50 million top-grade Xian crystals. Boss is so nice to me, but can I put it on credit first? Xin Yi begged Ling Xiao with a drooping face. Ling Xiao had refined a large batch of pills and was prepared to sell them all in Raging Flame City to solve his urgent need. However, Xin Yi didn't want Ling Xiao to sell them. Old Yi, I know you're thinking about your clansmen, but have you ever thought about how we're really short of money right now? If we don't think of a way to get some Xian crystals, we can only look at those divine objects with envy, Ling Xiao advised. He paused for a moment, then said, As long as we become divine kings as soon as possible, I'll give you as many of these pills as you want. When Xin Yi heard Ling Xiao's last sentence, he immediately said with joy, "Really? Really?" Ling Xiao quickly nodded, then said to the others, "I'll go out and sell the pills. You guys can all stay at home and cultivate in peace." The others naturally had no objections. After coming to the Heaven Domain, they knew that their strength was very limited. If they had time, they naturally had to hurry up and cultivate instead of playing around all day. Before Ling Xiao even walked out of the courtyard, Tyron respectfully appeared beside him and greeted, "Greetings, guest deacon." "No need, what's the matter?" Ling Xiao asked. "Vicehead has something to ask, guest deacon." Tyron said, "Oh, that's great. I also want to enter the city. Let's go." Ling Xiao replied. He wasn't surprised that Tyron would come looking for him. The reason why he was refining pills nearby was to let the Blazing Flame merchants know that he had another identity. He wanted to make himself more dazzling, so that in the eyes of others, he would become a delicious cake, and he would receive better treatment. Now that the Vice Dojo Master had summoned him, it naturally meant that his plan had worked. Ling Xiao and Tai Ren entered the city and went straight to the Merchant Union. When he arrived at the door, someone immediately led Ling Xiao in. Tyron could only wait outside. When he saw Lai Rui again, Ling Xiao still had to greet him respectfully, "Vice Dojo Master." This time, Lai Rui actually smiled at him and said, "Guest Deacon Ling Xiao, you're here. Take a seat." In Ling Xiao's impression, Lai Rui had always had a serious face and rarely smiled. Now that she revealed a rare smile, it made Ling Xiao's hair stand on end. Although I'm a little handsome, kind-hearted, and Timbin outstanding, I still have a lot of shortcomings. Please don't fall for me. Ling Xiao worriedly prayed in his heart. If Lai Rui heard this, she would definitely vomit blood and scold. "Can you not be so shameless? With that small body of yours, it would be strange if I fell for you." Ling Xiao sat on the chair nervously and listened to Lai Rui's teachings. "Have you gotten used to living here?" Lai Rui asked casually. "It's all right. Thank you for your concern, Vice Dojo Master." Ling Xiao replied, "That's good. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, feel free to tell Tyron. I'll try my best to satisfy your requests," Lai Rui said. She then glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled. "I heard you know alchemy?" Ling Xiao said humbly, "I'm just casually refining. It's not very elegant." "Oh, just casually refining can cause a phenomenon. I'm afraid the other alchemy saint are going to smash their heads into the wall." Lai Rui joked. Ling Xiao smiled foolishly and said, "Hee, you can't say that. They won't smash their heads into the wall. At most, they'll kill themselves with a piece of tofu." "Hee, yes, guest deacon, you really know how to talk." Lai Rui laughed involuntarily, but she quickly restrained herself and replied casually, "Are you really an alchemy saint?" "No, I'm a great alchemy saint," Ling Xiao emphasized. "That's impossible. How old are you? How can you reach the alchemy saint realm? Even those geniuses would need at least hundreds of years to reach this realm." "You're not lying to me," Lai Rui shouted sternly. "It doesn't matter if Vice Dojo Master believes me or not. Ling Xiao doesn't care. However, I do have something to ask of you," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He then placed the elixirs he had refined in front of Lai Rui and said, "I want to sell these elixirs. Vice Dojo Master, please arrange a steward to help me calculate how many Xian crystals they're worth." In Blazing Flame City, no one was allowed to sell things without permission. The seller could only be the Blazing Flame merchant shops. This was a clear rule. If Ling Xiao wanted to sell these elixirs, he could not set up a stall. The only way was to sell them to the Blazing Flame merchants and let the Blazing Flame merchants sell them. Ling Xiao said this to let Lai Rui get someone to buy his elixirs. With her identity as the Vice Dojo Master, the price given by the stewards would be more reasonable. Lai Rui seemed to be prepared. She glanced at the elixirs in front of Ling Xiao and clapped her hands. A middle-aged man walked in respectfully. "Master Lu, come and see how much these elixirs are worth," Lai Rui said. The middle-aged man was an inner steward of the Blazing Flame merchants. His name was Wuxia. He was also a great alchemy saint and a powerful demigod king. "Yes, Vice Dojo Master," Wuxia responded and glanced at Ling Xiao. He then picked up the bottle in front of Ling Xiao. 10 detoxification small saint pills, 10 bone replenishing small saint pills, 20 becoming saint small saint pills, all of which are of excellent quality and above 90% efficacy. 15 healing great saint pills, 15 rapid great saint pills, 20 holy emperor great saint pills, all of which are of excellent quality and above 90% efficacy. Wuxia evaluated seriously. Wuxia's eyes flashed with shock. After he finished reading, he asked Lai Rui, "Vice Dojo Master, I wonder which god master refined these elixirs. They don't seem tired at all. This isn't something a great saint master can refine. Could it be a blaze god master?" Lai Rui was shocked, but she remained calm and said, "Don't worry about who refined them. How much do you think these elixirs are worth?" "Actually, we have these elixirs in the Merchant Alliance. I can also refine them, but the quality isn't as good. Naturally, they'll be more expensive. Normally, 40 little saint pills would be worth 8 million, 50 great saint pills would be worth 50 million, and the total value would be 58 million. I think these elixirs should be worth around 70 million. After all, these elixirs are of the highest quality and have been refined to perfection with minimal side effects," Wuxia said. After hearing Wuxia's words, Lai Rui's expression became a little sluggish. Wuxia was a great saint master and had worked for the Merchant Alliance for thousands of years. He was a very fair person, and she trusted him a lot. Could it be that Ling Xiao is really that powerful? Lai Rui thought to herself. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "At least he has some eyesight. How can an ordinary great saint master compare to the pills I refine?" Now that he had become a godly soul, all he had to do was wait for his strength to increase by another level before he could attempt to refine a godly pill. However, refining a godly pill couldn't be sloppy. It had to be known that these were all godly materials. Wasting even a single bit would be a great loss, so Ling Xiao wouldn't try to refine them unless he had no other choice. It would be best if he could become a god king. That way, he would have a 100% chance of success. Lai Rui let Wuxia go first. She watched as Ling Xiao's expression constantly changed, as if she wanted to see if Ling Xiao was a true alchemist or not. However, Ling Xiao didn't deny it, nor did he try to prove it, which made her feel anxious. If Ling Xiao was only an ordinary great saint master, then he wouldn't be worthy of her treating him like this. However, he was such a young great saint master, and was also a young genius who had hopes of becoming a godly alchemist. Becoming a godly alchemist in the future was already a matter that everyone had their eyes on. It had to be known that any godly alchemist was an extremely revered existence. There is only one godly alchemist in 100,000 god kings, and there were many people who were stuck at the alchemist saint level without being able to enter the divine rank. There were only 2 godly alchemists in the Merchant Union, and it was because of their existence that the Merchant Union was able to continue to prosper. Deputy Dojo Master, that attendant also said, "Do you think the Merchant Union wants my elixir? Although it's not much, it can help Ling Xiao solve his urgent problems." Ling Xiao saw that Lai Rui was in a daze, so he immediately reminded her in a small voice. Lai Rui came back to her senses and said, "Then we'll do as Attendant Lu said. When you give the pills to him later, you won't be lacking in Xian crystals." She paused for a moment, then said, "I didn't know that a guest had such an ability. So in the future when you have free time, why don't you help the Merchant Union with some pills? The Merchant Union will provide all the ingredients, and you'll be paid in addition. What do you think?" Ling Xiao became interested and said, "That's good. I have a lot of free time recently. If you trust me, then let someone send me the materials. But my success rate of alchemy is only between 50% and 50%. It's impossible for me to have a 100% success rate. Being able to achieve a 50% success rate is already very impressive," Lai Rui praised, then continued, "Guest, when I rejected your request to become a disciple of our Merchant Union, it was out of consideration for you. If you really want to stay in our Merchant Union, that's fine. I can recommend you a godly alchemist to be your master. What do you think?" I already have an awesome master. What's the point of needing another master?" Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. The inheritance of the divine alchemist within the cauldron was not an undeserved reputation. He was the first master of the obsidian cauldron, and his vast alchemy skills were the most complete to Ling Xiao. Even if there were divine alchemists in the heavenly realm, Ling Xiao felt that their inheritance was not as reliable as his. "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Headmaster, but Ling Xiao feels that this is good for now." Ling Xiao declined politely. Lai Rui couldn't force him, so she could only give up on this idea for now. However, she had another plan in mind. She said to Ling Xiao, "Guest, I have a task for you now. Listen carefully." Ling Xiao didn't know what task Lai Rui had, but he was her guest deacon and had received benefits from her, so he could only listen carefully. Chapter 1090. Ling Xiao was very happy that he had obtained 70 million top-grade mysterious crystals. He once again plundered a lot of good things in the city. He bought them for the time being and stored them. They would definitely come in handy in the future. As for those divine materials, Ling Xiao could not afford them yet. He could only look at them. However, he believed that he would be able to buy them soon with his current speed of earning money. If he wanted to buy divine materials, he would need to use divine crystals, which were 1,000 times more precious than top-grade mysterious crystals. They were the energy crystals that divine kings needed to absorb and the currency used in transactions in the divine king realm. Ling Xiao first took the good things he bought back and distributed them to everyone. Then, he left the courtyard again. What task did the deputy club leader give me? Is it really as simple as he said? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. Thinking of Lai Rui's inexplicable smile, Ling Xiao felt a little cheated. Boating by the river in the middle of the night. What kind of task was this? However, as a foreign minister of the Merchant Union, Ling Xiao could not refuse. Otherwise, he would not receive his monthly salary. There was a moat in the Raging Flame City, named the Raging Flame River. The river water shimmered under the moonlight like yellow flames. It was extremely beautiful. There were many boats on the river. The boats were lit with colorful lights or night-luminescent pearls, illuminating the moat. On the bank of the river, there were pairs of cultivators walking together, and there were many young masters and young ladies who brought their manservants or maidservants out to sightsee and admire the moon. There were also many elegant boats playing zither and playing music in the river, and waves of cheerful laughter rippled endlessly. This was a rare place of joy. Ling Xiao strolled by the river and could not help but feel a little dazed. He had been practicing and fighting for many years. He had established the proud, smiling palace and had destroyed the Ouyang family, the Gu family, and the Black Demon sect. Then, he had taken a few years to travel around the central region with his lovely wives. He could not help but miss them. He really hoped that he could take them sightseeing here, boating on the river and indulging in the four seas. If I'd known that the moat would have such a beautiful night view, I would have brought Ro Fei and Master's wife out for a walk. Striking a balance between work and rest is more beneficial to cultivation, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Ling Xiao strolled along the riverside, and a beautiful fan appeared in his hand. A devilish smile hung on his face, and his entire temperament changed. He changed from a brave and battle-hungry warrior to a refined and elegant young master. Many of the young ladies who were traveling saw the carefree Ling Xiao, and their beautiful eyes rippled with excitement. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "What a handsome young master!" She kept throwing flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao, almost knocking him out. On the other hand, those young men shot over envious flames of anger, wishing they could beat Ling Xiao into a pig's head. Ling Xiao knew that he was not a casual person, so he turned a blind eye to these flirtatious glances. He had already thrown the vice head's instructions to the back of his mind. Ling Xiao arrived near the busiest flower boat and saw that it was a boiling cauldron of voices. It was extraordinarily lively, and waves of zither music floated out of the boat, accompanied by cries of surprise. This is truly a good place to seek pleasure. Ling Xiao sighed, then boarded the large flower boat. In reality, his mission tonight was to seek pleasure on this flower boat. Could it be that the vice head is also on this flower boat? That shouldn't be the case, or Is there an enemy of the Merchant Alliance here? I really don't know what that woman is thinking. Does she want this consort to have an affair here? That's impossible. I'm not a casual person. Ling Xiao thought to herself. If someone who knew Ling Xiao heard this, they would definitely object. You're a casual person. You're not a person. Ling Xiao prepared to board the flower boat, but he was stopped by someone. Who are you? Don't you know the rules? The guard at the front of the boat snorted. Ling Xiao thought that the guard wanted to give him a tip, so he immediately took out the black crystal and handed it over to that person, who knew that the guard would disdainfully say, "Do you think that this is an ordinary flower boat? This is our Merchant Alliance's private boat. Unauthorized people are not allowed to board." Then how can these people board? Ling Xiao pointed to the young masters on the boat and said, "They're all people with status in our Merchant Alliance, so naturally they can board. If you want to seek pleasure, then go to the side. Don't cause trouble here, or else." The guard said very rudely. However, before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao had already taken out his token and placed it in front of him. "I wonder if I can go up?" Ling Xiao asked again. "So, it's a guest deacon. Of course you can go up." The guard hurriedly bowed and said nervously. This new guest deacon was someone that the vice head had personally told him not to neglect. Although he was only a deacon, in reality, his status was no less than an outer sect elder. In the Merchant Alliance, those who could become an elder were all existences above the Divine King realm, so a small guard like him couldn't afford to offend them. As soon as Ling Xiao boarded the boat, he immediately received many piercing cold gazes, and gradually, there was an indescribable hostility. At this moment, just as the sound of the zither stopped, a clear voice came from behind the curtain. "Tonight is a good night with colorful lanterns hanging high. This little sister has invited everyone here, and I'm sure everyone knows that whoever can remove the golden branch hanging from the top of the lanterns will become this little sister's cultivation partner." As his voice fell, all the young people on the ship cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with excitement. "Haha, Junior Apprentice Sister Zhou, tonight you're mine. Whoever dares to fight with me, I swear I'll kill them." "Who do you think you are?" "Junior Apprentice Sister Zhou is a descendant of the Emperor. How can you touch her? She belongs to me." So Junior Apprentice Sister Zhou is here to find a spouse. No wonder she rejected me. Fortunately, I'm here tonight, just in time to give her a head start. Junior Apprentice Sister Zhou is an outstanding beauty and is the dream lover of many young talents in the Alliance. Who would have thought that she would also fall into the mortal world tonight? Listening to these young people's discussion, Ling Xiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that there was some kind of joyous event on this flower boat for a spouse. The person in question, Zhou Zhijing, was an intersect disciple of the Merchant Alliance, and Tianbin was extremely outstanding. She was not even 500 years old, but she already had the strength of a high-level holy emperor. Her appearance was stunning, and her talent was unparalleled. She was the lover of many disciples in the Alliance. She was holding this joust for a spouse because she wanted to choose a cultivation partner from among her fellow disciples. However, this cultivation partner was limited to young people who were under 500 years old. Most of those who came to participate in the martial arts competition at this age had the strength of a holy emperor, and they were all outstanding talents in the Merchant Alliance. Those who had reached the demigod king level would not come to join in the fun, as their standards had already increased. The most powerful ones were a dozen or so peak holy emperors, and they all had the qualifications to become true disciples. At this moment, rows of lanterns gradually rose from the cabin of the flower boat, finally forming a flight of stairs that rose hundreds of meters. The lights flickered, and at the top, a golden branch was tied together with a red embroidered flower, emitting waves of radiance. There were some rules to this martial arts competition. First, no one was allowed to directly fly up to snatch the branch. Instead, they had to use the lanterns as a flight of stairs to snatch the branch step by step. Second, no one was allowed to destroy any of the lanterns during the process of snatching the branch. Anyone who destroyed a lantern would lose. This rule undoubtedly restricted everyone's hands and feet, and they could not use elemental attacks, or else the lanterns would not be able to withstand the destruction. However, the young people present did not seem to care, as if these two requirements were nothing, and all of them were eager to try. A maid walked out from behind the screen and said, "Snatch the branch, begin." As soon as she said that, a dozen or so people immediately bounced up from where they were and stepped onto the first row of lanterns. Bang, bang. In an instant, a few lanterns were trampled to pieces, and a few others were extinguished by the strong wind. These people were eliminated just like that. They all had gloomy expressions on their faces, and they seemed very unwilling. What kind of bullsh asterisk T rule is this? These lanterns are all made of paper, and they'll be destroyed as soon as you step on them. That's right, they're clearly making things difficult for us. Seriously, what is Junior Zhou thinking? How can they compete with true strength like this? Don't complain if your skills are inferior. Although the lanterns are light, we only need to lightly touch them with the tip of our feet. Why do you have to step on them? What a stupid mistake. Look, Senior Qian is going up. He's a wind type, so his speed is much faster than the others. As people fail one by one, there were also quite a few who succeeded in stepping on the lanterns. However, the higher they went, the more intense the battles became, and everyone began to fight for the golden branches. They did not dare to use elemental attacks, so they could only use mystic techniques. Their fists and legs constantly collided, but it was still extremely intense. However, it was inevitable that the lanterns would be destroyed during the battle, and they all helplessly failed. After a fierce battle, there were still 8 people left standing on top of the lanterns. These 8 people were all handsome and arrogant, and their strength was also extraordinary. Junior brothers, I've been pursuing Junior Zhou for hundreds of years. Let's give this opportunity to Senior Brother, an older-looking man said to the others. His name was Yang Bin, and he had indeed been pursuing Zhou Zhijing for hundreds of years. They had joined the merchant union together, and they had grown up together. However, Zhou Zhijing had always been distant from him, and he had never been able to win her heart. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he let it go? Senior brother, you can't say that. I've also been secretly in love with Junior Zhou for hundreds of years. Why don't Senior brother be magnanimous? I know that there are quite a few junior sisters who admire Senior brother's reputation. A handsome man dressed in luxurious clothes said. This person was called Wu Junlang, and he was a famous playboy who was extremely loyal to beautiful women. However, he had this kind of appearance. After all, he looked elegant and at ease, and his strength was excellent. In the eyes of beautiful women, he was the lover of the masses. Stop talking nonsense. Junior Zhou will belong to whoever obtains the golden branch with their own strength. A person cried out in alarm. He took the lead and rushed towards the direction of the golden branch. At the same time, a claw shadow reached out to grab the golden branch. Don't even think about it, it's mine. Another person cried out in alarm. His body spun lightly, and a whip kick swept towards the person's back. The rest of the people also began to attack, no longer caring about their past friendship. Chapter 1091. The strength of the inner sect disciples trained by the Merchant Union was not to be underestimated. Their punches and kicks were very strong, and each of their powerful punches and kicks carried great lethality. Their movements were like the willow wind, lightly floating on top of the lanterns without damaging them. Under the moonlight, the shadows of their fists and kicks intertwined, making them look very lively and very pleasing to the eye. On top of the flower boat screen sat an outstanding beauty. Her face was like a flower, her eyes were bright, her skin was as cold as snow, and her body was as graceful as a snake. A layer of holy light flashed around her, making her look like a fairy descending to the world. She was breathtakingly beautiful, so beautiful that the moonlight was overshadowed. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there was some worry in her eyes, as if she was anxiously waiting for the result. Beside her stood an elegant scholar. He was not very tall, but had a delicate temperament. He held a white paper fan in his hand, and his appearance was very attractive. He was a rare handsome man. The handsome man lightly patted Zhou Zhijing's shoulder and smiled. "Senior sister, don't worry. There will be a result soon. I'm not worried. If any senior brother really gets the golden branch, I can't wait to be happy," Zhou Zhijing said inwardly. Her autumn eyes rippled with waves, especially beautiful and moving. "Haha, don't worry. Now is not the time for me to act. I guarantee that you won't let these guys get the golden branch. The only one who is worthy of senior sister is me." The handsome man smiled, and then he lightly touched Zhou Zhijing's delicate face. Zhou Zhijing said angrily, "You're so annoying. Don't be so strange." If the young people outside knew that Zhou Zhijing had already been chosen by someone else, who knew if they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. At this time, there were only 4 people left on the ladder of the lanterns. These 4 people were Yang Bin, Wu Junlang, Qian Gukai, and Lai Fong. Now that there are only 4 of us left, why don't we discuss who will get the golden branch? Yang Bin smiled, and then he said, "Junior brother Wu, I have a 30,000-year-old green pine grass here. I will give it to you when we get back." "Junior brother Qian, don't you lie, junior sister you? How about I be your matchmaker? As for junior Lai, just name your conditions. As long as I can do it, I'll naturally agree to it." Yang Bin really knew how to win people's hearts. When Wu Junlang heard about green pine grass, his eyes lit up, and when Qian Gukai heard about junior sister Yu, he was similarly moved. Only Lai Fong remained unmoved. Although he was a side-branch disciple of the Lai family, his cultivation was not weak. He was at the peak of the Holy Emperor's cultivation. As long as he could become a divine king, his branch would receive the full support of the merchant union. His faction did not obtain many resources, but it was definitely much more than an ordinary inner disciple. Naturally, he would not let go of his decision just because of Yang Bin's empty words. He wanted Zhou Zhijing tonight, and no one could stop him. He snorted coldly and ignored Yang Bin. Like a goshawk spreading its wings, he stretched out his hand towards the golden branch. Yang Bin, Wu Junlang, and Qian Gukai were all paying attention to their opponent's movements. Once they saw Lai Fong move, they could only act quickly. Bang! Yang Bin was the first to catch up to Lai Fong and threw dozens of punches at him. Now that they were at the top of the lanterns, there were no more lanterns above them. They no longer had to worry about destroying the lanterns below, so they had less to worry about. Lai Fong was already prepared. His body somersaulted a few times in midair, dodging Yang Bin's punches. At the same time, he turned around and threw a series of fierce kicks. Punches and kicks intersected, producing a series of dull sounds. Although they were fighting fiercely, they did not dare to use any elemental power. After all, the lanterns below them could be easily destroyed. On the other side, Wu Junlang wanted to seize the golden branch, but Qian Gukai blocked in front of him. "Junior brother Wu, leave the golden branch for senior brother," Qian Gukai said faintly, continuously transforming into several doppelgangers to attack Wu Junlang. He was of the wind element, and his speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Wu Junlang did not dare to be careless. His whole body glowed with green light as a defense, and at the same time, he threw dozens of palms to meet Qian Gukai's clones. However, when his palms landed on Qian Gukai's clones, he found that they were only illusions. Qian Gukai's real body had already swept to the side of the golden branch. "Bastard!" Wu Junlang's lungs were about to explode. He exclaimed and actually used elemental attacks without caring about anything else. Green vines filled the sky and rolled towards Qian Gukai. Wu Junlang's control of the green vines was quite exquisite. He did not touch or move any lanterns. Qian Gu opened his eyes and grabbed the golden fork, but his body was bound by streaks of green light, and he was ruthlessly flung to the side. Qian Gukai was about to hit the lantern. As long as the lantern breathed, he would be out of the game. Qian Gukai was quite impressive. At this moment, his body was like a light breeze, and he pushed the lantern away, but did not destroy it. Wu Junlang let out a cold laugh. His figure moved quickly and grabbed towards the golden branch. But at this moment, a knife light fell from the sky and slashed towards Wu Junlang's arm. Wu Junlang had to withdraw his arm in a hurry. Then he turned his claw into a palm and punched towards a knife light. It turned out that this knife light was formed by Qian Gukai's elemental power. It was not a real weapon. After a round of fighting, Wu Junlang was forced by Qian Gukai to touch the lantern and was very unwillingly eliminated. On the other side, Yangbin also relied on his experience to pull Lai Fong down. For a moment, only Yangbin and Qian Gukai were left. Junior brother Qian, what do you think of my suggestion? As long as you give it to me, I will definitely be able to persuade junior sister Yu to become your cultivation partner. This way, you and I can both have a beauty. This is a good way to have the best of both worlds. Yangbin looked at Qian Gukai and said. Qian Gukai was tempted. If Zhou Zhijing was said to be an outstanding beauty, then junior sister Yu was a girl from a humble family. He liked her even more. If Yangbin could really marry the two of them, then why not give this golden branch to him? Just as Qian Gukai was about to agree, a figure swept out from a corner of the flower boat. His steps were light, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. He looked very elegant and at ease. In just a few blinks of an eye, he stepped over all the lanterns and arrived at the top. He lightly waved his white paper fan and looked at Yangbin and Qian Gukai with a smile. Senior brothers, this golden branch is mine. His voice was clear and lacked a bit of magnetism. However, it revealed an unquestionable attitude. This person was the beautiful man who had been by Zhou Zhijing's side. This junior brother looks unfamiliar. I wonder which elder's disciple you are. Yangbin looked at the beautiful man and said, I am a disciple of Elder Rioi. My name is Ru Yu. Greetings, senior brothers. The beautiful man smiled politely. Ah, so it is Elder Rioi's disciple. I have been disrespectful. Yangbin's expression was a bit complicated as he immediately said politely. Elder Rioi's reputation in the Union was not small. However, he had never heard of him accepting a disciple. However, since he dared to say it in the hall in front of everyone, he must not be an imposter. Qian Gukai, who was at the side, thought to himself, he looks like a woman, and his name is even more like a woman. What a damned lady boy. Senior brothers, I will take this golden branch. You won't have any objections, right? Ru Yu smiled. That won't do. I have been in love with junior sister Zhou for many years. Now that this opportunity has come, I cannot give it up no matter what. Yangbin immediately refused. That's good. It's better to show our true abilities. Ru Yu replied. Then his aura suddenly changed. His body drew a beautiful parabola and grabbed towards the golden branch. Oof, you want to take the branch? Have you asked me first? Qian Gukai snorted coldly and took the lead to chase after Ru Yu. Several blades slashed towards Ru Yu's back, not holding back at all. Yangbin also let out a long roar. His fist energy was like a dragon emerging from the sea, blasting towards Ru Yu. The punches were like rain, each one fierce and domineering. This is fun. My planning was not in vain. Ru Yu revealed a strange smile. Then his body split into two, and the two identical him went to meet Qian Gukai and Yangbin. Elder Rioi's mixed elements doppelganger. Yangbin recognized the origin of Ru Yu's move at a glance. This was Elder Rioi's famous move. It could cultivate a doppelganger that was almost the same as the real body. Its combat ability was not inferior to the real body, and it could last for a long time. It was different from the doppelganger techniques that ordinary people use strength and speed to forcefully create. The two Rui sneered and shouted at the same time, mixed elements splitting palm. The mixed elements splitting palm was the palm technique that Rioi was famous for. Its destructive power was extremely domineering. Every punch was like a thunderbolt. Yangbin and Qian Gukai both revealed solemn expressions. They knew how powerful this palm technique was. The Ru Yu before them was only a high-level holy emperor. He had not reached the peak, but the power he displayed was not inferior to the peak holy emperor's strength. The two didn't dare to fight and used their full strength to fight against the two Ru Yu. Bang bang. The sound of fists and palms colliding shook the air and scattered it. After a round of fighting, Yang Bin and Qiangukai were actually pushed back by Ruyu. The two of them were shocked. Although they knew the mixed element splitting palm was powerful, Ruyu's strength was slightly weaker than theirs, but his combat ability was slightly stronger than theirs. Junior brother Ruyu really has some skills. However, senior brother Ji must have him tonight. Yang Bin shouted with certainty and attacked again. Yang Bin cultivated the power of the metal attribute, so his attack power was extremely terrifying. This time, he used his trump card to take down Ruyu. On the other side, Qiangukai also pushed his aura to the peak. Gusts of strong wind raged around him, and some of the lanterns were shaken and scattered. Come on, today I'll let the two senior brothers know how powerful I am. Ruyu shouted excitedly. The power of his real body and doppelganger rose again, and they fought against his two senior brothers. However, at this moment, a figure quietly swept towards a golden branch. Chapter 1092. Yang Bin's fist glowed with a layer of gold, and the fist force was like a sharp awl as it bombarded towards Ruyu's chest. Ruyu's mixed origin splitting palm was also extremely fierce, directly slapping towards the golden fist. Yang Bin's strength was not something that could be compared to an ordinary person, and Ruyu was finally forced to take a few steps back. But as Ruyu retreated, her figure changed. Her body, like a fish, swept to Yang Bin's side and fiercely slapped at him. Yang Bin did not expect Ruyu to change so quickly, and her attack power was actually several times stronger than before. Even he could not withstand it, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body was smashed onto the lanterns not far away. On the other side, Qiangukai did not fight Ruyu head-on, but relied on the advantage of his body technique, constantly launching storm-like attacks at Ruyu. But Ruyu's reaction was very fast. No matter how Qiangukai attacked, she could always forcibly block his moves one step ahead, leaving Qiangukai helpless. Qiangukai naturally did not want to be unable to hold on for long. His figure suddenly changed, his legs closed together, and his figure suddenly rose. Mount-Tai suppression. His whole body stood above Ruyu and suddenly pressed down, forming a huge gust of wind between his feet, heavily stomping towards Ruyu. Qiangukai's move was fast and fierce, really impossible to guard against. Bang! Good move! Ruyu exclaimed, raising her palm to meet it. Ruyu was able to block it, but her body was forced to collide with the lanterns. A few lanterns were really destroyed by her body. Haha, this golden branch is mine. Qiangukai laughed proudly and wanted to turn around and rush towards the golden branch. But who knew that a gust of wind would hit him, directly bouncing him off and also destroying many lanterns. Qiangukai stabilized his figure, angrily glared at Ruyu, and roared, "What are you doing? Breaking the rules openly." Ruyu gently waved her white paper fan and smiled. "That was just a clone of mine, not me. He is out, but I am not out. This is not breaking the rules." Qiangukai was momentarily speechless. He really wanted to say that the doppelganger was also a part of him. However, before he could say anything, he realized that a figure had already arrived at the golden branch. "Haha, looks like if I can't get it, you can't get it either." Qiangukai laughed. Ruyu's expression changed slightly. She looked to the side and saw a handsome young man in a white robe holding the golden branch and the embroidered flower in his hand. This white-robed young man's attire was almost the same as his, and he also held a fan in his hand. However, his fan was that of a beautiful woman, making him look even more elegant. His figure was tall and slender, making him look even more masculine and dignified. He had an evil smile on his face, making it easy for any woman to be enchanted and fall for him. Zhou Zhijing, who was behind the screen, was also slightly dazed by the sudden appearance of Ling Xiao. Who is he? He looked a little more handsome than the other brothers, but his strength is a little weaker. Zhou Zhijing secretly evaluated in her heart. This golden branch is not ordinary. It's actually a top-notch defensive holy artifact. Ling Xiao held the golden branch in his hand and muttered to himself. From the waves of energy emitted from the golden branch, he could feel that this golden branch was extraordinary. Who is this person? I don't think I've seen him in the Alliance before. It can't be some other outsider, right? He's really bold. He's only in the middle stage, yet he dares to go up and pick up Ping Yi. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's just that this oriole is too small. I'm afraid it's useless. That's right. So what if he got the golden branch? He hasn't even delivered it to junior sister Zhou, so it doesn't count. That Ruyu will definitely snatch it. Just wait for the show. Ruyu was not in a hurry to snatch the golden branch from Ling Xiao's hand. He gently waved his white paper fan and looked at the guy who was dressed similar to him. His eyes were somewhat disappointed. He muttered, "He's only an intermediate holy emperor, yet he dares to come up. Although he has some courage, his strength is a little too low. Hey, little lady, if you don't come and snatch the golden branch, I'll take it away," Ling Xiao said to Ruyu. He actually called Ruyu little lady. Obviously, he recognized Ruyu's identity. It turned out that she was a female. Ling Xiao had a lot of women, and he had interacted with even more. Even though Ruyu dressed like a woman, some of her small actions still betrayed her identity. Most importantly, she did not have a man's Adam's apple, which was the biggest flaw. Ling Xiao was observant, so he could immediately determine her identity. Ruyu's face finally showed some emotion. She had originally thought that not many people would be able to recognize her as a woman after putting on some makeup. Moreover, it was now nighttime, so it was even more difficult to distinguish. But now, she had been recognized by the person in front of her. A thought flashed through her mind. I have to take him down as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I get exposed, I will harm senior sister. Thinking of this, Ruyu's figure began to move. Her movement technique was elegant, like a swimming fish or like a flying spirit bird, with an indescribable feeling. At this moment, she was truly going all out. Ling Xiao's pupil shrank. He could actually feel that this woman's movement technique had also reached the state of perfection. That feeling was truly wonderful. While Ling Xiao was slightly dazed, Ruyu had already arrived in front of him. Her primeval chaos cleave palm was unceremoniously slapping towards Ling Xiao's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ling Xiao's figure was sent flying. Seeing that Ling Xiao's body was about to hit the lantern, Ling Xiao's figure instantly spun. His whole body brushed past the lantern and did not destroy it. Ruyu did not expect that Ling Xiao could still observe his surroundings when he lost his balance. Moreover, the strength of her palm just now was not small. Even a high-level holy emperor would not be able to withstand it, but he actually resolved it just like that. You have some skill, but you are still too weak, Ruyu said disdainfully, and her movement technique changed again. Ruyu's figure appeared in several directions, but they were only afterimages. Her real body once again appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Her palms slapped out with a momentum that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. She wanted to seriously injure Ling Xiao first. However, at this time, Ling Xiao's momentum changed dramatically. His speed also became faster, causing Ruyu's attack to hit empty air. Ruyu was surprised. She found that she had still underestimated Ling Xiao. Immediately, her interest was aroused. She sped up and chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not counterattack and let Ruyu chase him. He just blindly dodged, causing Ruyu to always return empty-handed. However, he was almost hit. Fortunately, he had the wind attribute and dodged with all his strength. He was still barely able to dodge. If Ruyu had the wind attribute and also had the concept of movement technique, then Ling Xiao would not have been able to escape. However, there was a reason why Ling Xiao only dodged and did not counterattack. Ruyu had also noticed Ling Xiao's behavior. He had been observing her body all this time. She thought to herself, is this guy a pervert? He's actually looking at me like that. Her face gradually turned red, and she felt both anxious and shy. I'll kill you, you lecherous wastrel. The more Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao's evil smile, the more she felt that she had nowhere to use her strength. She immediately clenched her teeth and lightly shouted, Her strength was pushed to the peak. Her momentum was firmly locked on Ling Xiao. Countless palm shadows shrouded Ling Xiao. A series of cracking sounds rang out incessantly. This was the highest realm of the mixed elements splitting palm. It allowed the palm energy to have an extremely great destructive power. This time, Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide. He could only brace himself and counterattack. He did not use the nine-sun burning heaven fist. Instead, he used the cloud-expelling palm. The palms collided, creating a lot of strong wind. In order to avoid the lanterns from being broken, the two of them fought while going up into the sky. This made the people below raise their heads to look up. The two of them fought extremely fast. Their attacks were extremely powerful. Those with lower strength could not even catch a glimpse of the two of them, let alone see their moves. The more Ruyu fought, the more shocked she became. Her opponent was clearly only a middle-stage Holy Emperor, but his strength was not inferior to hers. He had already surpassed a normal peak stage Holy Emperor's battle strength. Ling Xiao was also astonished. A normal peak stage Holy Emperor was not his opponent. However, this woman in front of him had not reached the peak stage, but she was able to make him feel pressure. Unless he raised his strength to the maximum or used his soul, it would be difficult for him to win. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to care so much. He would fight to his heart's content first. He first used the cloud-splitting palm, then changed it to the sky frost fist. Following that, he even used his leg technique. The variety of attacks made people unable to react in time. Ling Xiao originally wanted to use a move to drag Ruyu down. However, he realized that his opponent also knew a lot of profound skills. Just like him, fists, palms, and legs could all be used as the strongest attacks. In terms of strength, the two of them were evenly matched, and for the time being, they did not show any signs of losing. If this continued, it was likely that they would fight for 3 days and 3 nights without a victor being decided. These two are evenly matched. I never thought that the middle stage Holy Emperor would have this kind of strength. I wonder which elder taught him. Could it be an existence that has already entered the ranks of true disciples? I don't know about that, but most of the people on this ship are members of the Alliance. It could also be a disciple that joined midway. It seems that his moves are not from the Alliance. What a monster! Originally, Ruyu was already considered very strong when she defeated Yongbin and Qiangukai, but this middle stage Holy Emperor can fight Ruyu to a standstill. How are we going to live? That's right. It looks like we have to diligently cultivate when we get back. Otherwise, we'll always fall behind and be eliminated sooner or later. Ruyu's fighting spirit was ignited. She had disguised herself as a man in order to spar with the people present for fun. She hoped to have a good fight and verify just how strong her newly advanced strength was. However, she was unable to suppress the middle stage Holy Emperor, which made her feel very angry. Although she could not use all of her attributes to fight, which reduced her battle strength, the same could not be said for her opponent. I want to decide victory or defeat with one move. Ruyu did not want to continue fighting, so she immediately shouted and used her final killing move. Chapter 1093. That's fine too. Let's decide the victor in one move. Ling Xiao revealed a wretched smile that hadn't been seen in a long time. Now that the two of them were far away from the lanterns, they weren't afraid that the power would destroy them. Ruyu's power continued to soar, and her aura changed. Balls of fiery energy began to revolve around her, making her look incomparably fierce. She quickly formed all kinds of complicated hand seals and gathered her power. A majestic aura soared into the sky. Ling Xiao could sense that his opponent was getting serious. He discovered that Ruyu seemed to be hiding a terrifying power that made him feel a little apprehensive. I can't. She's attacking first, so this consort has to use my trump card first and take her down in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao thought to herself. She didn't deliberately gather her strength, but her figure began to move. His wind attribute movement technique actually contained an indescribable concept. His speed was even faster than when he was using his full strength. Ling Xiao's comprehension was astonishing. Just from a movement technique that Ruyu had just used and the concept of his fist intent, his movement technique had also stepped into the threshold of concept. Although he had only touched the surface, he could already see how extraordinary it was. He shot toward Ruyu like a shooting star. By the time Ruyu noticed Ling Xiao had already closed in on her. If Ling Xiao had only closed in on her, she wouldn't have been afraid. She could rely on her movement technique to dodge. However, the move that Ling Xiao used had shaken her body and mind, and all the power that she had gathered was dispersed. "Look at this one's divine claws!" Ling Xiao roared. His palms turned into claws and actually clawed at Ruyu's chest. Wasn't this the invincible claw technique, the breast-grabbing dragon claw? Good heavens, Ling Xiao had actually used such an invincible move. No wonder Ruyu's blood was boiling, and she was at a loss of what to do. Ling Xiao's claws were about to reach Ruyu's chest, but Ruyu didn't dodge. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Ruyu would reveal such an opening. He thought that she would dodge it. As a result, his palms landed on her jade-like breasts as expected. Ling Xiao even pinched it lightly. The soft elasticity made him feel indescribably wonderful. Although she looked like a beautiful woman disguised as a man, her breasts were still real and full of material, making it difficult for Ling Xiao to free himself. "I'll kill you." Ruyu's eyes were filled with shame and indignation. She cried out in alarm. She didn't care about the rules anymore. She used all of her power to hit Ling Xiao's armpits and sent Ling Xiao flying away. However, Ruyu refused to give up. She raised her speed to the extreme and her power to the peak. Waves of power that could topple mountains and overturn seas pressed down on Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a large amount of spatial energy came crashing down from above the flower boat. Everyone on the ship realized that the people above were fighting for real. They hurriedly put up their defenses to prevent themselves from being caught in the crossfire. Boom, boom, boom. The terrible power caused great damage in the night sky, and all the flower lanterns were destroyed. It was also because of this that the guards in Raging Flame City became nervous. No private fights were allowed in Raging Flame City, unless there was a special competition. Tonight's competition was only a joust to find a spouse. It was organized by the Union and wouldn't cause a large-scale battle. But with such a commotion, they were probably fighting for real. "Pervert, don't go." Ruyu was like an angry lioness as she roared at a figure fleeing into the distance. Just as she was about to give chase with all her strength, her figure paused. With a wah sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body swayed in midair. A beautiful figure rushed out from the flower boat and hugged her waist. "Junior sister, are you okay?" Ruyu's blood was already rushing to her heart. Her face was pale as she said, "Catch that pervert for me." After saying that, she fainted. Zhou Zijing's expression changed drastically. She knew the true identity of her junior sister. If anything happened to her, she couldn't bear the responsibility. She looked in the direction of Ling Xiao and knew that she couldn't catch up. She could only feed Zhou Zijing elixirs and return to the flower boat first. They would wait for her to wake up. This sudden change made the inner sect disciples of the Merchant Union somewhat at a loss. They knew that the ending tonight was too unexpected. Zhou Zijing said faintly, "There was an accident tonight, but the winner is this senior brother Ruyu. Zijing thanks everyone for your support. I will play a song to apologize to everyone in the future." The others felt bored and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. They all left in disappointment. Ling Xiao was injured and escaped far away. He never thought that his invincible breast-grabbing dragon claw would not be a crushing defeat. He had no choice but to accept this fact and escape as fast as he could. However, the power that Ruyu unleashed when she was furious was too strong. Even Ling Xiao couldn't handle it. Although she was still a distance away from the demigod king, Ling Xiao was sure that if she really went all out, she could probably even challenge the demigod king. He didn't understand where this woman came from. She was actually so young and already so valiant. Ling Xiao learned an observation technique in the heaven domain. He could already tell that the woman was only close to 100 years old. This was definitely the most outstanding demon that Ling Xiao had seen in the heaven domain. Ling Xiao kept recovering from his injuries and escaped as fast as he could. He left those pursuing Holy Emperor at the back of his head. What mission did the deputy head assign? Damn it, I don't even know if it's considered completed now. Ling Xiao complained. He slowed down near the city gate and prepared to leave the city. However, at this moment, his entire body suddenly froze. An unprecedented chill swept through his body. A drop of cold sweat quietly flowed down from his forehead. God, King. That was the only word in Ling Xiao's mind. He was already locked on by the other party's divine telekinesis. If he made any strange movements, he would definitely die without a burial place. Ling Xiao didn't even dare to use his divine soul. Otherwise, if his divine soul was destroyed, he would really be deader than dead. He only felt like he was being pulled by an invisible hand. His body uncontrollably retreated at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to use all his strength to break free, but he couldn't move at all. Just when he was about to shout that he was a guest deacon, the pressure on his body lightened and he regained his freedom. He didn't understand why such a change would occur. Before he could escape, a voice rang out behind him. Who dares to stop this elder from doing his job? Ling Xiao turned around and saw an old man floating lightly in midair. It was as if he was separated into the night, making it difficult for people to easily detect his existence. His divine eyes emitted a cold light. His aura was still locked onto Ling Xiao, but it didn't exert any pressure on him. When Ling Xiao met this old man's gaze, he immediately felt like he was being burned. This was because the other party's aura was too powerful. It was not something he could withstand at all. Right at this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the other side. Elder Ioi, long time no see. The person greeted indifferently. She was polite without much enthusiasm. Instead, she spoke with a tone like she was talking to a servant. This person was the deputy head of the Blazing Flame Merchants, Lai Rui. She was the one who had helped Ling Xiao out of his predicament. When the old man saw Lai Rui, his expression changed slightly. He immediately bowed to Lai Rui and said, "Ah, so it's you, deputy head. Ryoi has been impolite." Lai Rui waved his hand and said, "Yes, you may leave. This is our alliance's newly promoted guest deacon. There are many things he doesn't understand. Allow me to explain them to him." Ryoi was a little troubled. "But, Ryushi, I will explain it to her personally," Lai Rui said again. Ryoi didn't dare to refute. He only looked deeply at Ling Xiao before disappearing into the night without a sound. "Thank you, deputy head, for saving my life." Ling Xiao bowed slightly to Lai Rui. You've completed the mission, but it's not perfect enough. I will assign you another mission in a few days. I hope you won't let me down." Lai Rui looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. Then, without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, she disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was extremely depressed. What kind of mission was this? He didn't even know the essence of the mission. If he was assigned such a boring mission, he would never accept it again. But that girl should be pretty good. Her figure is great too. Ling Xiao smiled faintly at Ryu. Then, he turned around and left the city to return to his manor. After returning to his manor, Ling Xiao didn't go to Blazing Flame City again. Instead, he cultivated in peace. His unique spirit-gathering divine art had reached perfection, and his ancient Emperor divine art had also reached great success. His refined consciousness had reached perfection, and he only lacked the refined spirit realm. The refined spirit realm required the formation of a divine bridge between the spirit and the Dantian, allowing the power between the spirit and the Dantian to circulate and absorb divine power continuously. The day Ling Xiao became a god was the day he became a god. Currently, Ling Xiao was only an intermediate holy emperor. It was almost impossible for him to cultivate a divine bridge. He had to reach the peak of the holy emperor as soon as possible. It was just that Ling Xiao knew nothing about the divine bridge. However, he could reach it by cultivating the ancient emperor's divine technique. If there was a divine king who communicated with him beforehand and taught him about the divine bridge, he would be able to avoid many detours and form the divine bridge as soon as possible to become a divine king. As for the 9 Suns heaven-burning art, he was still lacking a type of heavenly fire. As long as he could fuse another type of heavenly fire into his 9th holy vein, he would be able to completely unleash the power of the 9 Suns heaven-burning fist. These 3 divine arts were Ling Xiao's most important divine arts, while the soul-controlling art seemed a little useless. Without obtaining the last scroll, he couldn't cultivate it to great success and could only stop at the realm of soul control. It could still control the spirit of anyone below the Holy Emperor, but it was absolutely useless to any divine king. He didn't know where the 3rd scroll was, so Ling Xiao didn't dare to hope that he would have the chance to obtain it. Chapter 1094. The days passed by peacefully. Ling Xiao and the rest stayed in Scorching Fire City for half a year. Apart from quietly accumulating energy, Ling Xiao practiced the essence of his movement technique. The rest of his time was spent refining some divine elixirs for the Merchant Alliance. Ling Xiao had already grasped the fist intent. He had also dabbled in other palm techniques and leg techniques. They had all reached the beginner stage of the essence, which multiplied their power. However, what Ling Xiao cared about the most at the moment was the essence of his movement technique. To Ling Xiao, the most powerful way to save his life was not the most powerful attack, but the fastest speed. Speed was the only thing that could not be defeated in the world of martial arts. Only the fastest speed could defeat and kill the enemy. At the same time, it was also the safest way to escape. Even if he encountered someone of a higher level than him, he would have more protection if he had the speed to save his life. Ever since Ling Xiao observed Ru Yu's essence of movement technique that night, he began to comprehend it himself. For half a year, he practiced nonstop. Finally, his movement technique was not lower than his fist intent. His speed had more than doubled within half a year. Even if the Holy Emperor at his peak wanted to catch up to him, he would be left in the dust. He was walking on the grass, not far away from the courtyard. His figure left a series of afterimages on the grass, making it impossible for anyone to catch up to him. Sometimes, his body would soar 10,000 meters above the sky like a swallow. Then his body would flash continuously in the air. Every time he flashed, he would appear in another place. After flashing more than 10 times, he was already far away from the courtyard. Not long after, he returned to the sky above the manor. He landed lightly with some inexplicable power. Everything around him was not affected in the slightest. In other words, he achieved the realm of flying and landing soundlessly. With his current speed, although he was not as fast as the demigod king, he should be close. If he were to give it his all, he might be able to compete with the demigod king. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with his current state. Although he had not reached the level of a high-level holy emperor, he had obtained the essence of his movement technique. He was no happier than if he had advanced a level. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to the courtyard, Tyron immediately welcomed him and said, "Guest Elder, you are back. There is news of one of the 2 people you were looking for." "Really?" Ling Xiao exclaimed excitedly. "It's true, this news came from Rivergreen City, but," Tyron replied. But when he was about to say something, his expression became somewhat unnatural. "But what? Hurry up and tell me," Ling Xiao exclaimed. "However, Guest Elder, the person you were looking for doesn't seem to be called Xiaoyan, but Mad Monk," Tyron said nervously. "Mad Monk." Ling Xiao frowned and muttered to himself. He then asked, "Then tell me what's going on with this Mad Monk. Could it be that he went to the Heaven Realm to change his name?" The Mad Monk's appearance is 70 to 80% similar to the portrait given by the Guest Elder. Moreover, when he came to the Heaven region, it was around the same time as what the Guest Elder said. He also came from a place of exile. Now, he has already entered the top 100 of the god slaughtering list. He is a god of slaughter that the Snake Loyalty sect has put out. Not long ago, he appeared near the Green River City. He killed 2 divine king elders of the snake loyalty sect and fled. This is the news from the outer sect manager of the Green River City. Ling Xiao was puzzled. What is this god slaughtering list? Ling Xiao knew about the god slaughtering list, but this god slaughtering list was something he had never heard of before. The god slaughtering list refers to those divine kings who offended the big powers and are wanted. Because the big powers can't do anything to them, as their fame grows, they can squeeze into the god slaughtering list, and those who can enter the top 100 of the god slaughtering list are all famous gods of slaughter, and their hands are stained with more gods' blood. Now, Mad Monk is ranked 78th, Tyrant explained. Then he handed a scroll to Ling Xiao and said, "This records the latest rankings of the Sinjin of Goguryeo and the god slaughtering list. Guest Elder can take a look. This is issued by my union." "All right, I'll take a look first," Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, "Is there any news of the other person?" Tyrant shook his head. "There is no news for the time being. It is possible that his location is special, or he is not in the Sky Dragon region." Tyrant originally wanted to say that that person might have fallen, but he knew that some words could not be said carelessly. It would only make people hate him. "All right, you can leave first," Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Then, he hurriedly went to find Yuro Fei. When Yuro Fei was in the Heaven Cushion stronghold, she had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm because of the residual energy that Ling Xiao had shared with her. Now that she had come to the Heaven realm, in this place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was especially rich, and with the help of various high-grade spirit herbs, she had successfully broken through to the high-grade Holy Emperor realm not long ago. Sha Tian Tianbin was not inferior to Yuro Fei at all. Although he was a dual cultivator, he had his own unique cultivation technique. In the past, he was able to compete with the evil emperor. Although he lost to the evil emperor, and now he was controlled by Ling Xiao with a high-grade spirit curse, it did not affect his cultivation speed at all. In the Heaven realm, the conditions were many times better than in the Central region. He was only a month later than Yuro Fei, but he had also broken through to the high-grade Holy Emperor realm. As for Feng Qingyuan, she had also gained some benefits. Back in the Heaven realm stronghold, she had received Yin Shui's help, and with the help of the Windstone, she had gathered pure wind attribute energy. Ling Xiao had specially given her many wind attribute high-grade spirit herbs. She had already reached the peak of the Saint realm. She believed that it would not be long before she reached the Holy Emperor realm. As for Xianxia, he was temporarily still a mid-grade saint. Tianbin himself was not weak, but he had spent most of his time in the Central region helping Ling Xiao take care of the proud Smiling Palace. Many of his breakthroughs were thanks to Ling Xiao's pills. In the past half a year, he had deliberately stabilized his cultivation and reorganized his previous foundation. He was not in a hurry to increase his strength. At this time, Yuro Fei was consolidating her new strength. When she suddenly saw Ling Xiao arrive, she was naturally overjoyed. She was still as charming as ever, and her temperament had increased by a level. Her mature charm made Ling Xiao extremely intoxicated. Amongst all of his women, only Yuro Fei's body was filled with charm and temptation, causing people to feel a kind of primitive impulse and desire just by looking at her. This was a different kind of charm from Yulai Yin and Wu Mainyang's natural charm. Ro Fei just received news that there might be your foster father's whereabouts, Ling Xiao said as he hugged Yuro Fei and kissed her tender face. Yuro Fei revealed an excited expression and said, "Really? Where is he? Let's go find him quickly." Ling Xiao said, "Don't be anxious. Let me explain the situation. I still don't know if it's him or not." Thus, Ling Xiao told Yuro Fei about the news that Tyrone had received. Afterwards, he found a ranking of the god slaughtering list on the scroll, which recorded the deeds of the Mad Monk's god slaughtering list. He was only a Saint King when he arrived in the Heaven region, but he possessed strength that no one at the same level of cultivation could match up to. First, he slaughtered a city lord and took the sealing water, before devoting himself to cultivation for a period of time. He appeared in a certain mountain range and annihilated a group of mercenaries that wanted to steal the holy grass he had obtained. In that battle, there were dozens of Holy Emperors, including several high-level Holy Emperors and 3 peak Holy Emperors, but they were all killed by him alone. It was said that he cultivated the ancient formless divine arts, formless finger of disaster, iron godhead technique. Later, no one knew how he became the God King, but he began to challenge the God Kings everywhere. He challenged a total of 67 God Kings, and he was undefeated. The worst battle was a year ago when he challenged the God King Elder of the Snake Righteous sect and killed him. Although he won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. His divine body was seriously injured, and he was chased by the Snake Righteous sect. However, the Blazing Flame merchants had a lot of connections, and they had seen the Mad Monk appear near Qing River City. This was why Tai Ren reported the news to Ling Xiao. Fei looked at the description on the scroll excitedly. Yes, it must be foster father. It must be foster father. He cultivated the formless divine arts and the formless finger of disaster. Xiao, let's hurry to Qing River City to find foster father. At the same time, she couldn't wait to pull Ling Xiao out. However, Ling Xiao pulled Fei back and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Even if we want to go, we have to talk to Mistress and the Divine Fraud before we make any plans." Fei revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "I was too impatient." "Then hurry up and tell them." Ling Xiao found a few people and told them about the whereabouts of Fei's foster father. Feng Qingyuan said to Fei with some envy, "Fei, this is great. You will meet your foster father soon." Fei nodded happily and said, "Thank you, mistress. You will meet master soon." Feng Qingyuan was also looking forward to it. Since the Blazing Flame merchants were able to find Fei's foster father, they should be able to find the whereabouts of the evil emperor soon. This time, just Fei and I will go. Mistress, you and the Divine Fraud will continue to cultivate here. Sha Tian will be in charge of your safety. Ling Xiao said, "How can this be? Sha Tian is very strong. Let him follow you. We are very safe here. I believe no one will come to cause trouble for us." Feng Qingyuan immediately refused. Xianxia also said, "That's right, mistress. Let Sha Tian go with us. After all, we still have Old Yi by our side." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to bring Sha Tian along in case of emergencies. However, before he left, Ling Xiao still went to the city to inform Lai Rui, saying that he didn't know when to advance or retreat. Upon hearing that Ling Xiao was going to clear River City, Lai Rui revealed a surprised expression. "Are you sure you're going to clear River City?" "Yes, Vice Master," Ling Xiao replied. Lai Rui hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, I have some things for you. When the time comes, you can send them to the elders on our side. That place has our property, but that place is the most chaotic. Don't cause any trouble, otherwise, with your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to get away with it." Ling Xiao nodded and received the spatial ring from Lai Rui. When Ling Xiao went out, he heard Lai Rui's words, "Remember to come back early." Chapter 1095. Just as Ling Xiao left the spatial formation and went to another city, a group of experts appeared at the spatial formation of Raging Flame City. This group of people were all riding Flood Dragon holy beasts and wearing shining armor. Their eyes were bright and their expressions were proud. They were like a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, giving off an incomparably mighty and shocking feeling. As soon as this group of 100 Flood Dragon riders appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Their expressions were all incomparably cold, causing the nearby people to stay far away, as if they were afraid of provoking them. Their eyes were filled with reverence. They all knew that other than the people of Dragon Gate, no one else would dare to be so arrogant as to ride a Stage 9 Flood Dragon Holy Beast. These 100 riders were the most famous dragon team of Dragon Gate, and they had an illustrious reputation in the Heaven Domain. They held long spears in their hands, and their auras soared into the sky. Waves of killing intent soared into the sky, causing people to tremble in fear. The leader was a resolute and handsome middle-aged man riding on the head of a golden flood dragon. He wore a set of golden armor and had his hands crossed over his chest. His expression was solemn, and his eyes revealed waves of divine light. He faintly said to the old man beside him, "Brother Lai, please quickly lead the way. You've already delayed it for a few months to send me news. If we miss that little guy, those old fellows in the clan won't be happy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made me rush to send 100 elite cavalry to pick him up." The old man wearing the Lai family's clothes revealed a somewhat respectful expression. "Brother Ling is right. However, since you come to our place, let us do our duty as a host. I will immediately order people to bring the young master of the noble clan over." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then let's go." With that, the 100 Flood Dragon elite riders soared into the sky and headed towards the blazing flame merchant space base. 100 elite Flood Dragon cavalry shook the heavens and the earth, but no one dared to say a word of complaint. That's Dragon Gate's dragon team, right? If my first time seeing one, it's really hard to breathe. Isn't that obvious? Those who can join the dragon team are all god kings. Even demigod kings aren't qualified. I just don't know what kind of agreement Dragon Gate made with the Merchant Union to let them come here. You should know that the dragon team isn't easily dispatched. Something big must have happened. Perhaps our Merchant Union has discovered some sort of spatial crack or divine item that we can't take out, so we're preparing to join forces with them. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. It's just that this time, the dragon team from Dragon Gate has come personally. This is quite thought-provoking. No matter what, it's beneficial for the Merchant Union to be on good terms with Dragon Gate. In the training base of the Blazing Flame Merchants, the Merchant Union's Great Elder Lai, Mo, personally received the leader of Dragon Gate. "Greetings, Brother Ling Fei." Lai Mo, who had always been cold and indifferent within the Blazing Flame Merchants, actually revealed a rare smile as he cupped his hands towards the leader of Dragon Team. Although Ling Fei's expression was arrogant, he still replied politely, "Brother Lai Mo, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But this time, Ling Fei isn't here to reminisce with you. I want to see this kid immediately." After saying that, he placed the recording crystal bead in front of Lai Mo. Mo glanced at the recording crystal bead and immediately smiled. "Brother Ling Fei, don't be anxious. My alliance leader has already given orders. I'll send someone to bring him over." In less than an hour, Lai Rui hurried into the main hall. Lai Mo immediately smiled. "Rui, quickly come and meet this senior Ling Fei." Lai Rui knew of Ling Fei's reputation and immediately bowed. "Junior Lai Rui greets Senior Ling Fei." "That's hard. Why don't I see that kid?" Ling Fei replied with some displeasure. Lai Mo also asked Lai Rui, "That's right. Where's that little brother, Rui?" Lai Rui replied with a bitter smile. "Lord Ling Fei didn't come in time. Ling Xiao just left Blazing Flame City a few days ago." Ling Fei suddenly jumped up from his chair and shouted, "What? He left Blazing Flame City? Damn it. Why didn't you guys make him stay?" Ling Fei was furious. First, it was the elders of the Blazing Flame Merchants who delayed them and took a long time to hand over the recording crystal bead to them. They didn't blame them because they were the ones who discovered it after all. At that time, they immediately came to welcome them, but now that they had left, how could they not be angry? It had to be known that although the Kim people were powerful, they had the least connections among the ancient clans. Now that they had met a junior from their own clan who had already activated the power of his bloodline to a perfect state, of course they had to do their best to bring him back into the clan. The elders of the clan had also given him an order to bring him back safely. Now that he was no longer in Blazing Flame City, Ling Fei was naturally very unhappy. Seeing that Ling Fei was angry, Lai Mo immediately persuaded, "Brother Ling Fei, don't be anxious, let me ask him." He then asked Lai Rui, "What's going on? Didn't you send someone to watch over him? Why did you let him leave?" Lai Rui bowed and said, "We already sent out the information half a year ago, but no one came pick him up." We thought that our information was wrong, but we didn't neglect him. It's just that he was always looking for someone, and now that he has news of that person, he hurriedly went to look for that person. I couldn't stop him either. I'm asking you, where did he go?" Ling Fei didn't want to listen to her explanation and asked directly. "He went to Clear River City," Lai Rui replied. She paused for a moment and said, "But I think he will come back. His servants are still with me." Before she could finish speaking, Ling Fei had already rushed out of the hall, and then his voice sounded, "You better pray that I can find him in Clear River City. At that time, there will be many benefits for you. Otherwise, if those old fellows in my clan are angry, you won't have a good time." When Ling Fei and the others left the blazing flame merchant's base, Lai Mo couldn't wait to ask, "Rui, what's going on? How can you let him leave? If we can't find him, then our losses will be great." Lai Rui smiled and said, "It's good to leave. At least it can prove that Kim people care about Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao returns to Kim people, then our gains will be even greater." Lai Mo knew that Lai Rui was cautious and meticulous, so he didn't continue asking. He could only hope that Kim people could really find Ling Xiao. Although Clear River City was slightly inferior to Raging Flame City, it was much more lively than Raging Flame City. It had to be known that there were two dangerous places near Clear River City. One was the Heavenly Dragon region's most famous sky-reaching river, and the other was the chaotic mountain range. The sky-reaching river's waters surged and roared as they rushed into the sky. The momentum of the water and the waves seemed to rush down from the nine heavens, giving off a vast and shocking feeling. There were all kinds of high-grade spiritual herbs and even holy beasts in the river. There were even true divine beasts above level 10, as well as all kinds of miraculous treasures. Many martial artists had fished up quite a few good treasures here, but there were also many people who were swept away by the waves or turned into food for spiritual beasts. Even though the sky-reaching river had the power to swallow mountains and rivers, there were still great powers entrenched on the river. The Whale Gang was the overlord of the sky-reaching river. They were proficient in the water attribute, and they were like fish in water here. With the protection of the river whale, they could live off the mountains and the rivers, and they were doing quite well. Clear River City was under the Whale Gang's jurisdiction. However, the Whale Gang was originally a bandit, so they weren't very good at management. They just casually left it to others to manage. As a result, even though the city was bustling with activity, there were often cases of doe killings. As long as the doe killers didn't destroy any of the city's facilities, they would be fine as long as they paid sufficient compensation. Otherwise, the Whale Gang would kill them. The chaotic mountain range was a continuous stretch of mountain ridges. The resources here were naturally quite abundant. However, there were also many roving bandits living here, as well as all kinds of mercenaries who sought a living here. For the sake of these resources, the chaotic mountain range never stopped. That was why it was known as the chaotic mountain range. Ordinary people didn't dare to approach it carelessly. Otherwise, they might not end up as food for spiritual beasts, but as souls under the blades of the roving bandits. Within a branch of the blazing flame merchants in Clear River City, Lai Wudi sat at the head of the table. He looked down at the dozen or so people present and said coldly, "It's been half a year. It's been half a year. Are we still unable to find those roving bandits?" Not a single person dared to make a sound. Their faces were filled with guilt. However, one of the elders bowed and said, "A Lion's Head, the leader of the bloodthirsty roving bandits, is famous for his ruthlessness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it into the top 20 of the god-slaughtering list. Since he dared to rob our merchant union, he must have already made preparations. Moreover, the chaotic mountain range is their territory. Unless we go in and search, we won't be able to find them. Bloodthirsty, the leader of the bloodthirsty roving bandits, is a traitor of the Godly Axe Gang. However, we spent a lot of heavy crystals to buy this batch of goods from the Godly Axe Gang. Not many people know about it. However, Elder Dongqing's group was ambushed before they could enter the city. Could it be that some traitor of the Godly Axe Gang has contacted Bloodthirsty?" Another middle-aged man suggested. In the end, there's nothing we can do. Do you really want me to go to the chaotic mountain range myself? Lai Wudi frowned. No, you can't. The bloodthirsty roving bandits have been hiding in the chaotic mountain range for many years. They have recruited many god-slaughtering bandits to join them. Although Alliance Head has peerless power, you can't take the risk. The others also objected to Lai Wudi taking the risk. It should be known that Bloodthirsty was not only the god-slaughtering king, but also a top expert in the top 500 of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His strength wasn't far from Lai Wudi's. Moreover, that place was their territory. Going in there would be a lot of danger. Are we just going to let it go like this? That's 50 divine weapons and 500 sacred weapons. Lai Wudi shouted unwillingly. Although the Blazing Flame merchants were the wealthiest force in the Sky Dragon territory, this loss was still quite painful for them. Father, I have something to say to you. At this time, a beautiful woman sitting in an inconspicuous corner stood up and said. Lai Wudi glanced at his daughter and said, "Little girl, go away. Don't cause trouble for father." Chapter 1096. From Raging Flame City, Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei did not stop at all. They went through the spatial formations between the major cities and rushed to Clear River City as fast as they could. After arriving at Clear River City, Ling Xiao immediately went to the business contact point in Clear River City. Ling Xiao showed his guest deacon token, and someone immediately came to receive him. The external steward here was called Duan Liang, and he was also a demigod king. After the two of them greeted each other, Ling Xiao handed over the spatial ring that Lai Rui had given him to Duan Liang. He then immediately asked, "Steward Duan, I heard that the person I'm looking for has been found in Clear River City. Do you know where he is now?" Mad Monk did appear in Clear River City, but he has now been forced into the Chaotic Ridge by the Snake Loyalty sect, said Duan Liang. The Chaotic Ridge, the chaotic place where the roving bandits roam? Ling Xiao frowned. That's right, it's very chaotic there. Some of the roving bandits have already taken over the place. I think it's very likely that Mad Monk has gone to seek refuge with the roving bandits, replied Duan Liang. Thank you very much, Steward Duan. But can you tell me about the strength of the Snake Loyalty sect? Ling Xiao thanked him and asked. Although the Snake Loyalty sect is not as powerful as our merchant union, there's still a dominant force in the coiling snake boundary. Mad Monk was chased after by the Snake Loyalty sect because he killed the 18th Silver Snake and the 16th Silver Snake. Duan Liang explained briefly. 18 silver snakes? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. 8 golden snakes, 18 silver snakes, and 36 copper snakes are the strongest existences in the righteous snake gate. Silver snakes are already god kings, and all of them are experts who can fight on their own. Their hands are stained with the lives of at least 80 god kings, if not 100. For Mad Monk to be able to kill one of the silver snakes, his courage is indeed not small. It's no wonder that the righteous snake gate would pay a high price for his life. I didn't know Ro Fei's adoptive father was so strong. He's one of the top figures in the Qing Yun realm. I wonder when I'll be able to stand on my own. Ling Xiao thought. He then turned to Duan Liang and said, Thank you, Steward Duan. Ling Xiao will not disturb you any further. Ling Xiao wanted to immediately go out to look for her, but just as he turned around, a fragrant scent assailed his nostrils. When Ling Xiao saw who it was, his expression couldn't help but stiffen. In his heart, he thought, what a beautiful woman. He saw a woman dressed in red satin angrily walk down the stairs. She was like a beautiful flower that was in full bloom, and her entire body exuded a passionate and fiery charm. Her facial features were like exquisite carvings. Every part of her face was in perfect harmony. It was truly a masterpiece of a god. Ling Xiao had seen all kinds of beauties, but the only one who could match up to this woman in terms of appearance was Yun Mingqi. It was no wonder that he was stunned for a moment. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? The red-clothed woman glared at Ling Xiao and angrily said, but just as she was about to go down the stairs, she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes emitted an oppressive light as she said, "It's you, you perverted thief." Ling Xiao quivered and replied, "Miss, don't speak nonsense. If I became a perverted thief just by looking at you, then all men under the heavens are perverted thieves. Humph. Even if you turn into ashes, I will still recognize you. Hand over your life." The red-clothed woman's voice changed from the crisp and clear voice of an oriole to a man's voice. At the same time, she actually didn't care that this was the Merchant Union's branch and sent a palm strike towards Ling Xiao. This palm strike was filled with anger. Whether it was speed or strength, it was quite frightening. "So it's you." When Ling Xiao heard this voice, a silhouette immediately flashed across his mind. He cried out in alarm, but could only temporarily avoid the attack. Relying on his movement technique, he dodged the red-clothed woman's palm strike. The power of the palm strike flew towards the walls of the pavilion. At this moment, the space in the area suddenly distorted. Immediately after, the power of the red-clothed woman's palm strike was immediately erased. She and Ling Xiao were also frozen in place. What's going on?" A dignified voice came down from upstairs. Immediately after, a group of Divine King rank elders from the Blazing Flame merchants walked down from upstairs. Duan Liang hurriedly bowed to the youngest man in the lead and said, "Greetings, Alliance Leader and Elders." Alliance Leader? Could he be? Ling Xiao never imagined that he would meet one of the top elders in the Sky Dragon domain, Lai Wudi, in Clear River City. He had seen the ranking of the Sun Jin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Lai Wudi was ranked 15th. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. No wonder he almost lost control of his mind with just a glance. He had the urge to submit to him. "Father, let me go. I want to kill this perverted thief," Lai Ryu shouted. When Lai Wudi heard this, he was instantly enraged. He glared at Ling Xiao, and an unprecedented pressure rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body was sent flying like a zither. He slammed into the wall of the pavilion, and the wall made of rare stone immediately caved in. Dense spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared. If he had used a little more force, the wall would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao spat out golden blood. It was a ghastly sight. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. His muscles were crushed, and he couldn't use any strength. Only the undying tree was providing him with a bit of energy to maintain his life. Ling Xiao didn't want to live anymore. In front of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, the Sun Jin Kingdom could kill him with a single thought. He felt very wronged. He had taken advantage of that woman, but he had only done so because he had accepted the Vice Dojo Master's mission. Who would have thought that the woman disguised as a man was the Alliance Leader's beloved daughter? Lai Wudi couldn't be blamed for being so overbearing. As one of the top existences in the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, his strength had long reached the peak. However, even though he was strong, he treated his family extremely well. He was famous for being protective. He had many sons, but he only had 2 daughters. He rarely worried about his elder daughter, but his younger daughter was a little wild. However, her cultivation in Tenbin was the highest. She was also the one he doted on the most. Now that he heard his daughter call Ling Xiao a pervert, it was needless to say that this young man in front of him must have bullied his daughter. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to torture him until he was half dead. What's going on? Did this kid bully you?" Lai Wudi asked with a frown. Lai Wudi couldn't help but be nervous since it was related to his daughter's reputation. "I did bully her, but it's not a crime worthy of death." Lai Ryu looked at the dying Ling Xiao with guilt in her heart. Although Ling Xiao had taken advantage of her, killing him 100 times over wouldn't be too much. However, the reason why she didn't cause trouble for Ling Xiao was because her older sister told her that Ling Xiao was a new guest deacon and a great saint alchemist. Moreover, the seizing of the branch from the flower boat was arranged by her older sister, so she wouldn't pursue the matter any further. She didn't know why her older sister was speaking up for an outsider, so she was a little angry at the time. Later on, she followed her father to Clear River City and forgot about the matter. However, when she saw Ling Xiao suddenly appear here, She became dizzy with anger and attacked Ling Xiao. Lai Wuti waved his hand in disgust and said, "It's fine if you bully her. How dare you touch my daughter? Drag her out and feed her to the wolves." However, at this moment, dragon scales appeared all over Ling Xiao's body. Golden light revolved around him as a peerless dragon slowly rose into the air. Ling Xiao borrowed the power from the undying tree to use the ancient sovereign divine art to heal his injuries. Even if he was going to die, he had to struggle on his deathbed. Just when a god king was about to step forward and suppress Ling Xiao, Lai Rui said anxiously, "Forget it, father. It's just a small misunderstanding. There's no need to kill him. Alliance Master, he's our guest elder." At this time, Duan Liang reminded him carefully. At this time, Lai Wuti took a closer look at Ling Xiao. He immediately remembered the recording crystal pearl that his eldest daughter, Lai Rui, showed him half a year ago. Wasn't this young man a descendant of the Kim people and a great saint alchemist? However, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao suddenly appeared here. He didn't receive any news from the Kim people either. Could it be that this kid was a fake? However, seeing that Ling Xiao had used the ancient sovereign divine art to heal his injuries, Lai Wuti was sure that Ling Xiao was a descendant of the Kim people. Without the bloodline of the Kim people, it was impossible for him to cultivate the ancient sovereign divine art. This is big trouble. Not only did I hit my own people, but I might also be the future God King of the Kim people. The Kim people are famous for protecting their own people. If they find fault with me, it will be a big trouble. Lai Wuti thought with a gloomy expression. In the end, he waved his hand at the others and told them to leave first. Only he and Lai Ruyu stayed behind. "Ruyu, tell me honestly what's going on with him. If he really bullied you, even if I have to offend the Kim people, I will still kill him," Lai Wuti said. Lai Ruyu stammered and told him what had happened. That night, she wanted to find someone to practice martial arts with, so Zhou Zhijing gathered a lot of inner sect disciples, which led to the incident of Ling Xiao taking advantage of her. "You wild girl, you have nothing better to do, and you're actually playing this kind of game. Daddy is really going to die from anger," Lai Wuti said, a little resentfully. Then he continued, "He just touched your body a little. He didn't do anything to you, did he?" Previously, he thought that his daughter had been violated by the young man in front of him, but now it was obviously not the case. Didn't I want to increase my actual combat experience? Grandpa often said that what I lack is experience, so I came up with this plan, Lai Ryu said with a little grievance. "In the meeting just now, you said that you want to enter the Chaos Ridge to increase your experience. I almost agreed to it. This is too risky. Even with Elder Ryoi following you, I still can't rest assured," Lai Wuti said unhappily. Lai Ryu did not dare to object anymore. She just looked at Ling Xiao, who was still trying his best to heal his injuries, with a hint of slyness in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 1097. Ling Xiao had woken up, and his condition was much better. However, looking at the father and daughter pair in front of him, he felt like fainting again. Are they going to torture me to death before they are satisfied? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared on Lai Wuti's serious face. "Ling Xiao, you're awake? I was too harsh just now. Here's some holy liquid, take it." After saying that, Lai Wuti threw a bottle of pure holy liquid to Ling Xiao. Every drop of the holy liquid could save the life of any saint emperor, and Lai Wuti had casually tossed out a jug. Obviously, he was trying to apologize to Ling Xiao. However, as the leader of the Union, he naturally wouldn't apologize to Ling Xiao personally. Ling Xiao glanced at the bottle of holy liquid and found that it was actually stalactite emulsion that was more than 10,000 years old. This was holy liquid that was not inferior to the spring of life at all. Every drop could not only revive a person's bones, but also had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It could also improve one's physique. It was a top-grade holy item for tempering one's body. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony with Lai Wuti. He immediately raised his head and drank a mouthful of the holy liquid. He thought to himself, Alliance leader, you're amazing. I'm a palace lord. Since you injured me, it's not too much to drink some of your holy liquid. Balls of pure energy combined with the majestic essence, qi, transmitted from his sea of consciousness. They quickly healed all the injuries in his body and mind, and restored his strength to its peak state. All right, you bullied my daughter, and I injured you. We're even now. I just didn't expect that we'd be on the same side. This is called no discord, no concord. Lai Wudi said in a very magnanimous manner. For a guild master like him, to say something like this was already quite polite. Although Ling Xiao was angry, he did not dare to vent his anger on others. He only smiled faintly. Ling Xiao was in the wrong first. It's only right that you punish me. If there's nothing else, Ling Xiao will take his leave. He had almost lost his life and was too lazy to deal with it. He might as well quickly enter the Chaos Ridge to find people. If they removed him from his position as a guest deacon, he did not care. Stop! How can you talk to my father like that? You have no respect. Lai Ryu glared at Ling Xiao. Although she saw that Ling Xiao was about to die, she still held a grudge against him for touching her chest. No matter how she looked at Ling Xiao, she still felt that Ling Xiao was not pleasing to the eye. However, she had been spoiled rotten by the merchant union since she was a child. No matter where she went, others always gave in to her and protected her. Ling Xiao was just a deacon. In her eyes, he was just a nobody. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with scolding him. Ling Xiao originally thought that Lai Ruyu was a very beautiful woman, but after hearing her words, his impression of her immediately plummeted. Damn it! Isn't she just the leader's daughter? Believe it or not, one day this queen will press you under my crotch and let you sing conquered. Ling Xiao said in his heart, This kid is insensible. Please forgive me, leader. If you think that this kid is impolite, then remove me from my position. Ling Xiao threw caution to the wind. Although he had joined the Blazing Flame merchants not long ago and had received quite a lot of their monthly salary, he had also helped them refine some Saint pills every month as a contribution, so they could be considered even. He could not stand this woman's anger. At most, he would quit. After all, she was the leader's daughter. Stop! Who do you think you are? How can you quit just because you said so? Do you still have any respect for the rules? Lai Ryu was even angrier. In the past, which man would not move their eyes or legs when they saw her, but this guy actually left just like that. It was simply too infuriating. Ling Xiao pretended not to hear and continued to walk out. However, at this time, Lai Wudi's aura was suppressing him, making it impossible for him to walk out of the door. At the same time, he said, Ryu is just a child. Ling Xiao, don't lower yourself to her level. What business do you have here? Perhaps this leader can get someone to help you. Lai Wudi first softened his tone, then changed the topic. He was indeed quite tolerant. Of course, if Ling Xiao was an ordinary deacon, he would definitely have slapped him to death. How could he speak so amiably? In front of Lai Wudi, Ling Xiao did not dare to throw a tantrum. If Lai Wudi became hostile and killed him, who would he cry to? I'm looking for Mad Monk. He said that he was chased into the chaotic ridge by the Snake Righteous sect. Can a leader find me? Ling Xiao asked. You're also looking for Mad Monk? Lai Wudi was surprised. Then he frowned and said, Do you know that the roving bandits in the chaotic ridge are very dangerous? With your strength, I'm afraid you'll lose your life before you can even go deep. No matter what, I will definitely go in. Ling Xiao replied firmly. The Mad Monk was Yu Roufei's adoptive father, so he could also be considered Ling Xiao's father-in-law. Ling Xiao did indeed have the obligation to pay him a visit. No matter how dangerous it was, there were some things that had to be done. Lai Wudi was silent for a moment. They were just discussing whether or not they should enter the chaotic ridge. In the end, his daughter made a good suggestion. However, he did not agree with it. He did not want his daughter to take the risk. Now, Ling Xiao suddenly wanted to enter the chaotic ridge. It seemed that he had thought of another way. You're really overestimating yourself, Lai Ryu said disdainfully. Then, she hurriedly went downstairs. She did not want to see Ling Xiao for even a moment. She felt that he was a perverted thief. Ling Xiao also wanted to say goodbye. However, Lai Wudi nodded and said, I can help you enter the Chaotic Ridge. However, you have to do something for the Merchant Union. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, Please instruct me, Alliance Leader. Ling Xiao will do his best to do it. Ling Xiao did not finish his words. After all, he was just a guest deacon. As long as he encountered a life-threatening situation, he would not really risk his life. Lai Wudi secretly cursed in his heart. Then, he told Ling Xiao about the task that he wanted to hand over. It turned out that Lai Wudi planned to let Ling Xiao bring the Merchant Union's people into the Chaotic Ridge to track down the whereabouts of the bloodthirsty roving bandits. He wanted to take back everything that had been lost. At the same time, he wanted the bloodthirsty roving bandits to pay the price. This time, the Blazing Flame merchants were determined to deal with the bloodthirsty roving bandits. This was the biggest loss they had suffered in many years. If they did not take them down, they would not be able to rest easy. However, the bloodthirsty roving bandits was the #1 faction in the Chaotic Ridge. They had offended many factions in the past, but none of them could do anything to the bloodthirsty roving bandits. After robbing others, they would immediately flee into the Chaotic Ridge. They would not appear for a short period of time. Moreover, they would organize a black market with the other roving bandits in the Chaotic Ridge every year. They would take advantage of the opportunity to sell off all the good things they had seized from them. However, this black market was controlled by the roving bandits and the Whale Gang. Even the Blazing Flame merchants did not dare to openly challenge them all. Ling Xiao's mission this time was to sneak into the black market. After the transaction was over, he would capture the bloodthirsty roving bandits. He had to deal a heavy blow to the bloodthirsty roving bandits. Of course, it would be best if he could find the nest of the bloodthirsty roving bandits. When the time came, he would gather experts and wipe them out. Ling Xiao immediately felt a little nervous when he heard about such a difficult mission. The bloodthirsty roving bandits were a ruthless and cruel organization. They had many god kings protecting them, and their leader, Bloodthirsty, was a true Sinjin of Goguryeo. He had many fierce soldiers under his command. Otherwise, they would not have survived for so many years in the Chaotic Ridge. Ling Xiao knew very well what he was capable of. He could not even fight a real demigod king, let alone a real god king. It would be like throwing an egg against a rock if he wanted to fight a real god king. He had absolutely no chance of winning. I won't let you complete this mission alone. You just need to disguise yourself as a rich young master from another city. I'll have people protect you. Also, before the black market starts, they can help you find Mad Monk's whereabouts, Lai Wudi added. This mission was very dangerous. He did not dare let his daughter take the risk. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao wanted to find someone to enter the Chaotic Ridge, and Ling Xiao was a new face. He would not draw any attention, so he was the best candidate. Of course, Ling Xiao's strength was too low. This was a huge problem. If something were to happen to him in the Chaotic Mountain Range, and the Jin clan really came to investigate, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Ling Xiao was tempted when he heard Lai Wudi's words. He was not familiar with the Chaotic Ridge, but now that he had someone to lead the way, it would be great. All right, since the leader has said so, Ling Xiao will listen to the leader's arrangement. However, I hope to leave immediately. It's better to be early than late. If we can find the bloodthirsty roving bandits' lair before the black market starts, that would be even better, Ling Xiao replied. It's not that simple, but you're right. It's better to be early than late. Lai Wudi was not so optimistic. He took out something and handed it to Ling Xiao. This is the Source Heart Fruit. I believe it will be useful to you. I hope you can complete the mission successfully. I will reward you handsomely. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up with eagerness as he received the pure white fruit from Lai Wudi. The fruit was sparkling and translucent, as beautiful as a crystal. Waves of origin energy constantly rippled out from it, giving off an urge to eat it. The Source Heart Fruit came from the divine tree of origin. It bloomed once every 10,000 years and bore fruit once every 10,000 years. It was a true divine fruit without any attribute. To any god king, it was a great supplement. To the Holy Emperor, it was even more precious. Even the Holy Emperor pill couldn't compare to it. The Holy Emperor pill could help any Holy Emperor advance by 1 level, and the Source Heart Fruit could also help the Holy Emperor advance by 1 level. However, the former had some side effects, while the latter didn't have any side effects. Instead, it could strengthen the body's various muscles. It was a rare 9th-level divine fruit. Now that Ling Xiao had a soul, he only needed to accumulate enough energy to advance to a high-stage Saint Emperor. Then, he would naturally be able to advance. According to his calculations, with his absorption speed and in an environment like the Heaven Domain, you would need about 1 to 2 years to advance to the next level. But now that he had the Origin Heart Fruit, it was different. He could advance to the next level now, and he didn't need to worry about the damage to his foundation if he advanced too quickly. Chapter 1098. Ling Xiao did not expect Lai Wudi to be so generous as to give him such a source heart fruit. There was no reason for him to reject it now. Subsequently, Lai Wudi immediately arranged for 5 god kings, 10 demigod kings, and 20 holy emperor gods to accompany Ling Xiao to Chaos Ridge. This little bit of strength was not enough to take down the bloodthirsty roving bandits, but it should not be a problem for them to protect themselves. The reason Lai Wudi did not arrange a large lineup was that he did not want to attract the attention of the roving bandits to avoid alerting them. Among the 5 god kings, one of them was a high-level god king. It was Ryoi, whom Ling Xiao had met once before. Ling Xiao was almost killed by him. If it was not for Lai Rui, he would have been done for. There were also 2 mid-level god kings and 2 low-level god kings. Such a force was extremely powerful no matter where it was. However, according to Lai Wudi, the number of god kings in the roving bandits was more than 10 times more than this number. Ling Xiao finally knew the tip of the iceberg of the various forces in the heaven region. He hoped to become a god king as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would forever be a nobody. However, when they set off, Ling Xiao realized that Lai Ruyu was mixed in with these people. Her cross-dressing did not escape Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao really wanted to protest to Lai Wudi. He did not want to bring such a rich lady along. If anything happened to her, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. However, he thought about it. It was impossible for Lai Wudi not to know that Lai Ruyu was here. He had obviously let Lai Ruyu tag along. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly towards Chaos Ridge with a group of people. He was supposed to be the main character, but with Lai Ruyu here, the godly kings all treated her as the main target of protection, surrounding her in the middle as if they were afraid that something would happen to her. Ling Xiao didn't mind. He summoned the Golden Wolf King and laid down on it as they continued their journey. Mutated Dual Attribute Wolf King. It's already at the 8th rank. It's not a bad spiritual beast. It has a chance to reach the level of Holy Beast. It has no hope of becoming a divine beast. Lai Ryu curled her lips and said, she was sitting on an ordinary 8th grade Firebird spirit beast, and there was nothing special about it. However, Ling Xiao guessed that this was definitely not her real mount. With the power and financial resources of the Blazing Flame merchants, the spiritual beast they were going to get for her would at least be a top-notch sacred beast. However, in order to conceal his identity, he did not summon it. Just like Ling Xiao, he had a mutated liger beast and a dragon horse. He had the ability to own multiple spiritual beasts. For the direct descendants of large factions, it was not difficult to subdue multiple spiritual beasts. It was not like they had to sign a contract with every single one of them. 2 days later, the group arrived at the outskirts of Chaos Ridge. This place was filled with crisscrossed mountain ridges. There weren't many high peaks, but there were tall, towering, and lush ancient trees. From afar, there was a boundless forest. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard, and many spiritual birds would fly past. In the middle of this mountain ridge, there was a surging river like a huge dragon crawling on the ground and roaring nonstop. This was the monstrous river that ran through Chaos Ridge and Clear River City. The mountain ridge, the huge river, the trees, and the river waves formed a beautiful ancient land. This ancient land was filled with countless dangers. Apart from the ferocious spiritual beasts, the most eye-catching were the roving bandits that hunted for prey all year round. Not only did they hunt spiritual beasts, but they also hunted humans. Furthermore, they killed without batting an eyelid and committed all sorts of crimes. Anyone who dared to enter Chaos Ridge must have some sort of backing. Otherwise, it would be best if they did not enter. This time, we are the representatives of a family fighting faction. We must not let anyone know that we are from the Blazing Flame Merchants. Also, Xianxia, you are our young master, so you must put on an act. Once we reach the heart of the mountain ridge, we will find a few veteran mercenaries to lead the way, and we can enter the black market. However, there are still 2 months before the black market opens. During this time, we can help you find the whereabouts of Mad Monk, Ryoi said indifferently to Xianxia. Xianxia had no objections and nodded. I will follow Elder Yang's instructions. However, there is one thing I must remind you of. Mad Monk is currently being pursued by the Snake Loyalty Sect. According to the information we received, the Snake Loyalty Sect has sent 6 silver snakes to kill Mad Monk. These 6 snakes are not weak, so we are only responsible for helping you find him. We will not help you rescue him, Ryoi reminded. Xianxia knew that his position in the Blazing Flame Merchants was not high. It was impossible for the Divine King to help him, so he did not dare to ask for too much. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, then I will have to trouble you." The group entered the depths of the mountain ridge. After arriving at Chaos Ridge, Lai Ruyu was like a bird released from its cage, often behaving like a little girl. Sometimes, when she saw strange spirit beasts, she could not help but go down and pick them. When she saw strange spirit flowers and herbs, she would also stop and pick them out of curiosity. Although these were all pretty good spirit beasts and herbs, it was enough to cause a ripple in the hearts of those of the Saint Realm and above. However, Lai Ryu was very interested in them. Xianxia thought to himself, is this girl deliberately stalling for time? Xianxia felt very helpless, but he could not do anything about it. Although he was pretending to be some rich young master, Lai Ruyu was the real young miss, so he still had to act according to her wishes. After walking for about 6 or 7 days, Xianxia and the others finally encountered a group of mercenaries. This group of mercenaries originally wanted to target Xianxia and the others, but when a divine king released a powerful aura, these people were all scared out of their wits. However, there were a few who were more strong-willed and maintained their composure. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. We are from the Green Bamboo Mercenary Group, and we were hunting spirit beasts nearby. We mistakenly thought that you were here to steal our food. I apologize to everyone, and this matter is over. An old demigod king said to Xianxia and the others. The Green Bamboo Mercenary Group was considered a powerful mercenary group in Chaos Ridge, and its leader was also a divine king. Green Bamboo Mercenary Group? I've never heard of it. I only know of Bloodlust, Fierce Bandits, Ma Ing. What about these groups? Xianxia picked his earwax, looking very much like a hedonistic disciple. Lai Ruyu looked at the pretentious Xianxia and couldn't help but giggle. In his heart, however, he cursed, "Bah, what a hoodlum!" However, when the people from the Green Bamboo Mercenary Group heard this, their legs went soft. Xianxia was talking about the scariest roving bandits' forces in Chaos Ridge, and it was not something that the Green Bamboo Mercenary Group could compare to. He only knew about these forces, and it seemed that they were qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as those forces. If they wanted to destroy them, they did not need to look at their leader's face. Young master, this is all a misunderstanding. We'll leave now. Leave now. The demigod king said in a panic. He knew that he had kicked a steel plate this time. They actually wanted to gang up on someone with a divine king, and he wanted to die. Who allowed you to leave? Whoever leaves will die. Xianxia said lazily. Those people were so scared that they did not dare to breathe, and they waited anxiously for Xiao's decision. Let me ask you, Did you see a bald monk here? Ling Xiao asked. These people looked confused, and it was obvious that they did not know what was going on. Ling Xiao had no choice but to ask another question. Where is your camp? Bring me to your leader. The demigod king knelt down and said, Young master, don't force me. If I bring you there, the leader will kill us. Humph. If you're afraid that your leader will kill you, aren't you afraid that I'll make your head roll on the ground now? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Afterwards, he shot a glance at a god king beside him. The god king understood what he meant and immediately erupted with a terrifying presence, knocking the people of the Azure Bamboo mercenaries into the air. Don't worry, killing you is as easy as killing ants. I'm not looking for your leader to cause trouble. He's not worthy, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. In the end, the demigod king had no choice. Under Ling Xiao's threat, he could only bring Ling Xiao and the others to their camp. There were 2 divine kings in the Green Bamboo mercenary group and 4 demigod kings. They were a relatively powerful mercenary group in the outskirts of the Chaotic Ridge. However, these 2 divine kings were only at the low level, so they did not dare to be arrogant in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao understood the purpose of their visit, and one of the divine kings immediately said, Young master, are you looking for the god of slaughter, Mad Monk? That's right, it's Mad Monk. Have you seen him in this area? Ling Xiao asked impatiently. The divine king nodded and said, That's right. Half a month ago, I saw Mad Monk from afar. However, at that time, he was being chased and had already gone in. I haven't seen them come out until now. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He asked again, Are the people chasing him from the Snake E-School? I think so. Recently, Mad Monk has offended the Snake E-School. Only they have the strength to chase after Mad Monk. The divine king replied. Ling Xiao wanted to hurry on his way again, but he suppressed his impulse and said to the divine king, You guys should have received the invitation for this black market transaction, right? What? Young master, are you interested in the black market? The divine king asked in surprise. I heard that there are often good things in the black market, so I came to see if there are any divine items that are worth this young master taking action. Of course, if there are no divine items, then it's not worth a look. Ling Xiao lightly waved his beautiful fan and said arrogantly. Of course, the divine king believed Ling Xiao's words. Just by looking at the group of followers behind him, one could tell how powerful the power behind him was. I heard that there are many good things this time. I heard that there are many divine items and divine medicines. The divine king said excitedly. All right, bring us to the black market. From now on, you guys will be this young master's friends. I believe you guys won't refuse. Ling Xiao said with an unquestionable tone. The divine king revealed an awkward expression and said, I'm afraid that won't do. What? Are you not afraid that this young master will kill you right now? Ling Xiao instantly turned hostile and shouted. Chapter 1099. The God King immediately waved his hand and said, Young Master Ling, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Please listen to my explanation first. Then if you don't give me a reason, this young master will definitely teach you a lesson. Ling Xiao was a rich young master who used his power to bully others, full of arrogance. Lai Ryu watched from the side and muttered in his heart, Looks like this guy really has some talent for acting. But no matter how he acts, he still looks like a perverted thief. However, the few god kings behind Ling Xiao felt that Ling Xiao's move was pretty good. Not only could he find out the whereabouts of the Mad Monk, but he could also settle their mission for this trip. If Ling Xiao had only blindly searched for the whereabouts of the Mad Monk and did not complete the mission given by the Alliance leader, they would definitely not have allowed Ling Xiao to continue messing around. The God King called Ji Qing explained, Every time, there's a limit to the number of people who can enter the black market, no matter what power or background they come from. Only 5 people can enter at a time. Furthermore, they have to be recommended by old members to enter, otherwise, they won't be able to enter to trade. This has always been the rule, and it is to prevent people from causing trouble, so I can't bring so many people with me. What bullshit rules? This young master is the young master of the Ling family, the tyrant of the southern mountains. Do you believe that I won't let this trade go on? Ling Xiao cursed angrily. Ji Qing said disdainfully in his heart, what Ling family haven't I heard of? Even a superpower doesn't have this ability. What a reckless fool. There's another rule, and that is that whoever wants to enter must cover their faces and walk through the spatial formation. These are the rules set by the various bandit leaders, so I can't do anything about it, Ji Qing said. Ling Xiao did not continue to pester him. Instead, he pulled Ryoi to the side to discuss this matter. Elder Yong, you should know this rule, right? Ling Xiao asked Ryoi. I've only heard of it. I didn't pay much attention to it before. Ryoi replied. Ling Xiao continued. We can only bring 5 people in. Besides that guy, we can only bring 4 more people. Even if we get in, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the bloodthirsty roving bandits. Moreover, we've never seen them before. It won't be easy. You don't need to worry about that. Perhaps the other small shrimps can't recognize them, but I can recognize the famous leaders of the bloodthirsty force, said Ryoi. Even if you can recognize them, are you confident that you can keep them here? Ling Xiao asked. Ryoi said, you don't have to worry about that. As long as we can find them, we have a way to make them suffer. Ling Xiao saw that Ryoi was so confident that he probably already had a plan to deal with it, so he was too embarrassed to ask further. If that's the case, then let's choose the people who can enter the black market, said Ling Xiao. Ryoi frowned and said, why don't you wait outside with the miss? I'll go in with the other elders. There might be a fight inside the black market. Ryoi didn't care about Ling Xiao's life, but Ling Xiao's strength was limited. Even if he went in, he wouldn't be able to help much. Ling Xiao refused. No, I must go in. The reason why Ling Xiao was so determined to go in was that he wanted to broaden his horizons. He also guessed that he might have a chance to meet Eurofei's adoptive father, Mad Monk. After all, that was the best place to hide. He believed that even the snake loyalty sect wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. It's useless for you to go in with your strength. Moreover, you might die at any time. Ryoi said bluntly. Ling Xiao smiled and said, without my cover, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter. Since you know about the roving bandits and the other bandit leaders, how can they not recognize you? With me, a fake young master, I can share their attention. He paused for a moment and said, I think that besides me, we should find another holy emperor to enter. This way, our strength won't be too obvious and won't attract too much attention. What does Elder Yong think? Ryoi didn't reply. Instead, he pondered for a moment. He had originally planned to bring the strongest people in. It would be convenient for him to do things, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he felt that what he said made sense. If they would enter the 5 great god kings at once, it would be too eye-catching. It would be easy for others to see through their identities. But what if something happens? Ryoi said hesitantly, who knew that before he could finish speaking, Ling Xiao had already interrupted him and said, Elder Yong, listen to me. We definitely can't capture people in the black market. Instead, we have to confirm their identities, find their lair, and capture them all in one go. If we beat the grass and alert the snake in the black market, then no matter how many people we send in, I'm afraid that it won't be enough for the few great roving bandits to join forces and kill us. Ryoi didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so experienced at such a young age. Even he couldn't help but agree with Ling Xiao's words. All right, then we'll decide on the candidates after we reach the place. Ryoi replied. After Ling Xiao and Ryoi came to an agreement, they went in front of Ji Qing and threatened him. First, they asked the mercenary group to pay attention to the whereabouts of the Mad Monk. Then, they asked Ji Qing to bring them to the entrance of the black market. Ji Qing didn't refuse. It wasn't known if he was afraid of the coercion from Ling Xiao and the others, or if he had other plans, but he agreed very readily. Ling Xiao and the others followed Ji Qing to the chaotic ridge for a few more days. Along the way, they encountered many mercenaries and rogue cultivators. There were even some roving bandits who blocked the road and robbed others. Ling Xiao and the others didn't meddle in other people's business. Those who provoked them were directly killed, and they weren't as easy to talk to as before. After a few days, Ji Qing brought Ling Xiao and the others to a majestic mountain range. The entrance of the black market is right in front. We'll go in from here. Ji Qing's eyes flashed with a strange light. All right, if we can get something good in there, you'll get a share. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. I'm afraid this isn't the entrance of the black market. Ryoi snorted coldly. Ji Qing's body trembled slightly as he said, How can it not be? I'll get someone to come out and pick us up. After saying that, Ji Qing's figure suddenly flew forward. It was obvious that he was trying to escape. At the same time, he shouted in surprise, Great Leader's big fat sheep is here. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others realized that Ji Qing wasn't bringing them to the entrance of the black market. Instead, he was bringing them to the real nest of the roving bandits. As soon as Ji Qing's voice fell, a strong aura surged from all directions. Many roving bandits who were riding various kinds of spiritual beasts emerged from the mountain range. Among them, there were a few auras that were shockingly strong. It was obvious that they were existences of the God King realm. These people surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. The spiritual beasts roared nonstop, appearing extremely arrogant. There were a total of 3,000 of them. All of them had the strength of a saint or above. Most of them had the strength of the Holy Emperor. There were a few demigod kings and 6 god kings. The leader of the high-level god kings was riding an ancient wild bull, which was already a rank 10 holy beast. Spiritual beasts were divided into different levels. Some spiritual beasts could only be called holy beasts no matter how high their levels were. They cannot be called divine beasts. As for divine beasts, no matter how low their levels were, the title of divine beast would not change. Therefore, even though the ancient wild bull was a rank 10 spiritual beast, which was a top spiritual beast, it could only be called holy and not divine. Divine beasts could only belong to the true dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, Qilin, the 9 great races. This was because their bloodline was the most supreme among all the spiritual beasts. They were the kings of all spiritual beasts. They were the true overlords among those of the same level. However, among these few god kings, only the ancient wild bull was a rank 10 mount. The others were only rank 9. It's the roving bandits of the Ox Village gang. I didn't expect the Green Bamboo mercenary group to be their people. A mid-level god king on Ling Zhao's side said, Prepare for battle. It seems like they already knew we were coming. Ryoi said indifferently. There was no change in his expression. It seemed like he was not afraid of these people in front of him. At the same time, the people on Ling Zhao's side immediately summoned their spiritual beasts. Lai Yong's spiritual beast was also a 10th tier extreme flame tiger, while the other mid-level god king called Lai, she also had a 10th tier dragon pattern leopard, while the other 3 god kings all had peak stage 9th tier saint beasts. You dare to be arrogant in my territory? You must be tired of living. Niu Dei laughed wildly as he rode on the ancient wild bull. Their Ox Village gang could be considered one of the top roving bandits in the Chaotic Ridge. There were more than 10 god kings in the gang, so they had the qualifications to be arrogant. After they received the news from Ji Qing's sound transmission stone, they brought a group of people to lie in ambush. In their eyes, Ling Xiao and the others were fat sheep. As long as they could rob them, they would definitely gain a lot. Ling Xiao once again showed his arrogant nature and said, You roving bandits, do you believe that this young master will get people to kill all of you? TSK. It seems like you still don't understand the situation. We're just bullying you with numbers. By the time your reinforcements arrive, you will already be on the road to the Yellow Springs. Ji Qing revealed a sinister smile. Cut the crap. Immediately take them all down. Niu Dei bellowed and took the lead to attack. Although the other party had fewer people, there were 5 great god kings, which made him a little worried. Although he had an extra god king on his side, if he were to encounter a troublesome opponent, his losses would not be small. Lai Shi, You stay behind and protect the young miss. The rest of you, follow me and kill." A divine spear and a shield appeared in Ryui's hands. With a shout, he charged towards Nyo-Dei. As the two God Kings made their moves, the others naturally made their moves as well. For a moment, the entire world began to shake. Many terrifying powers shook the space to the point of distorting. God King against God King. But on the side of the Holy Emperor, Ling Xiao and the others were at a huge disadvantage. However, with Lai Shi staying behind to protect them, many of the Holy Emperor did not dare to take even half a step closer. And Ryui's strength was the strongest. He was actually able to fight 1 against 3, sharing a large portion of the pressure on his side. This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen a battle between God King realms. He looked up without blinking, his divine eyes revealing an incomparably dumbfounded expression. Is this a battle between God King realms? It's terrifying, Ling Xiao murmured to himself. Chapter 1100. Those who could be called gods were existences that had the ability to reach the heavens and the earth. They could destroy the heavens and the earth and overturn the seas and rivers with just a wave of their hands. It was Ling Xiao's first time witnessing a battle between divine kings. His eyes were filled with shock and nothing else. Every move they made shattered the space. Cracks in the space kept appearing, and the destructive power of the elemental power that burst forth from the divine power was even more shocking. Everyone had to retreat as far as they could. Once they were affected by this power, they would probably die. The cracks in the space were filled with all kinds of turbulence. Any holy emperor that was sucked into it would have a hard time surviving. Battles of this level rarely took place on the ground. The more they fought, the higher they rose to the 9 heavens. Otherwise, their power would flatten everything in the vicinity. At that moment, the Bull Village Gang's demigod kings and many holy emperors worked together to fight Lai Shi. They planned to kill them first. However, Lai Shi was a true mid-tier divine king. With a pull of his hand, a 10,000-meter-wide spatial crack suddenly appeared. Several saint emperors didn't even have the chance to scream before they were sent into it. It was possible that they would never be able to return. Those people were so scared that they didn't dare to act rashly. They only hoped that their leader could quickly take care of the other divine kings and come back as soon as possible to take down these people. Originally, Ling Xiao's side was safe with Lai Shi guarding it. However, someone just loved to stir up trouble. Today I'm going to kill the roving bandits too. I'll let these guys know how powerful I am. Lai Ryu shouted with an excited expression. Then, 2 red fire rings appeared in her hands, and a majestic and beautiful fire phoenix appeared under her feet. The fire phoenix was already at the peak of rank 9. It could undergo its last nirvana at any time and become the true supreme vermilion bird divine beast. As expected of a great force, they can even get a divine beast like this. Ling Xiao was secretly shocked. Don't be rash, Mississippi. They have the advantage in numbers, Lai Shi advised. However, Lai Ryu was a restless person. How could he listen to Lai Shi's words? He waved his pair of fire rings and smashed them out. Ling Xiao noticed that the fire rings weren't ordinary items. The instant he threw them out, the shadows of the fire rings immediately spread in all directions and flew towards the Ox Village gang members. Wherever the ring of fire went, the Holy Emperor would try to block it, but all of them ended up dead. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Fortunately, a demigod king noticed it in time and managed to stop it with the demigod weapon in his hand. However, his demigod weapon did not last long before it was completely destroyed. However, the demigod king was not the Holy Emperor. He still had a chance to escape from a real divine weapon. Damn it, I'll kill you first, the demigod king shouted angrily. His figure flashed, and he charged towards Lai Ryu. However, before he could reach Lai Ryu, Lai Shi had already appeared in front of him. He swung his long sword and cut the demigod king in half. As Lai Shi went to rescue Lai Rui, The other roving bandits finally found a chance to attack Ling, Xiao, and the others. Fortunately, there were still 10 demigod kings here, so they could block most of the attack for now. Otherwise, with so many roving bandits attacking them at the same time, only death awaited them. Just as Lai Shi was about to start a massacre, an intermediate stage god king came down from above and stopped him, so he could not split his attention. Everyone, take care of the young lady. Lai Shi knew that the situation was urgent, so he could only order his people to focus on Lai Ruyu. If anything happened to her, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Lai Ruyu held the divine artifact double rings in her hands, and each ring took a life. She was in high spirits, and she purposely headed towards the places with the most people. However, her body technique had reached the advanced stage, and her speed was comparable to a wind attribute martial artist. She could fight and hide, so she killed many holy emperor in a short time. However, the demigod kings who followed her had it tough. They had to withstand the strongest firepower from the other party to prevent Lai Ruyu from getting hurt. The 20 high-leveled holy emperor following the blazing flame merchants were very powerful, and each of them had the combat power to fight one against two. However, they could not withstand the large number of people, and soon someone was injured. Even Ling Xiao was chased by many people. Their group was scattered by more than 3,000 people. Ling Xiao was furious. Initially, they had a god king to protect them, so those people would not dare to do anything. However, Lai Ruyu just had to cause trouble, and it was really infuriating. At this moment, more than 10 holy emperor riding spirit beasts surrounded Ling Xiao. They were full of murderous intent, and their attacks were merciless. They looked like they were going to kill Ling Xiao immediately. Ling Xiao knew that these people were desperados, and they were definitely not comparable to the ferocity of ordinary martial artists. That murderous intent was condensed after going through a lot of killing. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. Ling Xiao realized that he had to end the battle quickly to conserve his combat power and save his life. Ling Xiao opened up his spiritual sea, and the connate Yin-Wind bead emitted clouds of dense, murderous aura. The murderous aura had become extremely terrifying following the advancement of the connate Yin-Wind bead. Even a holy emperor would have a hard time getting rid of it. A few of them did not realize how powerful the murderous aura was. They accidentally breathed a little and immediately cried out in pain, and hurriedly used their strength to resist. However, Ling Xiao was already holding the golden dragon spear, and he transformed into 108 silhouettes, charging towards them. Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear took out one person at a time, and they did not even have the chance to fight back before they were killed. The others knew that Ling Xiao was emitting a strange energy, and they all activated their defensive force to block the corrosive energy. At the same time, they attacked Ling Xiao from a distance. Ling Xiao's speed was at its peak, and he constantly left afterimages in the air. Those people's strength could not even touch him at all. Every time he went around to the side or back of his opponent, he would attack them mercilessly. That unstoppable attack made those people's defenses seem like they didn't exist. They were completely useless. The weaker holy emperors were shocked, and they wondered if the person in front of them was a demigod king. However, there were many experts among the roving bandits. 2 peak stage holy emperor's strength had already discovered that Ling Xiao was powerful. They rode on rank 9 spirit beasts and charged towards Ling Xiao. Their aura locked onto Ling Xiao, and they surrounded him from the left and right, and each of them attacked with their most powerful attack. Ling Xiao was surrounded by layers of blade lights and sword shadows, leaving him nowhere to hide. "Then I'll fight you head-on." Ling Xiao smirked, and he waved his golden dragon spear, blocking all the powerful attacks. He was sent flying far away from the impact, but he did not suffer any injuries. However, as soon as Ling Xiao's silhouette came to a stop, his real body disappeared. Just as the 2 peak stage holy emperor's body was shocked, Ling Xiao appeared above them, and a round of attacks swept towards them like a storm. The two of them tried their best to block, but they realized that the mid-level Holy Emperor's strength was overwhelming, and they could not tell east from west from south. Go to hell. Ling Xiao smirked, and he spun around, and the golden dragon spear smashed one of the people's weapons and head. The other person was shocked, and he quickly retreated, but he realized that a golden dragon shadow was roaring towards him. Roar! That terrifying power was like the descent of a divine beast, and it was majestic. He was so scared that he lost all will to fight, and in the end, he was devoured by the golden dragon. Just as Ling Xiao was about to continue killing them, a terrifying tremor came from the sky. It was as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. Waves of terrifying spatial power descended from the sky, and the people below all fell to the ground. All of them were badly frightened. They knew that a battle between deities would definitely be earth-shattering. Their strength was on a completely different level compared to theirs. Waves of majestic energy rang out for a while, and then a voice came from the sky. Everyone retreat. Immediately after, two pathetic figures quickly opened up spatial cracks in the sky and escaped. When the people from the Ox Village gang heard this, they all felt their hearts sink. They had the advantage in numbers, but they still lost. The outcome of the battle between the God Kings had already been decided. Out of the 6 God Kings from the Ox Village gang, only 2 were left. 4 of them had already fallen. The people from the Ox Village gang immediately scattered, running as fast as they could. They were afraid that when the God Kings returned, none of them would be able to escape. However, this was the reality. Beams of light descended from the sky, shooting towards the people who were escaping in all directions. The people from the Ox Village gang who were escaping were all hit by the beams of light, and they cried out in pain. Just like that, they died in large numbers. Some of the people who were fast enough were lucky enough to escape. When Ryoi and the others returned, only one of the 5 God Kings was heavily injured, and the others were only lightly injured. Lai Mai, who had fought 1 against 3, was actually unharmed. He held a spear and a shield, and he looked as mighty as a god. The extreme flame tiger he was sitting on was constantly roaring, and his king's might was on full display. Most of the people from the blazing flame merchants had stopped. Only Lai Ruyu was still in a state of excitement, as she chased after a peak Holy Emperor. "Don't run, I haven't killed enough yet," Lai Ruyu shouted in shock, and a ring of fire in her hand chased after that person. The ring of fire was extremely fast, and everywhere it went, it brought with it a large area of fire. It was quite frightening. That peak Holy Emperor couldn't escape in time, and was hit by the ring of fire. His body was immediately cut into 2, and a large pool of blood spread in all directions. Lai Ruyu withdrew the ring of fire, and found that many of the people from the Ox Village gang had already disappeared without a trace. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Damn it, these roving bandits can't even withstand a single blow. They actually ran away just like that. I haven't had enough fun yet." Lai Ryu returned to the group with some unwillingness. Among these people, there were already 11 holy emperors who had fallen in the battle just now. The others were only slightly injured, but not fatal. Chapter 1101. Not bad, not bad. In my first battle, I killed hundreds of roving bandits. When I get back, I must let my father and grandfather know that I am very strong. Lai Ryu was like a child showing off and laughed proudly. The others all forced a smile and said some respectful words. Only Ling Xiao said to himself angrily, "Big-breasted, brainless woman." Ling Xiao didn't say it loudly, but everyone present was an expert among experts, and they all heard what Ling Xiao said. Lai Ryu was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and immediately shot 2 fierce glances at Ling Xiao, as if she couldn't wait to shoot Ling Xiao full of holes. "What did you say? Speak clearly, or else I won't let you off." Lai Ryu instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and pointed at Ling Xiao as she shouted. This was the first time she had fought to her heart's content, and she was even scolded by this pervert. She was very angry. This was the first time Ling Xiao was pointed at by a woman like this, and he was instantly enraged. He slapped Lai Ruyu's palm away and shouted, "I said, you're a big-breasted, brainless woman. Do you know that we didn't need anyone to die? Because of your momentary pleasure, they all died because of you. Don't you feel sad at all? Even if they are hired by the Merchant Alliance, they have no obligation to die for you. What a brainless woman. In the future, you guys go your own way, and I'll go my own way. I don't want to accompany a brainless woman like you to die. Do you really think you're invincible with just this bit of strength?" Uffed. Ling Xiao left as soon as he said he wanted to, and didn't hesitate at all. Who knew that before he left, Lai Ruyu was already charging towards him. "I'll kill you." Lai Ruyu was like a furious lioness. She shouted, and the dual hoops in her hands immediately attacked Ling Xiao. The two rings left a series of afterimages in the air, and there were even more blazing flames that could hurt people. Ling Xiao felt a terrible pressure coming at him. He had no choice but to jump up from where he was to avoid the attack. Fortunately, he was fast enough. The two hoops merely brushed past his feet, causing a scorching pain in his feet. "You must die today. I will let you know how powerful I am." Lai Ryu had been spoiled rotten since she was young, and this was the first time she had been scolded like this. She controlled the two hoops to fly back, her fingers trembling nonstop. The hoops seemed to be guided by something, and they kept attacking Ling Xiao in a crisscross pattern. So, the ring of fire attacked continuously, and its power was astonishing and extraordinary. Ling Xiao cut a sorry figure as he kept dodging. Every time, he would brush past the two fire rings. It was really a close call. "You're going too far," Ling Xiao cried out in shock. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand as he blocked the two hoops. Ding dang. The golden dragon spear blocked the two hoops, but Ling Xiao was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. Moreover, cracks actually appeared on the golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao was shocked. He quickly retracted his golden dragon spear and did not continue to fight. Otherwise, the golden dragon spear would really be destroyed. "You forced me to do this, don't blame me." Ling Xiao snorted inwardly. His body suddenly changed, and his speed actually increased once again. His movement technique became erratic, like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace. Lai Ryu suddenly lost sight of Ling Xiao, and her face revealed a surprised expression. "Should we teach this kid a lesson?" A low-level god king asked Ryoi. Ryoi shook his head lightly and said, "Forget it. Let the young people settle their own matters." That was what he said, but in his heart, he secretly said, "Little girl, it's time for you to suffer a little. Otherwise, you'll suffer sooner or later." When Lai Ryu found Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao was already behind her. Ling Xiao shouted in shock, "Don't think that just because you're the Alliance Master's daughter, you're amazing." Clatter. As his voice fell, Ling Xiao unceremoniously slapped Lai Ryu's buttocks. Lai Ryu let out a strange cry and immediately dodged. A blush appeared on her face, but her eyes were filled with viciousness. It was interlinked. Lai Ryu withdrew her two hoops and shook her hands once again. The hoops that filled the sky charged towards Ling Xiao one after another. Many divine hoops carried a terrifying destructive power as they directly locked onto Ling Xiao's throat. It could be seen how angry Lai Ryu was right now. This was the first time she had been attacked by a man, the first time she had been scolded by a man, and the first time she had been slapped on the buttocks. These 3 times of humiliation were things that she would never forget for the rest of her life. If she did not kill Ling Xiao, how could she take this lying down? Before Ling Xiao, he only felt that countless fire rings had already sealed off all his paths of retreat. If he was hit by any of the fire rings, even if he did not die, he would only be left with half a life. This was a true divine weapon. Ling Xiao did not even think as he raised his movement technique's concept to the extreme and silently dodged these attacks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everything in Ling Xiao's vicinity was smashed into powder by the ring shadow. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Lai Ryu was like a crazy woman as she raised all her strength to the extreme. Her combat power was actually not much weaker than a demigod king's. She locked onto Ling Xiao and chased after him, attacking him mercilessly. Ling Xiao was sweating profusely. He did not expect Lai Ruyu to be so ferocious when she exploded. He could only dodge. There were a few times when Ling Xiao's body was hit by the fire ring's energy, and his body was smashed hundreds of meters away, like a cannonball. He kept vomiting blood. Fortunately, he was not hit by the true rings. Otherwise, even if his body was strong, he would have died. F*CK. If this goes on, I'll really be killed by this big-breasted, brainless woman. Ling Xiao cursed. After dodging a few times, he finally made a decision. At this moment, Ling Xiao's back was hit again, and a large amount of blood flowed down his back. Go to hell. Lai Ruyu seemed to be possessed. She shouted, and the two rings returned to her hands. At the same time, she combined them and smashed them toward Ling Xiao's face. If you want me to die, you'll have to pay the price. Ling Xiao shouted and pointed a three divine finger at Lai Ruyu. Lai Ruyu realized that Ling Xiao's finger was very powerful. She quickly retracted the two rings and deflected the finger light. Even so, she was still pushed back more than 10 meters by the powerful force. Following that, Ling Xiao's divine spirit clone appeared instantly. The divine spirit clone's speed was raised to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Lai Ruyu. He used one hand to knock the two rings out of her hands, and his real body swept over. First, he used his real body to hug the panicking Lai Ruyu, and his divine spirit mercilessly slapped her jade-like butt. Slap, slap. Although I'm a guest deacon of your merchant union, I'm not your slave. This slap is on behalf of the brothers who died, because of you. If you didn't act on your own, they wouldn't have died. This slap is on behalf of the union leader to discipline you. The union leader gave you countless halos, not for you to be unruly and willful, not for you to throw a tantrum. Ling Xiao said angrily as he slapped her. Lai Ruyu lost her two rings, and her body was tightly held by Ling Xiao's real body. She couldn't struggle, and the flames that she burst out didn't seem to have any effect on him. This shocked her, and she thought that Ling Xiao was going to kill her. However, when Ling Xiao slapped her, but heavily, a feeling of pain and embarrassment came over her. After being patted twice by him, she found that her entire body was numb, and a feeling that she had never felt before came over her. Hearing Ling Xiao's angry scolding, she felt even more wronged. Two streams of tears rolled down her delicate face, and she cried bitterly. Hit me, hit me. If you have the ability, then kill me. Lai Ruyu shouted loudly. At this time, Ryoi finally couldn't stand it anymore, and he rushed over and shouted, Enough! Then, he forcefully flung Ling Xiao's real body and divine spirit away. Boom! Ling Xiao's real body and divine spirit heavily smashed into the mountain ridge below, and the mountain ridge caved in. It could be seen that Ryoi really didn't have any mercy. Miss, are you okay? Ryoi looked at the crying Lai Ruyu and asked. This was the first time he saw this miss so wronged and sad, and he cursed in his heart, Stinking brat, you actually hit me so hard. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later. Woo-woo. Lai Ruyu kept crying and ignored Ryoi. Ryoi didn't know how to comfort people, so he looked in Ling Xiao's direction and said sternly, I'll go kill that brat and help Miss vent her anger. After saying that, he was about to rush in Ling Xiao's direction. Come back, Lai Ruyu called out. Ryoi stopped and replied, Miss, what orders do you have? Why don't I catch this brat for you to deal with? I guarantee that he won't resist. Lai Ruyu didn't answer, but said, Uncle Yong, am I very unreasonable, unruly, 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 and disregarding the lives of others? Evil woman? Lai Ruyu asked with a tearful voice, looking so pitiful and moving. Ryoi instinctively shook his head and said, Of course not. Miss is incomparably beautiful, gentle, kind, well-mannered, and cares for her subordinates. She's a rare good miss. I didn't expect this guy to look so cool, but he actually has a knack for flattery. Ling Zhao's real body and divine soul merged once again as he thought disdainfully in his heart. However, he didn't dare to escape for the time being. Instead, he focused on healing his injuries. With the divine king present, if he really wanted to kill him, it would be impossible for him to escape. Then why did he scold me like that? Why do I feel that what he said makes sense? If it wasn't for my impulsiveness just now, with Elder Lai Shi's protection, they wouldn't have died. It was my fault, Wu. Lai Ryu cried. She wasn't a stupid person. She was just a little unruly and willful. After being scolded by Ling Xiao, she thought about her previous impulsiveness and felt that she had done something wrong. Actually, he's right, but not completely right. Miss, you don't have to take it to heart. They are from the Merchant Alliance, so it's normal for them to work for the Merchant Alliance. Ryo I said, then tell me what I should do. In the past, Grandfather wouldn't let me fight with others, saying that I wasn't strong enough to protect myself, but I really want to know just how strong I am. I also have the ability to kill enemies. Lai Ryu explained. She kept crying and complaining, as if she wanted to let out all the emotions in her heart at once. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.